Namaskar and good morning. Honorable Chief Guest Dr. Mansukh Mandavia ji, Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. Shri Bhagwan Kuba ji, Honorable Union Minister of State for Chemicals and Fertilizers and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Eminent dignitaries on the days, special invitees, senior officials, representatives from the industry and academia, respected members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the inaugural session of the Indian Pharma and India Medical Devices 2023, the 8th edition of the annual conference on pharmaceuticals and medical devices industry, which is being convened by Department of Pharmaceuticals in association of Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, FICCI. फार्मास्यूटिकल्स विभाग एवं फिकी द्वारा आयोजित फार्मास्यूटिकल्स और चिकित्सा उपकरण उद्योग पर वार्षिक सम्मेलन के 8वें संस्करण के उद्घाटन सत्र में आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत है. This conference is aimed at establishing India as a cost-effective, high-quality manufacturing and innovation center for the pharmaceuticals and medical device industry. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have amongst us the esteemed presence of Honorable Minister and distinguished dignitaries. May I now request Ms. S. Aparna, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, to kindly do the honors of welcoming with the green plant Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia ji, Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I would also request you, ma'am, to kindly welcome Shri Bhagwan Kuba ji, Honorable Minister of State. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Sir. I would request you, ma'am, to also welcome Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. A very warm welcome to you. Thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for doing the honors. I would request Shri Shailesh Pathak, Secretary General FICCI, to kindly do the honors of welcoming Ms. S. Aparna, Secretary Department of Pharmaceuticals, with the green plant. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. I would request you, sir, to do the honors of welcoming Shri Shrikar K. Reddy, Joint Secretary, Department of Commerce. A warm welcome to you, sir. Requesting you to welcome Dr. N. Yuvraj, Joint Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals. We welcome Mr. Arvind Vishwanathan, CEO Trans Asia Biomedicals. Warm welcome to you, sir. And Dr. Satish Reddy, Chairman, Dr. Reddy Laboratories. Thank you very much indeed. और जैसे कि हमारी भारतीय परंपरा है, हम हर कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत देव आह्वान के साथ दीप प्रज्वलन द्वारा करते हैं. अनुरोध करना चाहेंगे माननीय मंत्रीगण एवं मंच पर उपस्थित सभी वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण से कि वे कृपया दीप प्रज्वलित कर आज के इस कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करें. दीप प्रज्वलन के साथ आह्वान करेंगे सरस्वती देवी का सरस्वती वंदना के साथ.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः. शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः. शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते. दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते. शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together as we thank the dignitaries for formally inaugurating the ceremonial inauguration of Indian Pharma and Indian Medical Devices 2023. Thank you very much indeed. And now I have the proud privilege in inviting Secretary General FICCI, Shri Shailesh K. Pathak, to kindly begin the proceedings with his welcome address. Let's put our hands together to welcome him.
बहुत धन्यवाद। आज के कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित डॉक्टर मनसुख मंडाविया जी, ऑनरेबल यूनियन मिनिस्टर ऑफ हेल्थ, फैमिली वेलफेयर एंड केमिकल्स एंड फर्टिलाइजर्स, श्री भगवंत खुबा जी, ऑनरेबल यूनियन मिनिस्टर स्टेट फॉर केमिकल्स, फर्टिलाइजर्स, न्यू रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, प्रोफेसर अजय सूद, प्रिंसिपल साइंटिफिक एडवाइजर, मिस अपर्णा, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, friends in the audience. संभवतः इस कमरे में सबसे कम मुझे ही मालूम है अबाउट फार्मा एंड मेडिकल डिवाइसेस, and therefore this was a great learning opportunity for me when I was reading the background notes for today's conference. But before anything else, I just wanted to highlight that there is one person in this room who woke up at 3 in the morning. हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी आज ही सवेरे जिनीवा से 3 बजे सवेरे आए हैं और आज हमारे कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित हैं. A round of applause. As you know, he was attending the WHO Geneva session, but the overall focus of today's deliberations will be on medical devices. I'm very happy to say that FICCI represents private business and enterprise in India since 1931. 1927 actually, Gandhi ji 1931 में हमारे AGM में आए थे. And I'm delighted to have the senior CEOs present, Dr. Reddy, Mr. Vishwanathan, and all of you in the audience. We're welcoming senior government officers, old friends from the various states and the various ministries. And today's focus is medical devices, tomorrow's focus is pharma. Now, this is the 8th edition of the Pharma and Indian Medical Devices, and we are very proud in FICCI to have this long association with Government of India's ministries, especially the Pharmaceutical Secretary Aparna ji. We have seen India being a leader in the pharma sector, and in recent years, we have also seen a great growth in the med-tech sector. And sir, this is possible only because of the great support from the Government of India and the Government of States. So we would like to say a round of applause for the support from the Government of India and the Government of States. हम लोग आज 2023 में हैं, 2023, and much has changed in the last 5 years in the health sector. And the kind of success that India has seen in the digital solution space will extend to the digital healthcare solutions of India. Ayushman Bharat is a great example of the leadership provided by the government. We are going to have deliberations on how to boost medical education research as well as healthcare infrastructure and workforce. But overall, in the recent budget, there was this announcement that ICMR laboratories can be used with permission by the private sector for their research. And we in FICCI look forward to an India where government works closely with business, works closely with academia and not-for-profits to create more jobs, to create more business opportunities, and to create a better India. Thank you everyone for joining today's deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for those warm words of welcome and for kindly setting the context for the next 2 days. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege in inviting to kindly address the August House, Shri Satish Reddy ji, Chairman Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. Let's welcome Dr. Reddy with a warm round of applause.
Honorable Minister Sri Manshukbhai Mandviyaji, Shri Bhagwant Kubaji, Madam Aparna, Professor Ajay Sood, dignitaries on the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a privilege. I'm delighted to be here at the summit. In fact, in the past occasions, ever since the summit started, I was present on 2 different occasions. And the relevance and the importance of this particular event, it's somewhat different, I would say, from the past. It's different for 2 reasons. One, this is a post-pandemic time. And especially if you consider the kind of traumatic times that the country has gone through during those times and how we came out of it, it is something quite commendable. And all of us feel extremely proud that in terms of, if I talk about the industry point of view, the contribution from the industry itself, but more importantly, I think the steps taken by the government at that point of time, that has helped us, collaboration of the industry with the government helped us get through these very, very difficult times. So once again, would like to thank the government on this occasion that post-pandemic, all of us are back to normal and getting on with our lives. There was tremendous collaboration. At that time, I remember there was a tremendous support from the regulators during that time. And also from the government, there was almost daily calls. Even within the industry, the CEOs got together. There was pretty much daily calls to make sure that all of us work together to see how we can continue the supplies of medicines and how we can ensure the safety of our employees from the industry point of view. And finally, we came out of it. So that was one reason why we are happy with how things happened there. The second part, which is more recent, I would say, is the geopolitical realignment which has taken place. And this would be from the last, probably the cost summit, which would have taken place last year. This has also given us a tremendous opportunity. In the whole global supply chain of pharmaceuticals, we find that India is in a very enviable position. It's a great opportunity which arises. And obviously, anytime there's a crisis, it is an opportunity for all of us. And that's something we look forward to, because on the backdrop of this crisis, there were also production-linked incentive schemes which were launched by the government. That actually helps. There is also, besides the production-linked 1 and 2 schemes, there is also the research-linked incentive scheme which is in the offing, which I think bodes very well for the industry in terms of what we can do, because once again, it's a great encouragement from the government to the industry, and certainly industry will rise to the occasion to make the best out of it. But I think what's important is what comes after this. Because there is an opportunity, there is industry which is doing very well, there is support from the government. I think what's very critical is if you look at the goal, we've talked about this several times. Today, if it's $42 billion, we are saying that we want to reach $65 billion by 2024. By 2030, we would like to be a $130 billion industry. But it's not an easy task. It's quite a difficult thing, because so far, whatever has been the growth, it's been contributed by APIs. It is being contributed by largely generics, I would say, both domestically and internationally. But then if we have to move forward, it requires innovation. It requires innovation at all levels. Even in the generics, there is plenty of innovation that can be done. But I think really the holy grail will be if we're able to discover drugs and market it ourselves. I think that will add a lot of value, because all of us are aware that when it comes to volumes, we are the 3rd largest in the world. But when it comes to value, we are 14th. So it shows the gap that we need to move to the next stage, and then we need to get there. So it's not an easy thing. But I think what is required, amongst all of us, all the stakeholders, industry, the government, and everybody, is some kind of a compelling mission which will actually help us get there. Because again, all these elements are present in different parts of the ecosystem. There is academics, research institutions, which do great work. There is industry, which has always contributed pretty well. That's why it's a 42 billion industry. It's, has a lot of laurels to it. There's a lot of technology. There's scientific depth in this country. There's also policy making, right? Which I think, again, I would point out is a critical thing, because it's the policy itself which really made this industry, if I may say. Because back in 1970, when the Indian Patents Act was passed, that actually spawned the API industry. It spawned the generic industry in India. And then the liberalization, when it happened, Indian companies started looking at exports, especially the regulated markets, and very high quality medicines came out, and the quality standards were set very high. So that was the beginning. So again, if you see the recent policy announcements also, that also will make a change. But I think it all has to come together. The key point is that because all the stakeholders can't be working in isolation. If it's industry, it has to work closely with academics. The academic institutions also have to collaborate deeply with the industry. From, again, the policymakers, the lot is expected, especially for all these recommendations is something we have made because we said that, the regulatory system, the approval processes need to, be in tune with what the industry is. We need very close academic and industry collaboration. This is also we have asked for. Also, when it comes to the funding, I think that's a very critical thing because very recently, just almost 10 days ago, last week, in fact, I was in Israel to visit, the country, just also to understand the ecosystem. What was remarkable was the entrepreneurship, because if it's known as a startup nation, even in life sciences, the kind of startups that exist there, the scientific depth, the institutions. There was an institute called Weizmann Institute, which produced a Nobel laureate. It also produced almost about 7 blockbuster drugs, which have a combined cumulative value of $35 billion. All this came from a country which is just about 10 million people. It's a country which is in a conflict zone. But in terms of the enterprise, in terms of the scientific depth, in terms of the whole ecosystem that existed there, it's quite remarkable. It's something that all of us should look forward to, because one of the things I also was quite touched was because the same Weizmann Institute, the Nobel laureate, which I talked about, was a lady, 80-plus-year-old lady called Ada Yonath. She was given the Nobel Prize for discovering the structure of ribosomes. Why it was touching for me personally was because just 2 months back, it was my father's passing of the 10th year. He passed away in 2013. And his first memorial lecture, which we instituted, it was given by Ada Yonath, the Nobel Prize laureate winner. And he had written a book before he passed away. It was titled as Unfinished Agenda. And that, I think, really resonates with what I'm talking about so far, because when it comes to innovation, I think we have all the capabilities. I think we certainly have the elements in the ecosystem in place. It just has to come together. It needs a lot of support from the government, which we look forward to, because, again, taking the Israel example, one of the things we also keep quoting when we request the government is, there is something called an Israel Innovation Authority. It in fact, funds a lot of this basic research, and the key principle behind that is that the scientists should be free from the other pressures. They should really look at basic science. And then there's a technology transfer office, which also we visited in the Weizmann Institute, again, funded by the government, which translates all these academic discoveries to the industry. And that's how they create tremendous value. This whole thing is fine-tuned in such a manner. The government also contributes quite a bit. 85% of the basic research is funded by the government. But the VCs also invest into it because they're willing to take the risk. What the government says is that they would like to make sure that as far as this fear of failure, because there are a lot of people who are from the scientific community here, that fear of failure is not there. So in the academics, they pursue the research, they come through with breakthroughs. To translate it into commercial discoveries, that's where they use the technology transfer offices, they invite the industry, and through these partnerships, that's where it gets forward. So I think all the elements are very important. It's the funding part of it, the research. Ultimately, the value that it creates is something which is really tremendous. And when it really comes to coming back to India, I think we have all these capabilities. Even discovery, it's something that's been proven. There are companies who have undertaken research, but still that unfinished agenda which my father, Dr. Reddy, used to talk about, it's about not just discovering molecules, but taking it to the market. And this is where I think the failure part of it plays out, because as all of you know, it's only 1 in 10,000 which makes it to the market. But the important thing is we do have the capability. We do have the entrepreneurship. All I think we need is little support from the government to make sure that not just the research-linked incentive scheme, but also the scale at which this has to be done, where the remaining part of the ecosystem, especially the research institutions, the infrastructure that needs to be created, all this, I think, need to be done with a sense of urgency, because that will spur the innovation and make sure that that unfinished agenda will be realized someday. So once again, thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Shri Reddy ji. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to kindly share his views with this august house, I would like to invite CEO Transasia Biomedical, Shri Arvind Vishwanathan. Let's welcome Shri Arvind Vishwanathan ji. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Mandavia ji, Honorable Minister of State, Shri Bhagwant Kuba ji, Professor Sood, Madam Aparna, Yuvraj ji, Satish Reddy ji, Secretary General FICCI, my industry colleagues from Pharma and MedTech. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak this morning in this August gathering. I feel honored and elated to represent the medtech industry, which is moving ahead in the right direction to achieve an aspirational goal of $50 billion over the next 5 years. We are also targeting multi-fold growth by 2047, when we celebrate the 100th year of Indian independence. The theme of Indian medical device, scaling and innovating the medtech sector and creating a sustainable ecosystem, resonates well with our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Innovate in India, while he mentions Jai Vignan, Jai Anusandhan in his recent speeches. The 2 days of conference over here will have well-crafted sessions across various topics that are relevant to the medtech ecosystem. The conference sessions, the CEO forums, the regulatory roundtables will provide a platform to exchange, deliberate ideas that will scale our medtech system to greater heights. Honorable Minister, sir, under your leadership over the last 3 years, we have seen a lot of positive changes and initiatives which has created a foundation to drive growth of the medtech sector. The recently announced National Medical Device Policy is one such, which will give a great boost to the ecosystem. The medical device sector getting its due recognition in the new Drugs, Medical Device and Cosmetics Bill will also give its due recognition to a positive scale-up for the ecosystem. Ease of doing business for new startups, the PLI scheme, Export Promotion Council for Medical Devices, setting up various medtech parks and medtech ecosystems to make growth of the medtech sector have all been revolutionary ideas to scale up the ecosystem. Reducing the regulatory compliance burden, which was undertaken by Madam Secretary under your leadership, with almost 14 regulators of medical device sector attending the NMDPC meetings, are all just to name a few. The sector is poised to grow multifold in the coming years. Medical device demand has already increased and will continue to increase because of the increase in healthcare infrastructure in our country. The tier 2, tier 3 cities, the access to healthcare, affordable healthcare have all been great drivers to drive the medtech sector. The improvement in both public and private healthcare infrastructure has seen a sea change over the last 8 to 10 years. The budgetary allocation for the sector by the Government of India has increased substantially, which will again drive and grow our medtech ecosystem. Development of medical colleges, nursing colleges, creating ecosystems, creating multidisciplinary courses for medical devices across various stages, various initiatives that are needed to build a very sustainable medtech ecosystem have all been great ideas that have fueled and will continue to fuel the medical device ecosystem. While the opportunities are growing exponentially, there are certain challenges that the medical devices are facing, and we will work together with the various departments to resolve the bottlenecks for growth of the sector. Today's and tomorrow's discussions, brainstorming sessions, roundtables have all been planned so that the medical device ecosystem can break barriers to create new frontiers in growth. Creating a research-based ecosystem that attracts investment, not only from MNCs, but also a whole lot of Indian companies. Leveraging the new startup ecosystem, how do we encourage startups to thrive, to scale, and to grow and build a mark, not only in the Indian arena, but in the global arena, are all very important topics that will be discussed. While Make in India story continues to unfold, it is imperative to build a system where the industry and government works together, make significant investment, make significant changes, and support and create a common ecosystem to develop the medtech sector. Class C and Class C devices continues to be imported in large numbers in India. Over 80% of its usage continues to be imported. How do we improve and create a system where more and more devices are made in India? Made in India for the world are key topics that we will focus. Collaboration between global medtech players and domestic manufacturers and growing medium and small industries in the medtech sector will be a very important factor to grow this ecosystem. Honorable Minister, sir, under your leadership and FICCI's committed efforts, I'm happy to mention that the India Pharma and Medical Device Conference has established itself as one of the most important programs in this industry, in this space, over the last 8 years. The CEO's Forum, the Regulatory Roundtable, and well-planned sessions are an outcome of action-oriented work over the last many years and will continue to build this ecosystem for the future. The Secretary Pharma and Joint Secretary Pharma, I thank you for your continued guidance and thank FICCI Secretariat led by Praveen, the Secretary General and others for their contribution in India's pursuit of economic development and growing this medtech sector. Before I conclude, my top 4 recommendations from the medtech perspective for us all to brainstorm over the next 2 days. Long-term vision, creating a cohesive ecosystem, a strong foundation that is needed to spiral the growth for the future. Introduction of R&D and quality-linked incentive schemes that will be important for this industry to grow, and this is a support sought from the Government of India. Predictable long-term policies which will give a positive message to investors and attract investment and create new companies, new platforms that is not only for the growth in India, but also for the globe. Moving from current procurement methodology to a value-based procurement system will be beneficial to drive growth in the Indian medtech ecosystem. With this, as a representative of the medtech industry and FICCI, I thank all the dignitaries on the dais and attendees and look forward for a great meeting over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indian pharma industry has achieved a significant growth in both the domestic and the global markets and is the 3rd largest in the world. And the Government of India has commenced various initiatives to strengthen the medical devices sector with emphasis on research and development and 100% FDI for the medical devices to boost the market. And I now have the proud privilege in inviting Ms. S. Aparna ji, Secretary Department of Pharmaceuticals, to kindly address the August House. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome ma'am.
Good morning to all present here, and it is our privilege to have the Honorable Minister for Chemicals and Fertilizers, also the Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia ji here. Sir, we are extremely grateful to you for having made the time, despite having just landed a few hours after your very strenuous journey to the World Health Assembly, and also for your continued guidance in all our endeavors, all the efforts that we take to promote the industry and meet the goals of universal healthcare. So I would like to start with our gratitude to the Honorable Minister. He is, I have spent 37 years in service, and I can say that he is by far the best minister, one of the best ministers I have worked with. So it is truly a great help for us as we try to facilitate the growth of the industry. I would also like to extend a very warm welcome to our Minister of State for Chemicals and Fertilizers and also Non-Renewable Energy, Shri Bhagwant Kubaji. He has also been tireless in supporting the department, providing feedback, providing inputs, guidance whenever it is required. And even he, despite his very busy schedule, sir, I know you have to go back for one day and then come back again. Despite the very busy travel schedule, he has made time for us. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us and guiding us. He is one of those who is always there, on whom we can depend for any kind of problem resolution or advice. Thank you so much. We are also extremely grateful and gratified to have here Professor Ajay Sood, sir. He is the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister. It is a very prestigious position which takes up a lot of energy but provides huge benefits to the country when the Honorable Prime Minister himself from the ramparts of the Red Fort has announced that in addition to Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, we will have Jai Anusandhan as one of our mottos as we go forward to become a developed nation by 2047. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. And sir is also, again, an extremely supportive, helpful person. Just yesterday, sir has presided over the expert technology group and given his blessings to the new R&D policy that is going to be brought out soon for the pharma and medtech sector, and the new schemes for providing promotion for research and innovation for the pharma and medtech sector. So it is happening because we have stalwarts like Professor Ajay Sood at the helm who are able to provide advice on how best we can support industry to become more innovative, more research-driven and value-based. It's also a great honor that we have with us several luminaries, diplomats, expert speakers, officers from the state governments, state drug controllers, regulators here, as also all the representatives from both the pharmaceutical and medical devices industry. We heard both Satish ji as well as Mr. Vishwanathan just now, who gave in very succinct and measured terms the expectations that the industry has from this conference. Sir, this is the 8th edition, sir, of the annual conference, which is a flagship event of the Department of Pharmaceutical. It covers both pharmaceuticals and medical devices sector, and as the elder brother, I'm sure the pharmaceutical sector will appreciate that today we have decided to keep the day reserved for medical devices, which is a growing sector. It is a sunrise sector, and a sector which has now found its place in the sun. I am supposed to speak for only 6 to 7 minutes, so it is very difficult to enumerate all the work that has been done for both these sectors, but I will just very briefly touch upon the parks that are being set up, both for bulk drug and for medical devices, the 3 PLI schemes for APIs, for medical devices, for pharmaceuticals, which are all doing very well, the schemes for supporting clusters, the organic clusters, both in the pharmaceutical sector as well as the medical device sector, and our schemes for supporting the industry in ensuring that it has the best ecosystem by way of producing sufficient analytical and authoritative study reports to support policy making in the sector. Sir, both the sectors have come a long way. They have made us proud during the last 2.5 years of the COVID pandemic, sir. There has never been a single moment when we did not get support of the industry, whether it was for large-scale purchase and procurement of drugs during COVID, or sometimes when suddenly, sir, we were running out of syringes, you would recall, sir, and we spoke to the biggest syringe manufacturers here, and they were immediate in providing additional supplies, even though they had not planned for it. So this is the kind of support that the industry has extended. Industry has also made India proud as the pharmacy of the world, and also in exporting various devices wherever required during these several last years. However, I think this is a good time to come together and think about the way forward. And there I would like to just mention that the areas of interest that I believe that industry should be providing its feedback, its suggestions, its inputs to us are the following. And I would like to cover both pharmaceuticals and medical devices in this. The first area of attention that I hope the industry will speak about is an unfailing adherence to the best quality in the products that we make, both for our national markets and for the export market. So both the pharmaceutical and medical devices sector can provide inputs on how we can ensure that the quality of the products is of the top class, it is best in its class. Second area of attention, as has already been mentioned by both the industry speakers, would be how we pivot from being a cost-based competitive industry to a value-based competitive industry. How do we ensure that research and innovation is integral to the growth going forward for the industry? For that to happen, it is not just industry which has to be innovative, the right ecosystem has to be created, and there would be an important role for the regulators, many of whom are present here, I can see them in the hall, as well as for academia and other stakeholders to ensure that we build that kind of an innovative ecosystem. The third is to be able to capture more of the global value chain, more of the aspirations, especially of the global south, to provide quality products at affordable prices and in a reliable manner. Honorable Minister has just come back from the World Health Assembly. He has spoken about the strength of Indian industry in this context, but I believe that we would greatly benefit from your feedback, your inputs on how we can grow India with global champions, in addition to being Atmanirbhar and self-reliant, how as a country and as industry we can contribute to universal public goods in terms of good quality, affordable medicines and medical products. That would be a huge contribution from India to the world as it marches towards becoming a Vikasit Desh, or a developed nation. We have also today arranged for the launch of several of our initiatives, sir, and it is a watershed day for the medical devices sector. Today, Honorable Minister, in the august presence of Honorable MOS and our PSA to the Honorable Prime Minister, will be launching the policy formally as also the strategy document. We also have an action plan for the same, which is an internal monitoring document. We'll launch the Export Promotion Council, specially for the medical devices sector, which again is a watershed moment, for which I would like to thank Shrikar Reddy here, who is present on behalf of the Department of Commerce, who, sir, was extremely quick in giving us the approval for setting up this council, which will be now set up in Yeida, that is next door to Delhi, and also for the launch of special schemes for the cluster development and for support to testing laboratories. I will just take a minute on the last item. This is one of the ways in which the department tries to respond to the ask and the feedback from the industry. Medical device industry has been telling us that there is a huge gap in terms of testing facilities. And if we are to grow as a domestically strong industry, if we are to compete with the traditional importing supplies, we must have good testing. And this is also part of the quality and innovation agenda. So we will also be launching a scheme for that. As the industry has come forward, both in the PLI schemes and in the earlier schemes, I do hope that industry will come forward to take advantage of these promotional measures taken by the department and ensure that together all of us stakeholders in this sector ensure and make it possible for India to achieve its full potential in terms of both pharmaceuticals and medical devices sector. With these words, I would again extend a very warm welcome to all of you and wish you very fruitful, meaningful deliberations during the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for that kind address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the proud privilege in inviting Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, to kindly share his esteemed views. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
Honorable Ministers, Shri Mansukh Mandavia ji, Shri Bhagwant Khuba ji, other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, business leaders, invitees, ladies and gentlemen. It's absolutely a pleasure for me to be a part of today's inaugural session. And for this, I would like to thank a very dynamic secretary, Aparna ji, with whom I have been interacting for the last 1 year. There has been never a dull moment when I interact with Department of Pharma. So much is happening that it has really made a difference. Even yesterday, we had the policy in the Empower Technology Group discussed and appreciated, and the scheme to implement it. It really tells the pace at which the pharma and the medical device sector both are growing in India under very able leadership of the leaders on the dais here. And I would really like to thank them for really taking India on the world map. It's not easy because we have been importing devices so far, majority of them, and it will take us a lot of effort to really come to the standards which are expected, and we are doing that. So if you look at it, this sector, medical device sector, is also going through a metamorphosis. You remember the 1970s and 80s, when the devices, if they were based on microprocessors, it was a big thing. That was the time we were growing as students. Then, of course, came the digitization, computerization, and now is the era of artificial intelligence. So more and more devices now will have the advantage of AI in a positive way, and that will again be a very big area for Indian industry to get into, which is already happening, but this is something we should keep it. You can see that medical devices are segregated into major sectors like consumable, disposable, diagnostic imaging, patient ads, orthopedics, and so on. But what I find fascinating when I see the news and literature is the latest in this is the brain-machine interface, where the devices which really connect to the brain. And you would have seen a recent news, I'm sure it was there in TV all over, where the group from Switzerland, they have really done the interfacing and made the paralyzed man walk with this interface. So when the paralyzed man thinks of something in the brain, some signals are created, neuron signals, which are picked up, amplified, gone through a process of evaluation and AI, and then fed back, and the movement occurs. I think this is really a beginning of a huge sector in around the world, and I hope India will also come up in this sector, which will be extremely futuristic. So I think a lot of it has already been said, that how it is a growing market and how we need to really reduce the imports. And as mentioned, there are three policies which really make a difference. Of course, one is the PLI, other is the phased manufacturing program, which you are looking at, and the other is the public procurement order. They all form the integrated approach to empower manufacturing to produce locally and create and add value to the products and processes and gaining preferential market access. And this is the way in all the three incentives government is working. Glad to see the Department of Pharma is taking a lead on all the three things. And I was also happy to see in the phased manufacturing program, the other day I was listening to a presentation by MITI, the Ministry of Electronics under Indian government has conceptualized the scheme to promote indigenous manufacturing and domestic value addition in locally manufactured medical devices. So this is the whole of government approach, whether it is the Department of Pharma or whether it is MITI or whether it is telecom, if you want to look at telecom medicine. All these things need to work together, are working together, and I'm sure it will go a long way. So the last thing which was mentioned by Aparna ji just a few minutes back is the Export Promotion Council for Medical Devices, also mentioned by Dr. Reddy. Again, a very, very laudable initiative, and I'm glad to see that it will have two regional centers. I think one in Vishakhapatnam and one somewhere else, I forgot. Hyderabad. And again, this again is telling that lot of effort by our government is happening to promote this, which will also have 12 medical device clusters, as was mentioned, and also centers for testing lab, which in my mind is extremely crucial. If we have to really make dent into export market, this reliable testing labs is absolutely must. Lastly, I will just say that all this will happen on a scale when research and innovation, as was mentioned by Dr. Reddy, forms an integral part of the entire ecosystem. It, we have to come up with new concepts, new devices. This is where the market will be really huge. And again, the incentives like research-linked incentives have to be looked at, what should be done, because in all these incentives, we have to also keep in mind a possibility of failure, which we have to recognize in the general audit sense of government. It may not be the right word, but we have to see how do we factor in with all the care that we give incentive to the research will feed into the new products. I think that's where we will have the early bird advantage of making a splash in the international scene. This innovation is the key, and I cannot overemphasize this, which has already been said from this dais. So I think in this whole thing, again, which was briefly touched upon and where our office is deeply involved, is the deep tech startup system. As you know that India has almost like 95,000 startups. And as we speak, the number is increasing. But if you look at the deep tech startups, means based on the innovation, based on the original work, in India, the estimate is not more than 4,000, maybe 5,000 at best. This is a small number. This number has to grow in a substantial manner. And this medical device is one area where the deep tech startups can make a big impact, because this is where I'm saying the innovation has to be fed to the marketable product. So the deep tech startups again has some issues, and my office is looking at some recommendation we'll be making to the government to see that we nurture the deep tech startups, because deep tech startups can be very different from the startups it will need some sustained funding, sustained support. All this has to be done, and which will be again very important for the devices, medical device and pharma sector, which this conference is about. I see a great future, and I thank Aparna ji and our honorable ministers once again and the leadership for having me here. I see a bright future in all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for kindly sharing your esteemed views with the audience present here today. And ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed honored to have amongst us Shri Bhagwant Kobaji, the Honorable Minister of State for Chemicals and Fertilizers and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. I would request everyone to kindly put your hands together to welcome the Honorable Minister of State.
इंडियन मेडिकल डिवाइसेस एंड फार्म का 8वीं इस सभा में उपस्थित स्वास्थ्य मंत्री और फर्टिलाइजर और केमिकल्स मंत्री जी श्री डॉक्टर मनसुख मांडविया जी, श्रीमती एस अपर्णा जी, श्री सतीश रेड्डी जी, अजय कुमार सूद जी, युवराज जी, अरविंद विश्वनाथ जी, शैलेश कुमार पाठक जी, श्रीकर रेड्डी जी और इस सभागृह में उपस्थित सभी सरकार के वरिष्ठ मंत्रीगण और देश भर में आए हुए फार्मास्यूटिकल्स और मेडिकल डिवाइसेस के सभी सीईओज और माध्यम के मित्रों, स्वास्थ्य क्षेत्र बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है, बहुत ही वास्ट है और बहुत ही चैलेंजिंग भी है। इसी के लिए आज मेडिकल डिवाइसेस भारत के करीब 11 बिलियन यूएस डॉलर की यहाँ पर आज मार्केट और 1.3% ऑफ द ग्लोबल मार्केट। नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी का नेतृत्व में सभी क्षेत्र में लक्ष्य तय किया जाता है और लक्ष्य के साथ सभी के सहयोग से समय सीमा के अंतर्गत लक्ष्य प्राप्त किया हुआ पिछले 9 साल के अंदर अनेक उदाहरण हैं। उदाहरण के तौर पर न्यू एंड रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2022 तक 175 गीगावाट की लक्ष्य रखा गया था। 2022 से पहले उस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त किया गया। कोरोना महामारी के संदर्भ में भारत कभी वैक्सीनेशन का उत्पादन नहीं किया था, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी का प्रेरणा से भारत ने 2 वैक्सीनेशन का उत्पादन भी किया और दुनिया का 60% वैक्सीनेशन भारत ने उत्पादन करके एक रिकॉर्ड बनाया। और मनसुख भाई मांडविया जी का नेतृत्व में देश में 220 करोड़ वैक्सीनेशन का एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन करना और करीब दुनिया के 56 देशों को एक्सपोर्ट करना, ये भी भारत का एक अपना आप में रिकॉर्ड बनाने का एक उदाहरण है। और मेडिकल डिवाइसेस आज भारत की मांग है। स्वास्थ्य क्षेत्र के लिए अस्पताल चाहिए, मेडिकल डिवाइसेस चाहिए, मैन पावर चाहिए, टेलीमेडिसिन चाहिए, दवाई चाहिए। होल ऑफ द अप्रोच जो अपनी भारत सरकार की, इसी के कारण आज भारत सब क्षेत्र के अंदर रिकॉर्ड करने का एक सिलसिला बन गया है। तो मेडिकल डिवाइसेस के अंदर जैसे आज मेडिकल अपना फार्मा पार्क हमने सरकार की ओर से काफ़ी मदद कर रहे हैं, उसी तरह मेडिकल डिवाइसेस पार्क हम पॉलिसी बना करके हमने इस क्षेत्र के अंदर बढ़ावा देने के लिए और आने वाला 25 साल में भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की इस ग्रोथ दुनिया में करीब 10 से 12% की हमारा लक्ष्य रखी है। तो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स के लिए और इन्वेस्टमेंट करने वालों के लिए ये बहुत बड़ा एक सुवर्ण काल है। भारत सरकार सभी क्षेत्र में समस्याओं का समाधान करने के लिए सुझाव भी मांगती है और सुझाव को गंभीरता से लेकर के उसको समाधान किया हुआ अनेक उदाहरण भी है। आज नेशनल मेडिकल डिवाइस पॉलिसी 2023 के अंतर्गत बहुत ही एक सकारात्मक वातावरण निर्माण करने में ये फायदेमंद होगा। और एक्सपोर्ट प्रमोशन काउंसिल ऑफ मेडिकल डिवाइसेस, इसी में भी एक्सपोर्ट करने के लिए यहाँ पर उत्पादन करके हमें फ़ायदा मिलेगा। और असिस्टेंस टू मेडिकल डिवाइसेस क्लस्टर फॉर कॉमन फैसिलिटीज़, ये भी इस क्षेत्र में अपने आप में एक मददगार साबित होगा। जैसे हमने प्रधानमंत्री जन औषधि केंद्र, भारत विश्व में इतना बड़ा सेक्टर के लिए हमने एक उदाहरण साबित किया है। पिछली बार पीएम बीजेपी ने करीब 1234 करोड़ की सालाना सेल्स, इसमें जेनेरिक औषध मिलता है तो मार्केट के वैल्यू के हिसाब से करीब 7,500 करोड़ गरीबों का पैसों का बचत एक साबित हो चुका है। इसी के साथ सैनिटरी पैड 1 रुपए के लिए बेच करके करीब 37 करोड़ हमने उसका रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। ये सारे चीज़ों को एक प्रेरणादायक प्रधानमंत्री जी का के ऊपर विश्वास, और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश के 140 करोड़ जनता के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके पिछले 9 साल में हर क्षेत्र में बहुत ही ग्रोथ हमने देखा है। और आने वाला 25 साल में प्रधानमंत्री जी का लक्ष्य, देश का इकोनॉमी करीब 32 ट्रिलियन US डॉलर रखा गया है। तो उस 32 ट्रिलियन डॉलर के हमारा इस क्षेत्र के अंदर मेडिकल डिवाइसेस क्षेत्र और फार्मा क्षेत्र के अंदर हमने क्या कंट्रीब्यूशन कर सकते हैं। आज भारत फार्मास्यूटिकल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब माना जाता है। आज दुनिया में कहीं भी अगर आप 4 मेडिसिन आप खरीद करते हो तो उसमें से एक जरूर भारत में उत्पादन किया हुआ एक मेडिसिन वहाँ पर मिलेगा। तो इसी के लिए आज और कल की इस समावेश में सीईओज, भारत सरकार के अधिकारीगण और सभी मैन्युफैक्चरर्स अपने आप का एक संवाद होकर के अच्छी परिणाम आएगी, ये मैं विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं और आप सबको मेरा शुभकामना देते हुए मेरे 2 बात मैं समाप्त करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
माननीय राज्य मंत्री श्री भगवंत खुबा जी के मार्गदर्शन के लिए उनका हार्दिक धन्यवाद। And ladies and gentlemen, the National Medical Device Policy, which was approved by the Cabinet on April 26, 2023, today we are releasing the policy and its strategy document. I would now request the Honorable Minister, Dr. Mandavia ji, to kindly press the button of the remote and release the document. I would also request the Honorable Minister to kindly unveil the policy and the strategy documents. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the release and unveiling of the policy and the strategy documents, also the National Medical Device Policy. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, the Medical Devices Export Promotion Council was approved by the Government of India with consistent efforts of the Department of Pharmaceuticals and the medical device industry. I would now request the Honorable Minister to kindly do the honors of launching the Medical Devices Export Promotion Council with click of the remote. And ladies and gentlemen, today we are joined by the 6 initial subscribers of the Medical Devices Export Promotion Council, namely Elingers Medical Systems Limited. I would invite the representatives to kindly join us on the stage. J. Mitra and Company Private Limited, Microlife Sciences Private Limited, Trans Asia Biomedicals Limited, Trivitron Healthcare Private Limited, and Wipro GE Medical Device Manufacturing Private Limited. I would invite Mr. Raghuvir Kini, the in-charge Executive Director, to kindly come up and receive the certificate of incorporation by the Honorable Minister. Shri Raghuvir Kini ji is in charge, Executive Director of the Medical Devices Export Promotion Council. Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, now we will witness the release of Scheme 3, Assistance to Medical Device Clusters for Common Facilities. I would request the Honorable Minister to click the button and release the scheme. And may I request you, sir, to kindly release the brochure also. Thank you, sir. And finally, I would request the Honorable Minister to do the honors of releasing the 6 reports on pharmaceuticals and medical devices sector commissioned by the Department of Pharmaceuticals under PMPDS scheme. And ladies and gentlemen, the 6 reports are boosting the Indian medical devices industry, survey of medical devices clusters, assessment of skill requirement of Indian pharma industry, survey of pharma clusters, survey of novel and innovative and cost-effective technologies for the route of synthesis to decrease the cost of productions of APIs which are currently being imported to reduce import dependency, and strategy for leveraging ASEAN, FTA and trade potential with the Middle East countries for the pharma sector in India. Thank the Honourable Minister for doing the honours. और अब निवेदन करना चाहेंगे और आमंत्रित करना चाहेंगे आज के माननीय मुख्य अतिथि डॉक्टर मनसुख मंडाविया जी को, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर एंड ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ केमिकल्स एंड फर्टिलाइजर्स गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, कि वे अपने प्रेरणात्मक संदेश के साथ हम सबका मार्गदर्शन करें। और एक बार फिर जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करते हैं डॉक्टर मनसुख मंडाविया जी।
इंडिया फार्मा और मेडिकल डिवाइस 2023 के अवसर पर आज मंच पर उपस्थित मेरे मंत्रिमंडल के सहयोगी भगवंत खुबा जी, आज के अवसर पर विशेष उपस्थित प्रोफेसर अजय सूद जी, सेक्रेटरी फार्मा अपर्णा जी, सतीश रेड्डी जी, अरविंद विश्वनाथ जी, हमारे युवराज श्रीकर रेड्डी जी, शैलेश पाठक जी, सभी उपस्थित फार्मा और मेडिकल डिवाइस कंपनी के प्रतिनिधिगण, भाइयों एवं बहनों, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। हमारे शैलेश भाई और मित्तल ने जो व्यवस्था की थी वो व्यवस्था कम पड़ी है और आपकी उपस्थिति ज़्यादा है। ये बताता है कि आपका विश्वास ये इवेंट पर है, आपका विश्वास इस सरकार पर है। मुझे ये भी समय देखा है, ऐसी इवेंट होती थी, फार्मा कंपनी, मेडिकल डिवाइस कंपनी को उपस्थित रहने के लिए मंत्रालय की ओर से, फिक्की की ओर से प्रयास होता था। कई बार कॉल करना पड़ता था और आयोजकों को चिंता होती थी कितनी संख्या आएगी, और आने वाले लोगों को भी ऐसा होता था कि चलो मिनिस्ट्री ने बुलाया है तो हमें जाना होगा, एक बार मंत्री जी और ऑफिसर को जरा मुंह दिखा दे ताकि हमारी प्रेजेंट हो जाए। लेकिन मोदी गवर्नमेंट में स्थिति बदली है, परस्पर विश्वास बढ़ा है। इंडस्ट्रीज को लगता है कि हम जाएंगे तो कुछ लेके आएंगे, सरकार को लगता है कि ऐसे कार्यक्रम के माध्यम से, ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से हमें इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ संवाद करने का अवसर मिलेगा, इंडस्ट्रीज की समस्या को समझने का अवसर मिलेगा, इंडस्ट्रीज और गवर्नमेंट साथ में मिलके आगे का पाथवे तैयार करने का अवसर मिलेगा। इस विचार के साथ इस टाइप की कॉन्फ्रेंस आयोजित हो रही है और उसमें बहुत उत्साह के साथ आप सब लोग जुड़ रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं फिर से आपका स्वागत करते हुए आपको अभिनंदन करता हूं। दोस्तों, 2015 में मोदी जी ने पहली बार इंडिया फार्मा कॉन्फ्रेंस का उद्घाटन किया था और उस वक्त मोदी जी ने कहा था कि इंडिया में फार्मा सेक्टर, मेडिकल डिवाइस सेक्टर ये बहुत बड़ा सेक्टर है। रिक्वायरमेंट की दृष्टि से भी, इंडस्ट्रीज की दृष्टि से भी। क्या हमें रेगुलर प्रति वर्ष ऐसा कार्यक्रम करके उसको एक फॉर्मल वे में नहीं ले आ सकते हैं। और जब मोदी जी ने संवाद के सेतु को परमानेंट करने की बात कही, तब फिक्की और मिनिस्ट्री ने, मुझे बराबर याद है, बार बार मीटिंग करते थे, कैसे करेंगे, कैसे मिलेंगे, हम कॉन्फ्रेंस में कैसे विषय रखेंगे। ऐसा करके जब धीरे 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 रेगुलर स्वरूप में ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन होने लगा, आज ये 8वीं कॉन्फ्रेंस है। बीच में कोविड के दरमियान केवल शायद 2020 में एक ही वर्ष नहीं हो पाई थी, कंटिन्यू से होती है। और दोस्तों, ये कॉन्फ्रेंस का फायदा है, केवल कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है ऐसा नहीं। मोदी जी ने जो बात कही थी, एक कॉन्फ्रेंस परस्पर सहयोग से उसको साकार करने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ी है। और इसीलिए यही कॉन्फ्रेंस का नतीजा है ना, यही संवाद का आउटपुट है कि हम फार्मा सेक्टर में PLI स्कीम 1, PLI स्कीम 2 लाए। यही कॉन्फ्रेंस, यही संवाद का नतीजा है कि हम बल्क ड्रग पार्क, 3 बड़े बल्क ड्रग पार्क बनाने की दिशा में आगे बढ़े। दोस्तों, यही कॉन्फ्रेंस का यही नतीजा है कि हमने 4 मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क स्थापित करने के लिए आज उसका शिलान्यास करके आगे बढ़ने की शुरुआत कर दी है। दोस्तों, ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस का यही नतीजा है कि हम मेडिकल डिवाइस पॉलिसी लाए। एक कॉन्फ्रेंस में संवाद होता है, कॉन्फ्रेंस में CEO राउंड टेबल मीटिंग होती है और राउंड टेबल में डिस्कशन होता है, इंडस्ट्रीज की ओर से अपनी बात रखी जाती है। और दोस्तों, मोदी गवर्नमेंट इज प्रो पुअर्स, प्रो फार्मर्स, बट इंडस्ट्रीज फ्रेंडली गवर्नमेंट है। हम चाहते हैं कि देश को आगे बढ़ने के लिए देश में इंडस्ट्रीज हो आवश्यक है। हम चाहते हैं देश आत्मनिर्भर बने, आत्मनिर्भरता के आधार पर हम हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट को पूरा करें। और इतना ही नहीं, हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की फिलोसॉफी में मानते हैं। और दोस्तों, जिस ट्रेडिशनल ताकत है ना, जो आपकी संपदा है, मोदी जी ने बहुत सही कहा था। 15 अगस्त को रेड फोर्ट से अपनी बात रखते हुए मोदी जी ने कहा था कि हमारी क्षमता का सचमुच और सही मायने में उपयोग हो। हमारे में दोस्तों क्षमता की कोई कमी नहीं है। ये देश में ब्रेन पावर, मैन पावर, मैनेजमेंट पावर, इनोवेशन पावर, ये सदियों से है। और जब ट्रेडिशनल वे से आगे बढ़ते हैं, हमारी में रही हुई क्षमता है, एक क्षमता को उजागर करने की कोशिश करते हैं, तब उसका आउटपुट मिलता है। दोस्तों, यही क्षमता है ना, जैसा मोदी जी ने कहा, जब हम G20 की प्रेसिडेंसी कर रहे हैं और उस अवसर पर ये मंत्र रखा है, 1 वर्ल्ड 1 फैमिली, सारी दुनिया हमारा परिवार है, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। और दोस्तों, यही एथोस ने हमें दुनिया के साथ तालमेल करके, दुनिया के साथ सहयोग करके सह अस्तित्व का सिद्धांत सिखाया है। यही एथोस ने हमें दुनिया के साथ विपरीत परिस्थिति में सहयोग करने के लिए सिखाया है। हम सब लोगों ने देखा, नहीं केवल हिंदुस्तान में लेकिन दुनिया में कोविड क्राइसिस आई, और कोविड क्राइसिस में हमारी क्षमता थी मेडिसिन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करना। हमारी क्षमता का लाभ लेके हम दुनिया में कैसे मददरूप हो सके। और दोस्तों, मैं आपको फिर से अभिनंदन करना चाहूंगा, यही हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज है। सबका साथ और सबका प्रयास का सिद्धांत पर हमने काम किया। सबका साथ यानी कि जब कोविड क्राइसिस आई और उस वक्त मोदी जी ने मुझे कहा था कि देश में मेडिसिन की स्थिति क्या है, तब मैंने प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताया था कि देश की जरूरियात के अनुसार हाइड्रोक्सी क्लोरोक्विन एजिथ्रोमाइसिन का पर्याप्त मात्रा में उपलब्धता है। तब मोदी जी ने मुझे कहा था, इतना ही नहीं, हमारी जिम्मेवारी विश्व के प्रति भी है। मुझे दुनिया के देशों के कंट्री हेड का कॉल आ रहा है, हमें दुनिया को भी मदद करना चाहिए। और इसलिए लॉकडाउन की स्थिति में भी हम हमारा प्रोडक्शन कैसे बढ़ाए, या तो लॉकडाउन से कैसे हमारे इंडस्ट्रीज को मुक्ति दे, उसके लिए सोचो। और दोस्तों, उस वक्त सरकार ने प्रयास किया। सभी इंडस्ट्रीज, सभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर से बात करने की आवश्यकता हुई, तो हमारी मिनिस्ट्री ने डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर, स्टेट चीफ सेक्रेटरी, जहां जहां बात करने की आवश्यकता हुई वहां बातचीत करके मेरी फार्मा इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए सभी को लॉकडाउन का पास मिले। सभी फार्मा इंडस्ट्रीज ने मैन्युफैक्चरिंग चालू किया। और दोस्तों, हिंदुस्तान की ही नहीं लेकिन विश्व की रिक्वायरमेंट भी हमने पूरी की। दुनिया के 150 कंट्री में आप लोगों ने मेडिसिन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करके दुनिया की रिक्वायरमेंट को पूरा करने की कोशिश की। दोस्तों, इसलिए आप अभिनंदन के अधिकारी हैं। ये हमारी संपदा, हमारी ताकत, हमारी क्षमता का बेस्ट यूटिलाइजेशन था। दोस्तों, यही मोदी गवर्नमेंट की विशेषता है। हमारी क्षमता को कैसे उजागर करें, हमारी क्षमता के आधार पर हम कैसे आगे बढ़े, और इसलिए हमारी क्षमता को हम हमारे लिए और विश्व के लिए उपार्जन करके विश्व के साथ सहयोग करें। दोस्तों, सरकार और इंडस्ट्रीज दोनों साथ में मिलके परस्पर सहयोग से काम करने से क्या रिजल्ट आता है, क्या नतीजा निकलता है, ये भी हम सब लोगों ने देखा है। दोस्तों, जब हम मिलते हैं, हमें संवाद करने का अवसर मिलता है, तब मैं अवश्य कहना चाहूंगा, अभी हमारी क्षमता को हमें हार्नेस करना है। हम फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है। दोस्तों, मैं भारत सरकार का प्रतिनिधि के रूप में 3 बार वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम में हिंदुस्तान का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हुए गया हूं। दोस्तों, मैं कल ही वर्ल्ड हेल्थ असेंबली को एड्रेस करके आया हूं, जहां 135 कंट्री के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर उपस्थित थे। और दोस्तों, जब बायलैटरल मीटिंग होती है, मिनिस्टर टू मिनिस्टर मीटिंग होती है, तब दुनिया हिंदुस्तान को एप्रिशिएट करती है, हिंदुस्तान की फार्मा इंडस्ट्रीज का उल्लेख करती है, हिंदुस्तान की फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड की शाख को एक हमेशा प्रशंसा के रूप में देखते हैं। और जब दुनिया हमें इस तरह से देखती है, तब हमारी जिम्मेवारी भी बढ़ जाती है। सृष्टि का क्रम रहा है, कंपटीशन हमेशा थी, हमेशा है और हमेशा रहेगी। कंपटीशन में एक दूसरे को परास्त करने की कोशिश करते हैं और विजेता होते हैं, वो सरवाइव कर जाते हैं। दोस्तों, आपके सामने भी कंपटीशन, नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल कंपटीशन का सामना आपको हमेशा करते रहना है। और एक कंपटीशन के सामने जीतने के लिए हमारी फार्मा इंडस्ट्रीज की ओर से हमें 3 चीजों का ख्याल रखना होगा। हम कैसे दुनिया के सामने कंपटीशन से विजेता रहे, हम कंपटीशन को कैसे जीते। हमें एफोर्डेबिलिटी लानी होगी, हमें क्वालिटी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करना होगा, एफोर्डेबिलिटी, क्वालिटी के साथ हमें हमारी शाख को आगे बढ़ाना होगा। दोस्तों, क्वालिटी के साथ बार्गेनिंग वो हमारी विश्व स्तरीय शाख को बहुत नुकसान करता है, और इसलिए मैं उसको टॉलरेट नहीं करना चाहता। मैं मेरी इंडस्ट्री से अपेक्षा रखता हूं और मुझे विश्वास है कि आपका सहयोग मुझे मिले। जिस तरह से भारत सरकार ने क्वालिटी एश्योर करने के लिए एक्शन लेना चालू किया है, उसमें आपका सहयोग की आवश्यकता है। क्वालिटी के बारे में हमारी लापरवाही दोस्तों कंपटीशन में हमें बहुत बड़ा नुकसान कर सकती है, और इसलिए हम जॉइंटली एफर्ट करें, सामूहिक प्रयास करें। मैं नहीं चाहता हूं कि मैं कोई इंडस्ट्रीज के सामने एक्शन करूं, मैं कोई इंडस्ट्रीज को क्लोजर करना नहीं चाहता हूं। जिस इंडस्ट्रीज को मैं आगे बढ़ाना चाहता हूं, इंडस्ट्रीज आपकी नहीं है दोस्तों, इंडस्ट्रीज हिंदुस्तान की है, देश की है। इन सरकार दोस्तों, यू एंड वी, हम और आप अलग नहीं हो सकते हैं। सरकार और इंडस्ट्रीज एक दूसरे के पूरक होती है। आपसे यानी कि देश के नागरिक के लिए, देश के लिए सरकार होती है, और सरकार का एक दायित्व बनता है कि देश के लिए वो काम करे। जिस तरह से काम करने की आवश्यकता हो, जिस सेक्टर में काम करने की आवश्यकता हो, जितना काम करने की आवश्यकता हो, उसके लिए प्रोग्रेसिव थॉट के साथ काम करना, ये हमारी सरकार की रीति नीति रही है। और सरकार की रीति नीति के साथ कदम से कदम मिलाना, ये दोस्तों हम सब लोगों का दायित्व बनता है। और इसलिए हमें मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में भी, मैं हमारे सेक्रेटरी और फिक्की को अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। आज कई उन्होंने लॉन्च कराया, कई चीजों का लोकार्पण कराया। दोस्तों एफर्ट क्यों हो रहे हैं? एक केवल लॉन्च तो 5 मिनट में हो जाता है दोस्तों, लेकिन उसके पीछे कई महीने की मेहनत लगती है। मुझे पता है, मेडिकल डिवाइस पॉलिसी बनानी है, इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ मीटिंग करना, मंत्री जी के पास प्रेजेंटेशन लेके आना, फिर मैं बोलूं कि फिर एक बार डिटेल स्टेक होल्डर कंसल्टेशन करिए, तो फिर स्टेक होल्डर कंसल्टेशन करना। दोस्तों ये छोटी बात नहीं होती है, उसके लिए कई एफर्ट लगते हैं, कई मेहनत लगती है। ये मेहनत के बाद आपके लिए व्यवस्था उपलब्ध होती है। ये व्यवस्था का हम उपयोग कैसे करें, किस तरह से करें? दोस्तों हमें कंपटीशन को टिकने के लिए सीरीज ऑफ प्रोडक्शन में आना होगा। हमें बेसिक केमिकल्स, वो एग्रो केमिकल्स के लिए, एग्रो केमिकल्स इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए, फार्मा एपीआई इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए, हमारे अलग अलग पेट्रोकेमिकल्स इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए कई बेसिक केमिकल्स होते हैं। हमने PLI 1 लाए, PLI 2 लाए, अलग अलग टाइप की कार्य योजना बनाई। समय समय पर हम भी सीखते गए, समझते गए, आप लोगों का उसमें इनपुट्स मिलते गए, और आपके इनपुट्स में ये भी आया कि मंत्री जी आप PLI 1 लाए, PLI 2 लाए, देश में इंडिजिनियस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करके हम देश को आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर ले जाए, क्रिटिकल रिक्वायरमेंट के ऊपर हमें किसी पर डिपेंडेंट ना रहना पड़े, उसके लिए PLI 1 लाए। हम फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड होके दुनिया में हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ा सके, उसके लिए PLI 2 लाए। उसके बाद भी आपका इनपुट्स आया कि हम PLI 1, PLI 2 लाए, हमने API पर PLI दी, लेकिन API बनाने के लिए पहले बेसिक केमिकल्स की आवश्यकता होती है, बेसिक केमिकल्स के बाद इंटरमीडिएट KSM, और बाद में API बनता है। तो हमें सुझाव मिला कि क्या हम बेसिक केमिकल्स पर ही PLI ला ले, तो नंबर ऑफ टाइप के API एग्रो केमिकल्स का बेसिक केमिकल्स ही इंडिया में बनने लगे, तो वहां से आत्मनिर्भरता चालू करनी होगी, एफोर्डेबिलिटी वहां से आएगी। दोस्तों आपकी ओर से हमें सुझाव मिला, हमने काम करना चालू किया। आने वाले दिनों में बेसिक केमिकल्स पर भी PLI लेके हम आ रहे हैं। आवश्यकता के अनुसार बदलाव करना, आवश्यकता के अनुसार पॉलिसी फॉर्म करना, यहां पीएलआई से हमने बेसिक केमिकल्स पर आगे बढ़े, केएसएम की स्टार्टिंग मटेरियल इंडिया में हम नहीं बना सकते। मेरी इंडस्ट्रीज, मेरे स्टार्टअप की ओर से ये दिशा में प्रयास होना चाहिए। राउंड टेबल मीटिंग हो तब, या तो ऐसे कॉन्फ्रेंस में आपकी ओर से सुझाव आना चाहिए, आपकी ओर से इनपुट्स आना चाहिए। मैं सरकार में मंत्री होकर पॉलिसी बना सकता हूं, लेकिन इंडस्ट्रीज की सारी समस्या समझो ये आवश्यक नहीं है, मुझे समझना पड़ता है। हमारी सेक्रेटरी और उसकी टीम एग्जीक्यूशन कर सकते हैं, लेकिन वो कोई अच्छी इंडस्ट्री चला सकते हैं ऐसा नहीं होता है। आप इंडस्ट्री चलाते हैं, हर दिन आप मार्केटिंग करते हैं, आप एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं, आप मार्केटिंग करते हैं, आप मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करते हैं, आप वैश्विक मार्केट में जब बिजनेस करते हैं तब वैश्विक मार्केट की स्थिति प्लस माइनस हमसे ज्यादा आपको टच करता है, और इसलिए आपकी ओर से जो हमें सुझाव मिले इनपुट्स मिले बहुत आवश्यक होता है। और इसलिए हमारी गवर्नमेंट कंसल्टेशन में मानती है। स्टेक होल्डर कंसल्टेशन, एक गवर्नमेंट में पॉलिसी कभी 5 ऑफिसर बैठ जाए और 6वां मिनिस्टर बैठ जाए और पॉलिसी बन जाए, ऐसा नहीं होता है। हमारी गवर्नमेंट में आपके विचार पर ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग किया जाता है। विचार आपका होता है, ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग सामूहिक होता है, डिसीजन गवर्नमेंट करती है, आपके लिए करती है, क्योंकि हम इंप्लीमेंटेशन करते हैं आपका आउटपुट बढ़े। इसलिए आपका आउटपुट बढ़ाने के लिए हम मेडिकल डिवाइस सेक्टर में कैसे आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, मेडिकल डिवाइस पॉलिसी आई। दोस्तों, मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क का काम और उसका शिलान्यास हो चुका है। मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क में हम जाके सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम के द्वारा, प्लग एंड प्ले सिस्टम के द्वारा हम हमारी मेडिकल डिवाइस इंडस्ट्रीज को स्थापित करें, और एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच के साथ जब काम करते हैं तो ये होलिस्टिक अप्रोच के आधार पर हम सोचते हैं। यही सोच में से निकला मेडिकल डिवाइस इंडस्ट्रीज को आगे बढ़ाना है, तो केवल हम मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क बना देंगे तो आगे बढ़ जाएगी। मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क भी बनाना है, मेडिकल डिवाइस पॉलिसी भी लाना है, उसके लिए एफडीआई को ओपन एक्सेस देना है। मेडिकल डिवाइस के लिए ऑटोमेटिक रूट से एफडीआई को भी हम प्रमोट कर रहे हैं। देश के इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट के साथ कंसल्टेशन करना है। दोस्तों, देश में नाइपर जैसे इंस्टीट्यूट में मेडिकल डिवाइस सेक्टर का विशेष सेंटर ऑफ एक्सलेंस चालू करके हम हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए सॉल्यूशन रिड्रेसल सिस्टम लाना चाहते हैं। मैं मानता हूं कि बड़ी इंडस्ट्रीज है, उसके पास अपना R&D सेंटर होता है, लेकिन ये देश में 10,000 से ज्यादा हमारी फार्मा इंडस्ट्रीज में ज्यादातर MSME है। MSME को कोई सॉल्यूशन लाना है, MSME को कोई छोटा मोटा रिसर्च करना है, तो उसके पास R&D सेंटर नहीं होता है। क्या हम हमारी नाइपर के साथ कोलैबोरेशन नहीं कर सकते हैं? मैं इंडस्ट्रीज को आह्वान करता हूं कि आपके सेक्टर में हमारी 6 नाइपर है, हमारा संपर्क सेतु हमारे नाइपर के साथ बनना चाहिए। हमारी मुलाकात हमारे नाइपर के साथ होनी चाहिए। नाइपर में क्या एक्सपर्टाइज है, वहां कौन सा रिसर्च चल रहा है, उसको हमें प्रोजेक्ट देना चाहिए, उसको हमें हमारा इश्यू उसके सामने रखना चाहिए, और उसके लिए सॉल्यूशन के लिए काम करने के लिए हमें कहना चाहिए। आप उसको प्रॉब्लम देंगे, नाइपर सॉल्यूशन लाएगी। दोस्तों, सस्ते में आपको सॉल्यूशन मिल जाएगा, और उसमें से नाइपर की स्ट्रेंथ बढ़ेगी, उसकी भी इनकम हो जाएगी। इंडस्ट्रीज एकेडेमिया के बीच में कोलैबोरेशन ये विश्व की प्रैक्टिस है, एक ग्लोबली यही प्रैक्टिस है। ये प्रैक्टिस का इंप्लीमेंटेशन हम इंडिया में नहीं कर सकते हैं। दोस्तों, देश में रिसर्च और इनोवेशन के लिए हमारे देश की इंडस्ट्रीज और हमारे इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट और हमारे यूथ उसको अपॉर्चुनिटी कैसे मिले? बजट में बजट अनाउंसमेंट किया गया। दोस्तों, सरकार का संसाधन किसके लिए है? सरकार, जैसा मैंने आपको बताया, सरकार आपकी है और सरकार आपके लिए है। आपके विकास में सरकार का सहयोग कैसे बने? हमारे कोई इंडस्ट्रीज इनोवेशन करना चाहते हैं, रिसर्च करना चाहते हैं, हमारे कोई यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स या तो यंग फेलोज, कोई युवा रिसर्च करना चाहते हैं, तो उसके पास रिसर्च करने की अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले, उसके लिए हमने आईसीएमआर की रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट का डोर देश की इंडस्ट्रीज और युवाओं के लिए ओपन किया है। हम रिसर्च के लिए, आपके पास कोई प्रोजेक्ट है, आप रिसर्च करना चाहते हैं, और मैंने देखा है कि कई ऐसे इंडस्ट्रीज, कई ऐसे साइंटिस्ट मुझे मिले हैं, मंत्री जी हम रिसर्च करना चाहते हैं, हिंदुस्तान में फैसिलिटी नहीं है, हम XYZ कंट्री में जाएंगे, वो यूनिवर्सिटी में हमने एडमिशन लिया है, वहाँ ये रिसर्च फैसिलिटी है। दोस्तों, आज हिंदुस्तान के पास वर्ल्ड क्लास वन हेल्थ रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट है। देश के पास रिसर्च और इनोवेशन के लिए बेस्ट इंस्टीट्यूट है। ये इंस्टीट्यूट केवल सरकार के साइंटिस्ट के लिए ही नहीं, वो देश के सभी साइंटिस्ट के लिए ओपन है, सभी इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए भी ओपन है। आप वहां जाके रिसर्च करिए, इनोवेशन करिए, पेटेंट करिए। दोस्तों, लो कॉस्ट में से हमें हाई कॉस्ट में जाना है। हमने कंटेनर भर भर के दुनिया को मेडिसिन पहुंचाई, बहुत पहुंचाई है, लेकिन अभी हमें कंटेनर के अलावा लिफाफे में मेडिसिन भेजनी है। एक कंटेनर की कॉस्ट होती है, इतनी कॉस्ट एक लिफाफे में मेडिसिन भेजने से हमें मिल सकती है। दुनिया ने यही किया है। दोस्तों, कंपटीशन को सर्वाइव करने के लिए मेरी इंडस्ट्रीज के सामने चैलेंज है, लेकिन हिंदुस्तान की क्षमता है। दोस्तों, हम कर सकते हैं। मुझे विश्वास है मेरी इंडस्ट्रीज, मेरे साइंटिस्ट करके दिखाएंगे। मुझे विश्वास और श्रद्धा है कि हमारे ही साइंटिस्ट, हमारे ही युवा इंडिया में रिसर्च करके, इंडिया में पेटेंट करा के हाई कॉस्ट मेडिसिन हम दुनिया को भेज सकते हैं। और दोस्तों, वैक्सीन सेक्टर, आज हम फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड है। सारी दुनिया, मुझे बहुत गर्व होता है जब दुनिया के इंटरनेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म पर हम होते हैं, तब इंडिया के 4-5 वैक्सीन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनी का नाम बोलते हैं, वो सीरम इंस्टीट्यूट का नाम बोलते हैं, वो भारत बायोटेक का नाम बोलते हैं, और डॉक्टर रेड्डी इंस्टीट्यूट का नाम बोलते हैं। दोस्तों, बायोलॉजिकल इवेंट्स का नाम बोलते हैं। हमें खुशी होती है कि हिंदुस्तान आज विश्व की रिक्वायरमेंट का 65% वैक्सीन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करने वाला देश है। हमारे ही साइंटिस्ट ने, हमारे ही इंडस्ट्रीज ने डिफिनेशन बदल दिया है। वैक्सीन का रिसर्च दुनिया में डेवलप्ड कंट्री में ही होता है, और बाद में 8 साल, 10 साल, 15 साल के बाद ये वैक्सीन हिंदुस्तान में उपलब्ध होता है। दोस्तों, कोविड क्राइसिस के दरमियान जब देश के सामने चैलेंज आई, 1.3 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन की जनसंख्या वाला हमारा देश, कोविड महामारी के सामने लड़ने का वेपन क्या, जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश के साइंटिस्ट को पूछा, तब हमारे साइंटिस्ट ने कहा था कि सर, उसका मात्र सॉल्यूशन है वैक्सीन। और तब मोदी जी ने कहा था कि क्या ये वैक्सीन का रिसर्च इंडिया में हो सकता है? और चैलेंज हमारे साइंटिस्ट ने उठाई, चैलेंज को स्वीकार किया। मोदी जी ने कहा था आप मेहनत करिए, मुझे विश्वास है आप रिसर्च कर लेंगे, संसाधन की कोई कमी नहीं रहेगी, सफलता आपकी और निष्फलता सरकार की। ऐसा बोल के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब देश के साइंटिस्ट पर भरोसा किया था, हमारे यही साइंटिस्ट ने मुझे बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि 20 दिसंबर 2020 दुनिया में वैक्सीन का पहला डोज लगा था और 16 जनवरी 2021 हिंदुस्तान ने इंडिजिनियस रिसर्च इंडिया में ही मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की हुई वैक्सीन का पहला डोज लगा दिया था। दोस्तों, ये हिंदुस्तान की ताकत और क्षमता है। इतना ही नहीं, लेकिन हम मैनेजमेंट में भी पीछे नहीं है दोस्तों, हम मैनेजमेंट भी कर सकते हैं, ये भी दुनिया ने देखा। जब कोविड के दरमियान दुनिया के देशों के साथ मेरी मीटिंग होती थी, तब दुनिया को ये चिंता थी कि इतना बड़ा देश, इतनी विविधता वाला देश, ह्यूज डाइवर्सिटी, 1.3 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन, नंबर ऑफ इकोनॉमिक क्लास, ऐसी कंट्री कोविड मैनेजमेंट कैसे कर पाएगी? हिंदुस्तान में जो कैजुअलिटी होगी उसके आधार पर दुनिया का फिगर बनेगा, ऐसा मेरे कान से सुना है। और दोस्तों, कोविड क्राइसिस के बाद हिंदुस्तान ने जिस तरह से कोविड मैनेजमेंट करके दिखाया, और मैं 2022 वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम में दावोस गया और बिल गेट्स मुझे मिलने आया। दुनिया के बड़े व्यक्ति में माने जाते हैं, कई कंट्री जितनी उनकी सेल्फ की वर्थ है, और वो मुझे मिला, उन्होंने मुझे कहा, वो आए, मुझे शेक हैंड करते के वक्त उसका पहला सेंटेंस था, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस इंडिया, यू हैव डन गुड बेस्ट कोविड मैनेजमेंट एंड वैक्सीनेशन ड्राइव। हम कर सकते हैं। 2.2 बिलियन डोज एडमिनिस्टर करना छोटी बात नहीं है। 220 करोड़ डोज हिंदुस्तान ने एडमिनिस्टर करके दिखाया। दुनिया को अचंबा और आश्चर्य होता है कि फिगर बोलते हैं ना तो 3 बार पूछ लेते हैं, और 1 वर्ष तक 1 ईयर्स कंटिन्यूस वैक्सीनेशन ड्राइव चली। 17 दिन ऐसे थे जिसमें एक दिन में 1 करोड़ से अधिक वैक्सीनेशन हुआ हो। 1.5 लाख सेशन डेली लगते थे, लेकिन आपने कभी ये न्यूज नहीं सुना, न्यूज़पेपर में कभी खबर नहीं आई कि वैक्सीनेशन सेंटर पे वैक्सीन नहीं पहुंचा, इसलिए बिना वैक्सीन लेते हुए वापस आना पड़ा। कभी ऐसी न्यूज नहीं आई कि वैक्सीन तो पहुंच गया था लेकिन वैक्सीनेटर नहीं थे। कभी ऐसी न्यूज नहीं आई, जी हां, दुनिया में कई देशों से ये न्यूज मैंने सुनी है, वैक्सीन आई, वैक्सीनेटर थे, लेकिन सिरिंज नहीं थी और वैक्सीनेशन रुका, ऐसा भी आपने कभी नहीं पढ़ा। और ऐसा भी नहीं पढ़ा, वैक्सीनेशन थे, वैक्सीनेटर थे, सिरिंज थी और निडल नहीं थी, ऐसा कभी आपको सुनने नहीं आया। दोस्तों, हिंदुस्तान बेस्ट मैनेजमेंट कर सकता है, उसका बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल है। और इसलिए हम आने वाले दिनों में हमारा पोटेंशियल समय बदलते समय के साथ हम कैसे बदले, हमारे में बदलाव होना आवश्यक है। आज तक हम इंडिया में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कर रहे हैं। दोस्तों, इंटरनेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म पर एक नई बात घूमने लगी है। कोविड क्राइसिस ने दुनिया को बहुत कुछ सिखाया। वर्ल्ड हेल्थ असेंबली से लेके बायलैटरल टॉक में विषय आ रहा है, इंटरनेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म पर यह विषय आ रहा है कि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कैपेसिटी कॉन्टिनेंटल वाइज, समूह वाइज होनी चाहिए। केवल इंडिया में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो अच्छी बात है, हम एक्सपोर्ट करें अच्छी बात है, लेकिन जब दुनिया की रुख बदली है, कि अभी अफ्रीकन कंट्री भी चाहती है कि हमारे यहाँ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग होना चाहिए, पैसिफिक आइलैंड कंट्री भी चाहती है हमारे यहाँ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग होना चाहिए। दोस्तों, ईस्ट पैसिफिक कंट्री भी चाहती है कि हमारे यहाँ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग होना चाहिए। सब लोग अपने यहाँ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो, चाहे वैक्सीन का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो, चाहे फार्मा मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो, चाहे मेडिकल डिवाइस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो। दुनिया चाहती है कि हमारे यहाँ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो और उसके लिए अपने यहाँ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कैपेसिटी डेवलप करने के लिए दुनिया से भी सपोर्ट हो रहा है, इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से भी सपोर्ट हो रहा है और कंट्री भी सपोर्ट कर रही है। ये स्थिति का लाभ हम कैसे ले सके, उस दिशा में भी हमें सोचना होगा। वो पोटेंशियल को हमें हार्नेस करना होगा। हम नहीं जाएंगे तो और कोई आ जाएंगे और हमारी अपॉर्चुनिटी लूज होगी। और इसलिए दोस्तों, जो ग्लोबली परिस्थिति निर्माण हुई है उसके ऊपर भी ऐसे इवेंट में, ऐसे कॉन्फ्रेंस में उसके बारे में भी डिस्कशन होना चाहिए, डेलिब्रेशन होना चाहिए। अपॉर्चुनिटी क्षितिज में हमें देखनी चाहिए और उसको एनकेज करने की रणनीति भी हमें ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से तैयार करनी चाहिए। दोस्तों, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है आज और कल, आज विशेष करके मेडिकल डिवाइस पर डिस्कशन होना है, राउंड टेबल होना है, कल फार्मा सेक्टर के लिए डिस्कशन होना है, राउंड टेबल होना है। दोस्तों, सब लोग ओपनली अपना इनपुट्स दे। 2 दिन में जो बातचीत हो रही है उसके पर अलग अलग ग्रुप बना के डिस्कशन करें। एक ही कॉन्फ्रेंस से बात पूरी हो ऐसा नहीं है। हम भी हमारे सेक्रेटरी द्वारा बार बार कंपनी के साथ संवाद करके, बातचीत करके, फॉलोअप के रूप में, इंडस्ट्रीज तो फॉलोअप करे ही करे, लेकिन दोस्तों ये पहली बार हो रहा है। गवर्नमेंट आपके सामने से हमने जो कहा था उसमें हमने क्या किया और आपसे गवर्नमेंट ने अपेक्षा रखी थी उसमें आपने क्या किया, उसका भी हिसाब किताब हम करते हैं। आपस में संवाद, आपस में बातचीत, आपस में इश्यू रिड्रेसल सिस्टम के द्वारा हम हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज को और आगे बढ़ाए। हमें जो टाइटल मिला है ना, फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, एक मैं शेरपा तेनसिंग ने जब तेनसिंग और हिलेरी ने जब काराकोरम शिखर को सर किया था और उसके बाद उसका एक मीडिया इंटरेक्शन हो रहा था, इंटरव्यू हो रहा था, तब उसको पूछा कि आपको क्या अनुभव हुआ, तो उन्होंने अपना अनुभव बताते हुए कहा कि वहां पहुंच तो गए लेकिन वहां टिकना और सर्वाइव करना ज्यादा मुश्किल होता है पहुंचने से भी। आप फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड तो बन गए, लेकिन जब फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड इंडिया बन गया है तब हमारी जिम्मेवारी डबल हो जाती है, क्योंकि वहां हमारी पोजीशन बनाए रखने के लिए हमें नंबर ऑफ टाइप इनोवेशन करना होगा, सतर्क रहना होगा, समय के साथ हमारे में स्वयं में बदलाव करते रहना होगा, हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज में बदलाव करते रहना होगा, रिसर्च करते रहना होगा, नई नई वैश्विक नीतियों को समझते रहना होगा, वैश्विक चैलेंजेस को का स्वीकार करते रहना होगा और उसके आधार पर हमें सर्वाइव करना होगा। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है ये हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस हमें अवश्य हमारी फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड का टाइटल को सर्वाइव करने की ताकत देगी। ये ताकत से हमें प्रेरणा मिलेगी और ये प्रेरणा से हम सर्वाइव होते रहेंगे। आप सबको मेरी ओर से और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए और कॉन्फ्रेंस की सफलता के लिए आपको हार्दिक हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी के प्रेरणात्मक संदेश के लिए हार्दिक धन्यवाद। और भविष्य में भी हम सभी आपके निरंतर मार्गदर्शन के लिए आभारी रहेंगे. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request and invite on stage Sri Abhishek Singh Ji, Director, Department of Pharmaceuticals, to kindly do the honors of presenting a small souvenir as a token of gratitude to all eminent dignitaries on the dais. We present to Dr. Mansukh Mandavia Ji. Thank you very much indeed, sir. This is a small souvenir from the conference. We present to Sri Bhagwant Kubaji. The souvenir is a very innovative brass bottle for water carrying. Thank you. To Professor Ajay Kumar Soodji. To Ms. S. Aparna Ji, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals. We present to Shri Shrikar Reddy Ji, Joint Secretary, Department of Commerce. Thank you, sir. To Dr. N. Yuvraj, Joint Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals. To Dr. Satish Reddy. To Mr. Arvind Vishwanathan, CEO TransAsia Biomedicals. And to Shri Shailesh Pathak. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. May I now invite for the vote of thanks Dr. N. Yuvraj, Joint Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India.
So, 2 minutes. Good morning to all. The inauguration of India Pharma and Indian Medical Device 2023 has inaugurated with a much fanfare, and we have seen a lot of inaugurations and a lot of motivating speeches for the industries as well as to the officers to take the both pharma and medical device industry to its top level in the coming Amrit Kal. So I first of all thank Dr. Mansukh Mandavia Ji, Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare and Minister for Chemical and Fertilizers, Government of India, for his valuable time, indicating his convenience and attending fully for this inaugural session and giving his vision for the industry, both pharma and medical devices, and also having the faith that this conference will be able to give valuable inputs to take the industry to the next level. Sir, thank you very much for your valuable time, sir. And at the same time, I thank Sri Bhagwant Kubaji, Honorable Minister of State for Chemical and Fertilizer and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, for his valuable time and also his continuous guidance. So we seek your guidance continuously to take this sector, both pharma and medical device sectors, to its highest level. Thank you very much, sir. And I also thank Professor Ajay Kumar Soodji, Principal Scientific Advisor to Honorable Prime Minister, for his inputs and his insistence that innovation is the only thing which is going to take our country to the next level. So thank you, sir, and I will all your support. Thanks also, sir. And I thank our Department Secretary, Mrs. Aparna, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India, for her leadership in the past 3 years to taking this particular department as well as the sectors to the highest level. Thank you very much, madam, for your good input remarks, madam. And I also thank industry representatives, Mr. Satish Reddy Ji, Chairman Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, and Sri Arvind Vishwanathan Ji, CEO TransAsia Biomedicals, for giving their industry perspective and giving their wish list for the sector in the coming years. And I also thank Sri Reddy Shop, JS DOC, for his support. And also I thank all the CEOs of the medical device industry who have come today on time. 10 o'clock is not easy to start a function. And also all the government officials, both from Government of India as well as state governments, to come in high numbers. All the diplomats who are coming from different embassies located here. And also all the other supporting staff from various departments as well as from the FICCI. I have a special commendation to FICCI team, both led by Secretary General Shailesh K. Pathakji and also our Praveen Mittal, who knows everybody here. And I also thanks all the industry association who has given contribution as well as participated with much fanfare here. And I also like to convey that for a little inconvenience for the other of the industries which Minister has highlighted that people are unable to get the seat, we'll see that it shows your tremendous response. At the same time, we'll be prepared for this eventuality in the coming days. And also the department officials who have come in high numbers, especially the scheme divisions led by Abhishek, Uma, Pankaj, and Prashant. All I convey thanks and thank you all. We hope to see the good interaction in the coming next 2 days. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much indeed. May I now request our dignitaries to kindly step forward for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody to kindly remain seated till the time the honorable ministers have not left the room. और इसी के साथ हम समापन करते हैं उद्घाटन सत्र का। आप सभी से निवेदन है कृपया अपने स्थान पर बैठे रहें जब तक माननीय मंत्रीगण हॉल से प्रस्थान ना कर लें। And ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin with the proceedings of the Medical Devices CEOs Roundtable. Also, parallelly,
only the CEOs are requested to please proceed to the adjacent room for the CEO Roundtable. Honorable Minister will be joining us there in next 3 to 4 minutes. Thank you so much. And this room will have the material vigilance and the pharmacovigilance program by IPC. Over to you, sir.
once again inviting the With the workshop on Material Vigilance Program of India, MBPI, I hand over to Ms. Nikita Mishra. Over to you, ma'am.
just request everyone, please be seated. We are about to start the workshop. A very good afternoon to one and all. National Coordination Center, Material Vigilance Program of India, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission extends our sincere thanks to Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, and Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry for giving us the opportunity to conduct the workshop on Material Vigilance Program of India. The objective of this workshop is to aware healthcare professionals and medical device manufacturers, importers, and distributors about the safety surveillance of medical devices. The specific outcome of the workshop is to enhance the medical device adverse event reporting and strengthen the material vigilance system in our country. To cover the agenda items of today's workshop, we are having eminent speakers with us. Now, I request Dr. Kavita Gulati to please come on the dais. Thank you, ma'am. And the second speaker for the workshop, he will join us with a short span of time. He is about to join us shortly. For the first session on medical device adverse event reporting, lessons from clinical setting. For that, I would like to invite Dr. Kavita Gulati. Before inviting her, first I would like to brief about her profile. She is Director, Professor and Head, Department of Pharmacology at Vallabhbhai Patel Chest Institute, University of Delhi. Dr. Gulati has more than 30 years of teaching and research experience in clinical and experimental pharmacology and toxicology in different capacities in India and abroad. She is actively involved in clinical research and has keen interest in the pharmacovigilance and material vigilance activities. She has published extensively in leading national as well as international journals and co-author of several chapters in reference and textbooks of pharmacology and co-editor of 5 books in pharmacology. With these words, we invite you, ma'am, for the session. Over to you, ma'am. Please welcome her with a huge round of applause.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Dr. Nikita. So at the onset, I'm very thankful to the organizers of this conference and the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission for giving me the opportunity to share some of my experience about medical device adverse event reporting and the lessons from clinical settings. So over the years, we have come across many times such newspaper headlines that Mumbai patient's relatives sucked into MRI, or the 5 infants killed as incubator catches fire in Patiala. So it is very pathetic that the instrument which was intended to give life to the infants, taken away the life from them. So all this could have happened because of the malfunctioning of the medical device, or because of the lack of awareness, like the patient's relatives sucked into the MRI. So we are all surrounded by the medical devices around us. So when such pathetic events took place, it instigated like the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and they approved the commencement of the Material Vigilance Program of India on 10th February 2015. It was an effort to ensure the safety of medical devices. So we know that no medical device is completely devoid of risk. Even the hypodermic needle or the syringe we use is a medical device. So wrong use or the imperfect quality of the syringe can affect the patient and can result in even the serious adverse effects. Therefore, it is essential to have a monitoring system to ensure patients' and users' safety. So what is actually material vigilance? So it is the close monitoring of any undesirable performance or characteristic fluctuations of a medical device by a program which is capable of identifying, collecting, reporting, and reacting to those faults of the medical devices with field safety corrective actions or device recall during post-marketing phase of a medical device. So this is being vigilant about the material or the medical devices we use, and it refers to medical devices, whereas pharmacovigilance refers to medicines. And we know that pharmacovigilance was, there were many efforts starting from 1986 to monitor the adverse effects of pharma products, that is the medicine. And there were some failures initially, but in 2005, we collaborated with the WHO, and this program had some success. After that, in 2010, our ministry took this program and pharmacovigilance was started. So it means it took about 20 years to go ahead with the pharmacovigilance program, which is now working so well. So the material vigilance program, which was started in 2015, will very quickly will take over, and we'll be much more vigilant, much more aware about the medical devices, its quality, so that they are safe to the users and the patients and everybody. So the material vigilance program, which was approved in 2015, was formally launched on July by the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, by the Drug Controller General of India, and its main focus is on reporting the ADRs, adverse events to the medical devices. So now for that we should be clear about what is a medical device. So it includes any instrument, apparatus, appliance, implants, material or other article, including a software or an accessory intended by its manufacturer to be used in human being or in animals, which does not achieve its action by any pharmacological, immunological or metabolic means, but which assist in its intended function by such means. So it seems a complicated definition, but simply, these are the devices which are used for diagnosis, prevention, monitoring, treatment, or alleviation of any disease or disorder or disability, like MRI machine, CT scan, pulse oximeter, surgical medical device, including hand-operated machines which are used for therapeutic purposes. Medical devices are those which are used for investigation, replacement, or modification, or support of the anatomy or of a physiological process. Examples, we all know that the metal plates for internal fixation of fractures. We have seen the hip joint replacement, knee joint replacement. So all these fixtures also are the part of the medical devices. Then supporting or sustaining life, like the ventilators, defibrillators to maintain the normal heart rhythms, dialysis machine to take over the function of the kidney, suctioning devices, and disinfection of medical devices, control of conception like the copper T, tubal rings. So all these are the various groups in which the medical devices come. Actually, it is much more than those which have been categorized like this. So again, by the government of India, they are notified medical devices, and the list is prolonging day by day. So all these come under the medical devices. And finally, in 2017, provisions related to import, manufacture, labeling, distribution, and sale of medical devices, including in vitro diagnostics, are covered under the Medical Device Rule 2017. Because till now we were importing much of the in vitro diagnostics as well. And everybody is now aware and goes for the medical tests. So it is like, so in the morning, we had a very inspirational talk by our Honorable Health Minister that we have to tap our potentials. And when we have the confidence in ourselves, only then we can have the startups, and by teamwork, we can produce these compounds and in vitro diagnostics in our own country. So the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare notified Medical Device Rules 2017, and today in 2020, we had new guidelines for that. So till now, there are about 293 medical device adverse event monitoring centers pan-India, and Vallabhbhai Patel Chest is one of the center, MDMC, recognized center by the Indian Pharmacopoeial Commission. So once you are recognized and approved as a MDMC by the Indian Pharmacopoeial Commission, you have the responsibility of effective implementation of program to enhance patients and user safety, and the coordinator has to expand the reach of program to possible extent by making all the healthcare professionals aware about this program. Because you know, in our country, in all the hospitals, the rush of the patient is so much that one physician has to attend so many patients. So he is least bothered about the what is the medical devices and what are the fluctuations or the what are the adverse events to these. So the coordinator has to make them aware about this aspect and the material vigilance program of India. So they have to, coordinator has to coordinate with National Coordination Center, MVPI, that is IPC, Indian Pharmacopoeial Commission, for better implementation of this program and sending feedback to National Coordination Center. That is making people aware, especially the healthcare professionals, about the material vigilance and being vigilant about the medical devices. So research associate is usually deputed by the IPC to the MDMC, and he or she is responsible for collection and follow-up of medical device adverse events and to conduct training awareness program to healthcare professionals and the public. So by together, working together, they can do the best and contribute the best to this program of India. So why to notify? Because we know that to err is the human, but not to learn from mistakes and not to communicate the lessons learned from those mistakes cannot be excused. Because sometimes what do we try? Whenever we commit some mistake or we have some limitations, we try to hide that. But if we make it public, like the MRI incident, the patient was sucked in. Now everybody is very aware that when somebody is exposed to MRI, what precautions should be taken. If these events are hidden, one cannot learn new things or one cannot become aware of these things. So instead of feeling shy and feeling that this medical device is not working in our institute, we should make it public, we should report it to the this program of India, and we should try to reduce such incidences and take measures to correct and to prevent any adverse events. So it is very necessary to notify. I may be seem to be repeating the things, but yes, it has to be repeated. That material vigilance is very important, and one has to be very vigilant about using the medical devices. Its awareness is important, its calibration, its standardization, its quality control. Everything is very important. If we are thinking about the technology, latest instruments, latest technology, latest marketing, but we are with flaws at the basic root level, our foundation is not strong, the building cannot stand on it. So we have to give importance to the little things of calibration, standardization, and quality control. So what shall be notified? Any dysfunction or any change of the characteristics or performance of a device, any inadequacy in the labeling or instruction, which might lead to death or serious relapse in the state of health of a patient, a user, or a third party. So it not only must notify serious incidents which have actually happened, but also the cases where there was a risk of serious incident, but that incident was avoided due to attention and action of a relevant person. So we should notify both the serious event which actually occurred and which we could save because of our alertness. Because then people will learn from those experiences. So what are the modalities? Now one has become aware about reporting the medical devices adverse events, how one can report this to the authorities. So there is a one medical device adverse event reporting form which you have to fill and submit it to the IPC. Then we have the PVPI mobile apps, which also again serve this purpose. And also we have the toll-free number 1800-180-3024. You can directly give a call at this number and report the adverse event to the medical devices. And in pharmacovigilance also the same number is there. For any side effect to any drug taken, one can notify the adverse drug reaction. So this form is divided into following 9 sections. First section is the general information, that on what date the event occurred and what was the general information. Then the reporter details, that who is reporting, to make it authentic. So one has to give the reporter details, that who is filling this form about the medical device. Then device category, that whether it is a equipment or it is a in vitro diagnostics. So what category this device belongs to which the event is being reported. Then the device details, what is the lot number, manufacturing date, expiry date. So all these description has to be included in the portion 5 of this event. Patient information, history and outcome, what patient was affected, what happened to him, whether it was a serious event, serious adverse effect or event we call when there is prolongation of the hospitalization, death of a person or inability. So all this comes under the serious event. So whether it was a serious or a non-serious event, healthcare facility information where that event happened, causality assessment. It is also a very important part of the this process. But sometimes in cases of the medical devices, it's very difficult to pinpoint that whether it is the direct relation with that medical devices or some of the other factors are involved. Similarly, in pharmacovigilance also, when the patient is taking more than one drug, you cannot pinpoint that, yes, this adverse drug reaction is to this particular drug or because of the interaction of the two drugs being taken together. The last portion is about the MH investigation when you report this event to manufacturer and how they take it and what investigation they do and what action is taken. So this is the form which I mentioned, which has the 9 portions, which includes the patient details, event, device, category, device details, and I will be discussing this one by one. So information which is must to be filled in a medical device adverse event is the reporter's information to give authenticity to that report, device information, that what was the device, what are the lot number, what is the manufacturing date, event details, serious or non-serious, patient information and outcome, and the action taken, and the relationship, that is the causal relationship, whether it was directly related, that event directly related to the medical devices or other factors are also involved. So it is a particular way to define whether it is a certain relationship, temporal relationship, whether it is probable, possible or unlikely. So these are the causal relationship we define by taking various parameters. So when we complete this MDAE forms, these forms are submitted to IPC, and then IPC reviews those forms and ensure whether the completeness of relevant information is there. Otherwise, they can send to the reporter back that form that you please fill these additional information if available. And where necessary, IPC investigates incident reports from stakeholders, other regulatory agencies and medical device users, including hospital staff, because that device may be at many places and IPC is collecting data from all the hospitals, all the users. So whether they come across such events from other places also, so they discuss and review that how many places they are getting such kind of events. The IPC can consult subject expert committees if necessary, and then they disseminate information to regulatory authority and other centers. They oversee corrective actions, that is safety alerts. For example, if some safety alerts or some labeling was improper, they tell them to include that precaution or that safety alert product or labeling changes they may convey to them, and exchanges information with other regulatory agencies. So now I will give an example of the case study. That is, we came across the what adverse event and how the form was filled, so that to get a practical hand how it is actually done. So it is a case study of the Olympus video bronchoscope monitor with system, as we are the one of the very prestigious respiratory institute located in the North Delhi in the University of Delhi, Vallabhbhai Patel Chest Institute. And so this video bronchoscope is the day-to-day requirement for both therapeutic as well as the diagnostic purposes. So bronchoscope is like a tube which we insert through the nose or sometimes through mouth also, or tracheostomy, and to see that where is the bronchial airway spasm, or there is some foreign body or sputum deposition. For diagnostic purposes, hypoxemia and hemorrhage, we diagnose by that. And also sometimes we use for therapeutic by removing the sputum, by removing the tumors. So it is a very essential instrument in a respiratory institute. So we came across, and it was reported that there was some malfunctioning of this. So the device details were noted down, brand name, what is the manufacturer, who was the importer, and who was the distributor. You know, in a medical institute, the whole procedures is followed for purchase of the instruments, and all the details were collected from the purchase department. What was the license number, catalog number, model number, serial number, lot number. So to specify that this occurred to which instrument. And you will just note down that the manufacturing date was March 2017, installation date was June 18, and expiration date was March 2027. But this malfunctioning occurred in 2023, much before its expiration date. So the case narrative was that this bronchoscope is used for multiple diagnostic and therapeutic purposes, serving the patients attending the Vallabhbhai Patel Chest Institute. And due to handling by multiple healthcare professionals, as I told, that always there is a patient rush. And the ratio of the patient to the doctor and the machinery is very high. So it was handled by multiple healthcare professionals. So it started malfunctioning. And this was reported by one of the staff nurses, Dr. Ms. Shivani. And patients were affected due to non-availability of bronchoscopic procedures and delayed treatment. This machine was reported to the authorities for early replacement and installation of new equipment. So this was the case narrative and how the form was filled. In the form, as I mentioned, there are the 9 main portions. First is the general information. So date of report, type of report, that whether it is an initial report or follow-up, that what happened and how it is being managed, the final or the trend report. So you have to mark that. Then reporter reference for MDMC only, like the center is VPCI, location, month, and the case number is given. Second is the reporter detail. The type of the reporter, whether it is a manufacturer or sometimes the manufacturer themselves report that this particular medical devices has this drawback. So the IPC has made this form very efficiently and included all the reporters, all the types of reporters, importers, distributors, healthcare professionals. So in this case, it was a nurse of our institute. So healthcare professional, patient, others specify. And whether that reporter has communicated this information to the manufacturer or not. So in case it was not sent to that, so no. And reporter contact information and the complete information is given in this section of the MDAE forms. Then the device category, whether it is a medical device or in vitro diagnostics or medical equipment. So you have to give whether it is therapeutic, diagnostic or both. It is implantable device or non-implantable, invasive, non-invasive, single-use, reusable device. Because in some of the institute, like when an instruction by the manufacturer is there not to use it again, just the one-time use. But if they are using it for again, it means the labeling or the instructions were not completely followed. So it also comes in the medical device adverse events when the instructions were not followed. So sterile, non-sterile, in vitro diagnostic, the kits, whether they are damaged, whether they are functional, whether they are kept at the right temperature. And because if it is not maintained at the temperature, it will not give the right value. And you may think why we are worried about such small things. Because such small things are responsible for the bigger things. Because if it is, there is a flaw in the diagnosis by giving the wrong values, then the wrong therapy will be given. We cannot have rational therapeutics if these small things are not working in a proper behavior. So in vitro diagnostic kits, reagents, calibrator, we have to specify that what was not functioning or where was the event was because of the which component. Or medical equipment, therapeutic diagnostic, in this case, it was the video bronchoscope monitor with system. So it was both therapeutic and diagnostic, so we take that. And then it was invasive and imaging system was there. Then comes the next portion of the MDAE forms, that is the device details. That who is the manufacturer of that deal and their address, then the importers, in this case NetDev India Private Limited, and who is the distributor of that particular equipment. So all these details have to be captured in this portion of the MDAE forms. Then comes the device basic information, that the complete detail, batch number, serial number, expiry date. And then you see in the 15-16 question, they say whether this instrument or this medical device is still present in the medical devices in the medical institute, or it is already discarded, or it can be given for the investigation. So all these informations has also to be filled in this portion of the MDAE forms, medical device adverse event reporting forms. Then the event description, date of the event, near miss incident, if the death or the serious adverse event take place because of this instrument or because he was given operated upon for some emergency. So what happened? But in this case, no patient was involved, so it is NA. And date of implant, location of event, it was the hospital premises. Device operator, he was the healthcare professionals. So all these informations have to be filled, and sometimes if some of the informations are not available and the IPC can go without that, they accept otherwise also the form. So device disposition, whether it is within the healthcare facility, is device is used after incident, so it is not being used, we put the no. Then serious adverse event or the non-serious adverse event. So this portion captures all the details of the event, which has happened because of that medical device malfunctioning or any disruption of their functions. So then comes the detailed description of event. And it is a narrative in the form of a narrative, that the video bronchoscope is used for multiple diagnostic and therapeutic purposes, serving the patients attending Vallabhbhai Patel Chest Institute. And due to handling by multiple healthcare professionals, this video bronchoscope started malfunctioning. And because of the shortage of time in between, the maintenance was also not given the proper weightage. So this case was reported to MDMC, VPCI in March 2023 by the staff nurse of VPCI, and patients were affected due to non-availability of video bronchoscope procedures and delayed treatment. And this machine was reported to the authorities for early replacement and installation of new equipment. Then comes the next question. It is for manufacturer. If the manufacturer is reporting that medical device adverse event, he has to mention the frequency of occurrence of similar adverse events in India in last 3 years. So it gives the frequency of that particular adverse event with the medical device, that is in which year it happened out of these 3 years, number of similar adverse events, total number of supplies. Suppose he has supplied 10 instruments and it has been observed with just 1 or the 2. So it may be mother factors may be involved. The causality relationship is that it is possible that it may be causing, but it is not the probable or the certain relationship. So the frequency of occurrence, and then frequency of occurrence of similar adverse event in globally in last 3 years is also written in this component. So it is not applicable here because it was reported by the HCP and not by the manufacturer. So the next patient comes the patient information, history and outcome. that how the patient was affected due to that medical device. It was not applicable in this case as no event happened. Then the healthcare facility information, the complete address and the information of our institute and the contact name was given and was provided to IPC in this part of the MDAE forms. Then the causality assessment. That investigation taken place, device was removed and replacement is ordered. So root cause of the problem, applicable for follow-up and final reports, that is a poor handling and no regular maintenance and assessment. So in this case, actually you may feel how we are bold enough to commit that. Because we would have tried to hide this fact that it was on our part as well. The maintenance was not there or the standardization, but it could be because of the instrument as well, that it was not working properly. So in this, the relationship, causal relationship cannot be the complete, probable or the certain. So manufacturer authorized representative device risk analysis report he prepared, and he said that he evaluated and condemned for future use. So corrective preventive action taken is that the replacement has been suggested and device history review. So one technician has to review the function of video bronchoscope before every procedure and the case, so that its life is lengthened, it has a long life period. So after filling this form, it has to be sent to MDAI, as mentioned earlier, that is National Coordination Center, Material Vigilance Program of India, and Dr. Shaturanjay is responsible for that. You can directly send this information at this email, and it will be recorded as a MDAE. Or via post to the IPC, the information can be sent, or the nearest medical device adverse event monitoring center, like you have your lab is there and some of the problem with some medical device is there. You can report to our MDMC also that this problem is we are facing with this instrument regularly, and we will forward this to the IPC. So these are the different provisions for submitting any medical device adverse events. So what happens to when IPC receives? They can send it back for the completeness of the report, or they can send it for the review. And then they send it for the secondary review. And if they find that nothing more needs to be discussed and it is a clear-cut case, they put it in the MVPI database for it to be used by other manufacturers or other users, so that they can go at that site and read about that medical device or the drawbacks or the problems with that particular instrument. So otherwise it is sent to the experts and they give their reports, and all these reports are compiled. And then there are the 4 partners in the Material Vigilance Program of India, that is IPC, which is the National Coordination Center, NHSRC, which provides the technical support and resource center, then Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute of Medical Science and Technology, which again is a national collaborating center, and CDSCO, which is a regulatory authority. So these 4 partners of Medical Vigilance Program of India, they report the discussion, and discussion in MVPI partners meeting, and then it is sent to the regulatory authorities. If some action has to be taken, some labeling has to be changed, and forwarded to CDSO, and for monitoring centers, this information is disseminated to all the centers, MDMC and other places. So this is the whole life, how the MDA is reported, how it is filled, and we discuss the case study. So besides that, we have reported many other cases. For example, the surgery care. It was just expired gloves which was used by the healthcare professionals, but it caused itching on the hands. So this was also reported that if it is just expired and it was maintained under standard conditions, so it should be discarded at that time only, otherwise it can cause the side effects. And then there was the 3M Sterivac sterilizer malfunctioned, resulted in poor sterilization of surgicals and other unsterilized medical devices. So all these cases were reported to IPC. Then there is a pheno test, which measures, you have to exhale in that machine, which was from the Bedfont pheno breath monitor, in which the exhaled air is measured for the nitric oxide level. And it is a reproducible marker of the bronchospasm. So it gives the value and you come to know the status of the bronchial asthma or the COPD patients. But if it is not working properly, it can give the wrong readings. You may start giving the medicines which are not intended for that person. So although these are small things, but they carry a lot more meaning. So they have to be maintained, and one has to be very vigilant about their functioning, their calibration, their standardization, and they have to be good quality. Suppose it is giving erratic values. You may have discussed sometimes that I have a BP monitor at my home, but when I take reading and then repeat reading, after 2 minutes, there's different readings you get. So it means there is some problem with the quality control. That's why the reproducibility is not there. It has to give the precise value and the correct values and the reproducible values. So one has to be very vigilant that the C-arm malfunction hinders guided approach of treating the patients. And it was a report which was submitted to us from nearby institute, that is Akash Healthcare Dwarka, where the wet wipes caused itch and rash on the patients all over the body, and then the calamine lotion was applied and like ice pack was applied to take care of that, and antihistaminics were given. So sometimes the wet wipes were of not good quality and they produce such rashes. So all these things have to be reported in the MDAE forms to the IPC. So finally, after discussing these cases, I will conclude that monitoring the medical device adverse event is of utmost importance for patient care and for rational therapeutics. And the complete knowledge about medical devices, just like drugs, is a need of the hour. Now we have become vigilant about over the 20 years of the program of the pharmacovigilance of the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, that we have to be very careful when we are taking medicine and we come across any adverse effect, we have to report this. So similarly, we have to be vigilant about the medical device use. And it is an important initiative of Government of India to provide safe and effective medical treatment, to avoid, and it will also avoid the substandard and incompatible devices flooded in Indian market. And it is of utmost priority to have a vigilance system in place to record feedbacks from patients and users, and reporting, not only just the monitoring, but reporting without any hitch is the mainstay in the occurrence of an adverse event to medical devices. So one of the biggest limitation is the lack of awareness about the vigilance of medical devices. So we have to become more vigilant, more aware about the medical devices so that this program becomes more and more successful, and its success decides the safety of the patient, and we all are patient at the same time. So for our own safety, it is important to be vigilant about the medical devices. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Any questions if somebody wants to ask? Yes.
There are so many parameters in case of this video bronchoscope which can be evaluated by operating staff and others who are observing. But there is difficulty in case of medical devices which are implanted. Can you cover that aspect also? Because some of the parameters in the form may not be practically possible to be filled in.
Yeah.
And there are biological variables also.
Yeah, I agree that because all the forms, all the portion of the forms may not be applicable to all the medical devices. So the portion which is related with that particular medical device has to be filled. And but because you should not feel that it is incomplete, I should not send it to IPC. You send it. If they want, they can ask you the more information. So you can fill that much information which you have, and you can send it. If it is not filled, it's not a problem, because IPC is very helpful.
Madam, in case of hip implant, we have seen compensation being given on very humanitarian basis, but still, it still remains a problem in case of implantable devices. So many parameters might not be available at all.
Yes,
So
I agree.
this is like my suggestion that we need to set up a different set of parameters for implantable devices.
Yes, actually, because it is not our institute who is doing this, but I have seen the MDA forms in which the implants have been sent, and there was some breaking of some implant in between, and the pus oozed out from the patient. And they had explanted that and did all the studies on this, and they had sent it back to the manufacturer as well. And they did all the studies from the lot number, and all the investigations were done, and the quality assurance was checked, and then they said that everything was okay at that stage. So it may be probably due to some reason, although sometimes it is not that convincing. So some of the parameters must be missing.
My main area of concern is like you replace bronchoscope. It was to nobody's damage.
Yes.
But once you remove the implant from the body,
yes,
till such time it is evaluated by the manufacturer.
Yes.
What about that poor patient?
Yes, definitely. Yes, definitely.
Without evaluation, they will not be replacing it.
Yes, because after that implants, action is taken against that. It is blacklisted. If it is found to be, because it is very big problem, the causality assessment in case of the medical devices, because they can raise issue, and 100% pinpointing may be difficult at some of the times. So that is a genuine problem. I agree 100%. And the patient on one side is alone. He is already the sufferer. He cannot do much on that aspect. But overall, because the IPC, Indian Pharmacopoeial Commission, is also getting experience. This program is just a 7 years old program. So they will also be modifying the forms. They are also in the learning stage. So they will also modify the things depending on their experience with a medical device. Like I had some many times discussion with the Dr. Klai Silvan. He is the main overall in charge in IPC of the material vigilance program. He was like giving all the problems he is facing. So he is also facing a lot of problems. So everybody is in the stage of learning. So they may improve with time, and I think together, as a team, we can find the solutions for this problem.
Ma'am, your presentation has been very useful. It was just feedback from our side, like we being stakeholders and regulators.
I think IPC people are also there, and they will note down this concern, and will try to find the solution.
Excited to have a spokesperson of the government, that too from a premier institute, BP institute. But it's really nice that Indians are progressing. Pharmacovigilance once was only a textbook. Now that it is in practice. See, if I prescribe a drug, I get gift. So how do we encourage the team to report this adverse incident without favor or without any fear? Somebody should be rewarded, or there shouldn't be any victimization. So is there a law, and how do we encourage? Because the more and more we get, the more feedback, the quality will improve, then India will become a true, what is that, global drug house or device house.
You will be surprised to know that IPC encourages those AMC, we call the AMC Adverse ADR Monitoring Centers, and the MDNCs who report the maximum adverse events. So they give value to them. So otherwise one can say this is a center who has the maximum adverse effect, they are not following the right procedure, they are not giving the right medicines, that's why maximum areas are there. And you know, after 20 years still, when we discuss with our director that these things have to be reported, then sometimes they tell us, you are trying to point finger on us in our institute only. So that is a real genuine problem, because we have to point finger on ourselves that our medical device is not working, our therapy is lacking somewhere, and it's producing side effects, whether the doses are not right, or that we have not taken the proper history of the patient, that he is suffering from some disease, or he is taking some medicine, and we have given some medicine which is not compatible with that. So it is basically pointing finger on us, and only then, when we get that bold, instead of hiding, we come across and report, we'll be the we'll having success in finding the solutions.
Very delighted.
Yes, thank you.
Ma'am, I am Deepti Joshi from Handmade Laboratories. Basically, ma'am, we are having a very good product with us now. The product is technology is defined by Bhabha Atomic Research. It is Make in India Linear Accelerator, the most costliest and the most premium medical product ever India has designed. That is a linear accelerator. It is used for the treatment of radiation oncology patients. And we are having a competition with an international companies. Only 2 companies are global available with their presence. And our technology is much better than the competitors. Our price is much economical than the competitors. And in India, only 700 linear accelerators are implanted and 300 are more required immediately this year. The main problem, ma'am, which I am facing, despite having a very good equity with the doctors, oncologists of our country, we are an Indian-made company. Government are saying that we should do Make in India, but in the tendering and in putting the spec size, they never mentioned Make in India. I have said it in the bid meetings of AIMS 3 times because they need 5 linear accelerators for different places. And Bhabha Atomic Research, Dr. G.K. Rath, who is called as the father of modern medicine, and he has invented AIMS Judger also. He also tried to convince the people that this is the good and we are doing a better technology as compared to our competitors. But still, ma'am, our friends, when they have to buy the linear accelerator, they are saying it is Make in India. Still, you are the first one to get it. How can we take such a high-end machinery? Because अगर कुछ problem होती है तो who is going to see for that? तो I said कि government बना रही है, help कर रही है, drove कर रही है, हमें दिया है कि हम जाए. But मैम उसके ऊपर Make in India के लिए government hospitals में तो आप एक कोशिश कर सकते हैं कि एटलीस्ट वो इंडिया के बेस्ट इक्विपमेंट्स पहले यूज करे और उसके बाद वो एक्सपोर्ट क्वालिटीज पे आए.
Yes, yeah, very true. Because it is one of the encouragement to such companies. And actually, like in our institute, it is a government institute, they go for that. They like the instructions have come from the government to give preferences to the India make instruments. But you may be surprised to know that in our like technical committee for purchasing instrument, you know in our institutes all the committees are there. If 6 people are there, 3 people just often say, no, we should not buy a Make in India. So all like the members from the same institute, they say it won't work. And you must have heard some people that I won't buy from the Jan Aushadhi Kendra because they are not effective. We'll buy from the Cipla or some branded company. So our mentality will change with time. So that one has to keep the have confidence of their product and have like hopes that very soon, because it will change in an exponential manner. Because mentality is that whatever is imported is good. But when we start exporting the things and we have confidence on our product, like in this gathering you have mentioned about the positive points of your, so everybody must have listened. So when you with confidence communicate this information, there will be a change. Like as I'm mentioning, in our technical committees, only 50% of the people just say, no, we don't want to get the Indian make thing. So we have to give the very good quality to compete with the things. And it's a just matter of time. I think the situations will change.
Ma'am, I think it is from the government end that we should get a clause written, because I worked with Indian MNC Ranbaxy for 24 long years. And we have existed as the 4th best company now. It is called as Sun in the world. And with the same Indian brand name, we have outsourced it. But there was a help of the Indian government because our R&D was strongest at that time. And this time I am dealing with the best product of medical device, that is linear accelerator, what India has devised. It is our honor and pride that we have made this technology to the world. And in Africa there is one show, they are going in and they need all the documentation for this. But for getting set up this radiation oncology plant, we need physicists and a lot of permissions are required.
Yes,
I think if government should give an additional endorsement to us, so the things will be much easier, because we are already doing very very well in quality control for this machine,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes, I agree 100%. Like Dr. Galai Silvan has also joined, and I think I invite him to the stage. And I think when this is communicated by IPC, and because regulatory authorities are with them, they can take steps to encourage that and to make a points of all these things, and these things can be discussed for the betterment of our industry and the medical devices.
With your permission, ma'am, can I supplement? Can I supplement your answer with your permission? I'm K.R. Chawla. I'm one of the regulator from Delhi. That was a very good question from ma'am, and we salute that she represents one of the institute which is premier institute in quality. But as you said, Make in India, putting Make in India as a part of tender document, or see, it cannot be a part of quality parameters. आप मेक इन इंडिया कह रहे हैं, कहीं भी यूएसए मेक चाहिए, इटालियन मेक चाहिए, जर्मन मेक चाहिए. It is never a requirement in the tenders. Respect is not commanded, it is earned. So we have to reach a stage where when we write that in our documents it is Make in India, it has got universal acceptability. It should not come from other side that Make in India को accept करना. It should not be imposed upon. I think everybody should agree with me कि जो quality है, that has to be accepted by the other person, not from the person who is producing it. So Make in India as a quality parameter cannot be put in the tender document. It is that when you compete with USA or other things, means you are like forced to, your customer is forced to buy that document. आपकी quality speaks of itself. Thank you. नहीं, I endorse the quality. Sir, my question is, I'm not opposing. आप मेरी फील नहीं समझ रहे. Make in India cannot be a requirement of tender. सर किसी और डॉक्यूमेंट आपने किसी डॉक्यूमेंट में देखा कि मेरे को यूएसए में एक आइटम परचेज करनी है? हैव यू सीन सो फार? ये जर्मन में एक परचेज करनी है.
Ladies and gentlemen, actually we are running short of time. I just request you to please ask the questions in the question and answer session at the end. Okay.
Yes, sir. I have seen the contrary happening. We do not have the equipment which is made in India. And I still have the tender documents at my desk, which are clearly specifying the equipment must be made in India. Then, yes. Why do we do that?
It's a humble request to everyone, please ask question in the question and answer session. Now I invite Mr. Saurabh Chawla, Director Sales and Marketing, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, to felicitate Kavita Gulati ma'am. for the next session on Material Vigilance Program of India, Current Development and Contemporary Challenges. On behalf of my mentor, Dr. V. Kalai, Senior Principal Scientific Officer, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, I will be presenting on his behalf. So, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission is an autonomous institute under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. IPC has 3 mandates. One is to publish Indian Pharmacopoeia. Indian Pharmacopoeia is a book that contains the standards for drugs. Every drug manufacturer and drug testing laboratory in the country should have the latest edition of Indian Pharmacopoeia. Second is to publish Indian Pharmacopoeia reference standards and impurity standards. As of now, IPC published more than 600 reference standards and more than 500 impurity standards. The latest list of reference standards and impurity standards are available on IPC website. Third, to publish National Formulary of India. National Formulary of India is a book that contains the rational use of drugs and vaccines. In addition to these services and mandates, IPC functions as a National Coordination Center for 2 programs. One is Pharmacovigilance Program of India, second is Material Vigilance Program of India. I just request IT team, slides are not showing in the screen. Thank you. So, in addition to these services and mandates, IPC functions as a National Coordination Center for 2 programs. One is Pharmacovigilance Program of India, second is Material Vigilance Program of India. These both the programs ensure the safety and efficacy of drugs and medical devices in our country. So, material vigilance is basically the science and activities related to of adverse event or any other medical device related problems. Once the device is available for public use, it helps in detection, assessment, understanding and prevention of medical device. So, in Material Vigilance Program of India, how we collect reports from the ground and how we evaluate these reports at NCC level and how we communicate to the CDSO. At the ground, we are having the healthcare professionals including doctors, nurses, technicians, biomedical engineers, and medical device manufacturers, importers, distributors. They directly report to the Material Vigilance Program. Healthcare professionals, they directly report to the nearest AMC for Pharmacovigilance Program of India. Hospitals recognized under Pharmacovigilance Program of India, we call as Adverse Drug Reaction Monitoring Centers. And hospitals recognized under Material Vigilance Program, we call as Medical Device Adverse Event Monitoring Center. They directly report to the Material Vigilance Program. So far, we have recognized 293 dedicated medical device adverse event monitoring centers pan-India. And the reports we received from the pan-India, from 293 centers, we have analyzed those reports and we divided in the demographically in 4 sections. North Zone, South Zone, East Zone and West Zone. If you see in the slide, the majority the reports we have received from the South, followed by North and then West and then East. Majorly, in demographic area, majorly we receive from Karnataka and Kerala, followed by Tamil Nadu, Telangana. In North Zone, we have received major reports from the Delhi and Gujarat region. This is the reporting status of Material Vigilance Program. In every year, we are receiving the reports and it is continuously increasing. The reports we have received from the healthcare professionals, manufacturers, importers, distributors and from patient or consumers. Majorly the reports we received in the Material Vigilance Program is from the healthcare professionals. 46% we have received from the healthcare professionals. From manufacturers we have received 26%. From importers we have received 11%. And from distributor we have received 10%. And from patient or consumers we have received 4%. This is a device-wise classification of medical devices. How we, in which category we are receiving the major reports. From cardiac stents we have received 24.3%, followed by catheter 2.5%, heart valves we have received 1.1%, And intrauterine devices, we have received 8.1% reports. And from orthopedic implants, we have received 2%. And others, we have considered 61.9%, that includes IVDs, PPs, implants. And we have further segregated this. Others also, we have classified. The majorly we received reports from the disposable syringes, 6.9%, followed by IV cannula, 2.6%, infusion set, 4%, ultrasound, 0.3%, ventilator, 3.1%, auto suture, 0.5%. This is the system organ class-wise category we have identified as per CDSO notifications. So we have received majorly reports from the gynecology department and followed by orthopedic, followed by pediatric and neonatology. And the majorly reports we have received from the cardiovascular, of gynecology and personal use, followed by general hospitals. This is a case study. This is actually called is a recent case study we have received in the material vigilance program, that is based on the intraocular lens. The material used in the intraocular lens is polypropylene acrylic silicon hydrophobic hydrophilic acrylic hydrogel, and as per CDSO regulation, this device is regulated in the class C category, that is moderate to high risk category, and the adverse event associated with the IOL are toxic anterior segment syndrome, post-operative endophthalmitis, severe eye inflammation. So, the case we have received from the hospitals, we have received and we evaluated and we discussed with the subject expert committee, as ma'am also suggested that the reports we have received from the healthcare professional manufacturer we discussed with the subject expert panel and then we sent to the CDSO. So, subject expert suggested us that the product suspected to quality related issues, and the expert also suggested them to test the sample in CDSO notified medical device regulatory, and MVPA recommend this case to the CDSO for the information and necessary action at their end. So MVPA on the periodic basis, we are sending the recommendation to the National Regulatory Authority, that is Central Drug Standard Control Organization, for counterfeit products. In total, we have forwarded 20 recommendations to CDSO. Counterfeit products, we have circulated 2 recommendations. Update on instruction for use document of medical devices, we have forwarded 5 recommendations. For safety communication, we have forwarded 11 recommendations. For product recall, we have forwarded 2 recommendations to CDSO. So these are the government initiative on material vigilance program. Secretary Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India has issued a letter dated on October 14, 2022 to state secretaries regarding the enrollment of district level hospitals under material vigilance program of India. Subsequent to Health Secretary letter, following states government has issued the government order to medical superintendents and head of hospitals to enroll and report medical device adverse event to material vigilance program. States like Kerala, Puducherry, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka has also issued the government notification for all the district level hospitals to enroll under material vigilance program of India. So MVPA has designed knowledge, attitude and practice-based questionnaire study to assess the present readiness of all healthcare professionals actively involved in the uses, testing, storage and purchase of medical devices, including in vitro diagnostics on safety surveillance practice of medical devices in India. So in the study, the survey we have MVPA has performed, in total 1756 healthcare professionals participated in this research study. The outcome of this study, the knowledge about material vigilance among healthcare professionals is adequate. The practice of reporting adverse events related to medical devices is not widespread. However, positive mindset of healthcare professionals towards medical device adverse event reporting is reassuring. So MBPA has done a survey in international databases to find out the failure associated with medical devices, and we have found that the failure, majorly the failure associated with medical devices is due to mechanical failure, followed by electrical failure, drug device failure, and design failure. How we can reduce this failure? By training the electrical, electronics, biomedical engineers, technicians, pharmacists, healthcare professionals, and medical device manufacturers. Internationally, studies performed on adverse event with material used in orthopedic implants, and we have observed majorly the adverse event is due to nickel material. The kind of study is not available in India related to the safety of material used in orthopedic implants. But we can generate this kind of data with a small contribution of all of you by reporting medical device adverse event to Material Vigilance Program. As per CDSO classification, medical devices are classified into 4 categories: Class A, Class B, Class C, Class D. Class A poses low risk to the patient, Class B poses low to moderate risk to the patient, Class C poses moderate to high risk to the patient, and Class D poses high risk to the patient. And the seriousness criteria is not applicable to all types of medical device categories, but it is applicable for Class C and Class D devices. But in Class B, some of the devices, it is applicable. Seriousness criteria is applicable. For example, BiPAP, mask, CPAP, and catheters. And for Class A, seriousness criteria is not applicable. So this is the scientific publications. MBPI has from research articles we have MBPI regular basis MBPI communicate to the peer-reviewed journals. On knowledge and attitude and practice-based study, we have published one literature on this topic, and review articles, research articles, and policy and practices, guest editorial and book chapters. We have published in total 11 publications in the various national as well as international peer-reviewed journals. MBPI is not only collecting and analyzing the medical device adverse event reports, it is also scientifically contributing regarding the safety of, say, medical devices in our country. This is the information, education, communication material, how we communicate to the healthcare professionals, and for public also we communicate through Material Vigilance e-newsletter. This is bi-monthly, we publish, and we also upload in the website of IPC. Material Vigilance Program India handbook is there, and we have also set up the stall here, and if you want, you can visit there and see all the resource material what we are having. And we are also having the poster, Material Vigilance Program poster. Thank you for listening to me.
We can have a brief question answer for 5 minutes, and then I think she's getting the next speaker for this panel. No, please pass on the mic. Please pass on the mic.
Again and again, very happy to have this pharmacovigilance in the arena. In the curriculum, see, medical students, either it's undergraduates or postgraduates, even super specialists should be aware. This is how do we incorporate this message percolate to the ground level. So what is happening, what would pharmacologists, we rarely talk about nausea, vomiting, that is what our undergraduates do, at least in postgraduate. Super specialists only, adverse effects are being getting attention, and this vigilance is something new. So how do we incorporate? Madam, yeah.
In response to your question,
So like in medical education also, like now the pharmacovigilance and material-vigilance were the new terms. When we were the students, it was not being taught and there was nothing about this. Being aware medicine is taken, it is taken. So now it is a part of the MD curriculum. They are given the exercises about the pharmacovigilance program and that they have to conduct those exercises. But still it is a developing field. Because in medical institute, in our institute, as I mentioned, that when we ask the physicians and the pulmonologists to give the ADRs, they say no. So they say no, it means after 15 to 20 years, we have evolved. It is coming up, but it is still a lot more to be done. So it is being added in the MD course curriculum, and the student has to do such exercises.
Undergraduates as well, because usually if you are in the remote and rural area, it is the medical representative, they educate you.
Yes.
And they are paid not to talk about so our students should be taught, as I say again and again, without fear or without fever, we should be the first to report the side effects. Ultimately, yeah.
Yes. So yes, I 100% agree. Like we all people sitting here, if we make people, 10 people aware, so lot more people will be aware.
Now that there is a next.
So we all have to be involved. We cannot say that only the IPC, only the healthcare professionals have this responsibility of disseminating. Everybody has to pass on this information to all to make it a successful program of the government of India.
Choice question. So it's very unlike the short note or long question. It's very easy to introduce at least few questions so that this soon will be a really a developed nation as far as healthcare is concerned.
Yes. So I'm very happy that it is a brainstorming session and so many people have questions and these are the general ground level problems actually. Yes.
So thank you so much. I think it was a very good session. So I'll invite Madam Kavita to kindly felicitate Nikita for having this technical session. So now I invite Nikita to kindly conclude and share the vote of thanks to this. Thank you.
Thank you all for being a patient listener in the entire session. Thank you all for joining us. Hope you have a great day. Thank you all. And I also extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Rajeev Singh Raghuvanshi, Secretary Scientific Director, for his guidance and support, and Dr. Kalai Salva for the guidance in this workshop. And special thanks to Kavita Gulati ma'am to join us, to spare time with us, valuable time with us. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you.
dust off. Tell me what you're made of. I can't hear you. Breath in our lungs, beating our heart. Lift up your voice, you got something to say. It's a brand new day. 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 When the rain falls, when the ground shakes, when the wind blows, when your heart breaks, show me sorrow, show me laughter, show me starlight, show me what you have to. I can't hear you. We all fall down, we get banged up, but the scars show what we're made of. Don't you look back, lift your head up, shake the dust off, tell me what you're made of. I can't hear you. Breath in our lungs, beating our heart. Lift up your voice, you got something to say. It's a brand new day. 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 When the rain falls, when the ground shakes, when the wind blows, when your heart breaks, show me sorrow, show me laughter, show me starlight, show me what you have to. I can't hear you. Breath in our lungs, beating our heart. Lift up your voice, you got something to say. It's a brand new day. 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 See the sunrise, oh, fire in your eyes, oh, it's about time we all saw you shine. It's a brand new day. 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 It's a brand new day.
India is the world's fastest emerging medical device market. Currently, at $12 billion in revenue, it is projected to cross the 50 billion mark by 2030. India manufactures 6,000 unique medical devices, diagnostic imaging, orthopedics and prosthetics, patient aids, dental products, consumables. India also has the largest number of robotic installations in healthcare. Medical devices industry is the sunrise sector in India's investment story for many reasons. A growing and aging population will accelerate the demand for healthcare services. The emerging middle class in India will have higher disposable income to spend on health facilities. Aided by the ever-growing insurance sector that aids affordability. India offers the most affordable world-class healthcare on the globe, roughly at 1/10 the cost of US. As a high-end diagnostic services destination, medical tourism is expected to contribute $152 billion to the Indian economy by 2029. Friendly government policies like schemes for promotion of medical device parks and production-linked incentives will make manufacturing lucrative for business houses. We also have a strong startup ecosystem in healthcare, with over 5,000 active health tech startups that account for 5% of total healthcare industry and raised over $2 billion in the past decade. India is a hub for global R&D activities for international health conglomerates due to the relatively low cost of clinical research. The world is looking forward to investing in the Indian medical devices sector. Come, be a part.
India is the third largest pharmaceutical market globally by volume. Market size $50 billion. Expected to reach a value of $130 billion by 2030. Contributes over 20% share by volume of global generics demand. Highest number of US FDA approved plants outside of the US. 100% FDI allowed under automatic route for greenfield projects and under government rule for brownfield investments. 74% under automatic route for brownfield investments. Over 260,000 pharmacy graduates. 3 production-linked incentives to support the pharmaceutical sector worth over $3 billion. India, the pharmacy of the world.
India is a leading vaccine supplier globally. Supplies over 62% of the global vaccine demand, exporting to 200 plus countries. 70% of WHO's vaccines under essential immunization schedule requirements are sourced from India. Number 1 supplier of the DPT, BCG and measles vaccines. 15 plus COVID-19 vaccines approved. Under the Vaccine Maitri program, India has shared over 160 plus million doses with 97 countries. The world's first plasmid DNA vaccine for COVID was developed in India by Zydus Cadila. Home to the largest vaccination drive globally, administering over 1.5 billion people. India, the pharmacy of the world.
We all fall down, we get banged up, but the scars show what we're made of. Don't you look back, lift your head up, shake the dust off, tell me what you're made of. I can't hear you breathing, our lungs beating, our heart. Lift up your voice, you got something to say. It's a brand new day. 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 When the rain falls, when the ground shakes, when the wind blows, when your heart breaks, show me sorrow, show me laughter, show me starlight, show me what you have to. I can't hear you breathing, our lungs beating, our heart. Lift up your voice, you got something to say. It's a brand new day. 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 See the sunrise, oh,
the world's fastest emerging medical device market. Currently, at $12 billion in revenue, it is projected to cross the 50 billion mark by 2030. India manufactures 6,000 unique medical devices, diagnostic imaging, orthopedics and prosthetics, patient aids, dental products, consumables. India also has the largest number of robotic installations in healthcare. Medical devices industry is the sunrise sector in India's investment story for many reasons. A growing and aging population will accelerate the demand for healthcare services. The emerging middle class in India will have higher disposable income to spend on health facilities. Aided by the ever-growing insurance sector that aids affordability. India offers the most affordable world-class healthcare on the globe, roughly at 1/10 the cost of US. As a high-end diagnostic services destination, medical tourism is expected to contribute $152 billion to the Indian economy by 2029. Friendly government policies like schemes for promotion of medical device parks and production-linked incentives will make manufacturing lucrative for business houses. We also have a strong startup ecosystem in healthcare, with over 5,000 active health tech startups that account for 5% of total healthcare industry and raised over $2 billion in the past decade. India is a hub for global R&D activities for international health conglomerates due to the relatively low cost of clinical research. The world is looking forward to investing in the Indian medical devices sector. Come, be a part.
India is the third largest pharmaceutical market globally by volume. Market size $50 billion. Expected to reach a value of $130 billion by 2030. Contributes over 20% share by volume of global generics demand. Highest number of US FDA approved plants outside of the US. 100% FDI allowed under automatic route for greenfield projects and under government rule for brownfield investments. 74% under automatic route for brownfield investments. Over 260,000 pharmacy graduates. 3 production-linked incentives to support the pharmaceutical sector worth over $3 billion. India, the pharmacy of the world.
India is a leading vaccine supplier globally. Supplies over 62% of the global vaccine demand, exporting to 200 plus countries. 70% of WHO's vaccines under essential immunization schedule requirements are sourced from India. Number 1 supplier of the DPT, BCG and measles vaccines. 15 plus COVID-19 vaccines approved. Under the Vaccine Maitri program, India has shared over 160 plus million doses with 97 countries. The world's first plasmid DNA vaccine for COVID was developed in India by Zydus Cadila. Home to the largest vaccination drive globally, administering over 1.5 billion people. India, the pharmacy of the world.
We all fall down, we get banged up, but the scars show what we're made of. Don't you look back, lift your head up, shake the dust off, tell me what you're made of. I can't hear you breathing, our lungs beating, our heart. Let's take the voice, you got something to say. It's a brand new day. 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 When the rain falls, when the ground shakes, when the wind blows, when your heart breaks, show me sorrow, show me laughter, show me starlight, show me what you have to. I can't hear you breathing, our lungs beating, our heart. Let's take the voice, you got something to say. It's a brand new day. 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 See the sunrise. Oh, fire in your eyes. Oh, it's about time we all saw you shine. It's a brand new day. 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 It's a brand new day.
India is the world's fastest emerging medical device market. Currently, at $12 billion in revenue, it is projected to cross the 50 billion mark by 2030. India manufactures 6,000 unique medical devices, diagnostic imaging, orthopedics and prosthetics, patient aids, dental products, consumables. India also has the largest number of robotic installations in healthcare. Medical devices industry is the sunrise sector in India's investment story for many reasons. A growing and aging population will accelerate the demand for healthcare services. The emerging middle class in India will have higher disposable income to spend on health facilities. Aided by the ever-growing insurance sector that aids affordability. India offers the most affordable world-class healthcare on the globe, roughly at 1/10 the cost of US. As a high-end diagnostic services destination, medical tourism is expected to contribute $152 billion to the Indian economy by 2029. Friendly government policies like schemes for promotion of medical device parks and production-linked incentives will make manufacturing lucrative for business houses. We also have a strong startup ecosystem in healthcare, with over 5,000 active health tech startups that account for 5% of total healthcare industry and raised over $2 billion in the past decade. India is a hub for global R&D activities for international health conglomerates due to the relatively low cost of clinical research. The world is looking forward to investing in the Indian medical devices sector. Come, be a part. India is the third largest pharmaceutical market globally by volume. Market size 50 billion US dollars. Expected to reach a value of 130 billion US dollars by 2030. Contributes over 20% share by volume of global generics demand. Highest number of US FDA approved plants outside of the US. 100% FDI allowed under automatic route for greenfield projects and under government rule for brownfield investments. 74% under automatic route for brownfield investments. Over 260,000 pharmacy graduates. 3 production-linked incentives to support the pharmaceutical sector worth over 3 billion US dollars. India, the pharmacy of the world.
India.
Good
is a
afternoon,
leading
ladies and
vaccine
gentlemen. May I
supplier.
request everybody to kindly be seated? Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody to kindly be seated in front of the stage in the main hall. We are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of our first session, which is on practical commercialization strategies for medtech, the pilot scale to production scale. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very important session, which is being chaired by Secretary Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh ji. We would request everybody to kindly be seated as soon as possible. Requesting everybody to join us back inside the main hall for the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are already running behind schedule. We would like everybody to assemble as soon as possible so that we can go ahead with session 1, trying to save some time here. Thank you. I would once again request everyone to be seated in front of the main stage for technical session 1. The topic for this session is practical commercialization strategies for medtech, the pilot scale to production scale. Requesting everybody to join us back inside the hall and take your seats as soon as possible. I would request our organizers to kindly escort the speakers towards the hall. We would like to begin. All the speakers of this session are kindly requested to join us. We are waiting for them to begin the proceedings of the session. All our eminent speakers for this session are requested to kindly join us back inside the hall for the session. I would request if all the speakers could be escorted. If someone could kindly inform the speakers that we are going to begin with the proceedings of this session. Also requesting all the participants to take their seats inside the hall in front of the main stage for the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everybody to be seated. It is time for the section 1 on practical commercialization strategies for medtech, pilot scale to production scale. So ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform that in 5 minutes from now, we will begin with the proceedings of our session 1. All our speakers will be joining us in about 5 minutes from now for the next session, which is on practical commercialization strategies for medtech pilot scale to production scale. Once again requesting everybody to take their seats in front of the main stage for the session 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting the arrival of our session chair to begin the proceedings of this session. Meanwhile, requesting everybody to take their seats in front of the main stage. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everybody to be seated in front of the main stage as we are shortly going to go ahead with the proceedings of our session 1. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting all the participants to join us back inside the main hall and be seated in front of the main stage. We would once again request for all mobile phones to be kept on to silent mode. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the lunch which was served to us by the Ashoka. Now we are looking forward to our first session. Awaiting the arrival of Secretary Sir, we'll begin with the proceedings as soon as he's here with us. Meanwhile, be seated, be comfortable, all mobile phones to be kept on to silent mode.
Check, check. Check. Check.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of our session 1, and I have the proud privilege in inviting on stage our distinguished chairperson, Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh, Secretary Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome him. I also invite our moderator for this session, Dr. Niranjan Joshi, Program Lead, Digital Health and Innovation Deployment Center for Cellular and Molecular Platforms, CCAM, Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. Warm welcome to you. I have the privilege in inviting our eminent panelists from the government side, Shri Amitesh Kumar Sinha, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Warm welcome. I invite Shri Ved Prakash Mishra, Director, Hazardous Substance Management Division, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Warm welcome to you, sir. And Shri Chandan Kumar, Scientist C and Deputy Director, Medical Equipment and Hospital Planning Department, Bureau of Indian Standards. Warm welcome to you. And now from the industry side, I would like to invite Mr. Kshitij Kumar, Business Head, Precision Diagnosis and Connected Care, Philips India Limited, warm welcome. Mr. Gurmeet Singh Chok, Managing Director, Transgumenia Therapeutics, warm welcome. Mr. Rajiv Nath, Managing Director, Hindustan Syringes and Medical Equipments Private Limited, warm welcome, sir. Mr. Arvind Vishwanathan, CEO, TransAsia Biomedicals Limited, once again a warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. Aditya Banerjee, Managing Director, B. Braun Medical India Private Limited, warm welcome. And Mr. Manish Sardana, President, Poly Medicure Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic for the session is practical commercialization strategies for medtech pilot scale to production scale. The time duration for the session would be approximately 1 hour. And the session will mainly focus on the guidance towards scaling manufacturing to meet commercial requirements, how to ensure regulatory compliance of products, review of medical devices and the regulatory requirements, approach to get adequate funding for product development and manufacturing. And ladies and gentlemen, the session will include the opening and closing remarks by the session chair, moderated panel discussion by our moderator, and if time permits, we will have question and answer in the end. Otherwise, you could write down your questions and hand it over to the session moderator. He will take it up later on one-to-one basis. And ladies and gentlemen, I now have the proud privilege in inviting our session chair for the opening remarks, where I would request him to throw some more light on the role of promoting medical technology industry and the privilege providing the conducive policy framework for the startups in this area and the procurement policies and challenges faced by the innovators and startups. Over to you, sir, for your opening remarks.
Good afternoon, everybody. My fellow panelists on the dais, representatives from government and from industry, ladies and gentlemen. This is a fairly packed session with quite a large number of panelists. I think I see there are at least 4 plus 6, 10 panelists, so I'm going to keep my points very brief. I understand that we are currently the 4th largest Asian medical devices market in Asia and among the 20 global largest medical devices market. It is estimated that this will grow from 11 billion to about 50 billion by 2030. Now the government has been taking various initiatives to try and ensure the growth of this sector. It goes without saying, of course, that like all other sectors except defense and some other strategic areas, we've allowed foreign direct investment 100% automatically in this route. And the sector has already seen FDI inflows to the extent of US $2.7 billion. More recently, we've formulated and started implementing a production-linked incentive scheme for the medical devices sector with the intention of boosting the domestic manufacturing in this area and to do a certain amount of import substitution as well. The financial incentives worth $400 million were on offer as part of this scheme. A total of 26 companies have already taken advantage of this scheme. We've also established or has approved the establishment of 4 medical devices parks in the states of Himachal Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh with the intention of reducing manufacturing costs, optimizing resources, building on economies of scale and provide easy access to standard testing and infrastructure facilities. The department has also formulated a national medical devices policy in 2023, which I'm sure all of you would be aware of. The intention is to formulate and to facilitate an orderly growth of this sector, and it involves regulatory streamlining through creation of a single window system, enhancing the role of Indian standards, enabling infrastructure, facilitating R&D and innovation, attracting investments in the sector, human resources development, as well as brand positioning and awareness creation. It goes without saying that startups play a crucial role in this sector, and in fact, this session today is primarily focused on how to commercialize the medtech and particularly the startups who have a bright idea and who need help in getting it commercialized. We have 250 plus startups engaged in medical devices at the moment, and they require a comprehensive commercialization strategy to scale up their operations to meet the demands of the market. Strong IPR protection is another aspect of this, and we've been trying in my department to try and reduce the patent granting time. I think we've brought it down from about 60 months on average to about 42 months now, but of course it needs to be significantly reduced further. I hope today's session will throw up some good ideas on how to ensure vibrant growth of this sector and also to help commercialize good ideas of our young entrepreneurs who are working in this area. I wish you all the best and look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And I would now hand over to the moderator of this session, Dr. Niranjan Joshi, to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the panel discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary, sir. I think that was a very good overview of how this sunrise sector, medtech sector, is slowly taking roots and growing fast in the country. As you said, startups would be definitely the powerhouse for definitely the indigenous innovative technologies. And those technologies, I'm very sure that will not be just for India, even though they are being developed in India. But as Honorable Minister in the morning said, that they will be, once they are successful in India, they will be taken on the global stage. So with that as a context and without taking much of time in setting the further context, I would like to now dive into the discussion. We have very eminent government and industry leaders here. I understand this is a post-lunch session, but I'm very sure that the inspiring thoughts that you will take from this session will energize you. So that is something that I can assure you for sure. So the commercialization strategies, there are multiple threads that are intertwined into each other: technical R&D, manufacturing, operations, regulatory compliances, quality assurance, QA, business, the marketing, sales, procurement, and then of course capital, raising the capital. So these are the threads that are completely intertwined with each other, and that's the reason why you are seeing that this is I'm flanked by almost 10 eminent members of this community, and the reason being that this is a sector where you will require all this firepower. So let me first come to the most difficult part that most of us, and we had a short discussion before we started this panel between the panel members, the regulatory. So let me get the most difficult part out first. We have Shri Ved Prakash Mishra, Director of Hazardous Substance Management Division, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. He is largely representing the regulatory kind of and the policy making mechanisms within the government. So my request to Shri Mishra is not to take it just from the point of view of the environment, but largely what are the main important regulatory frameworks that are in place, and how do we essentially steer that particular pathway. So our just in the because of the paucity of time, I think we will just sit down and speak if that is okay with you.
Respected Secretary, sir, and dear panelists and friends. As in the discussion of last two sessions, I will just brief that what are the expectations of the Ministry of Environment in this medical devices field. There are three issues main that I will touch upon. First is that EPR regulations that have come up under e-waste management rules. We have included 106 new items in our e-waste management rules under extended producer responsibility. I think that has become a issue of concern for the producers, for the industry. And it is indeed the issue of concern because it has first time it is introduced in the country. It is a new thing which has come under polluter pays principle. And 10 out of 10 are medical devices, like MRI, X-rays, and the big equipment. So it is the responsibility of the producers to get it recycled at end of life. There have come up many issues. For example, they are asking that what about the products which we have made 10 years back? Now we are asking details of today. And we are really asking. And the thing is that we will believe what you say. We will take your data as on the face value. And we can't, if a company is working for last 10 years, it cannot set its responsibility of the products produced in last 10 years. It has to take responsibility. We can't deny the problem of the legacy waste. So it has to be done. So there is no other way. And yes, any new startup is coming, then a new company is coming, or it is making production of new product, then its responsibility will come after 10 years, if the average life of that product is 10 years, for example. So there is no option, and we will have to give our data of 10 years back, and we will believe your data. The first thing is, the second issue is that as the ROHS, reduction of hazardous substances, we believe and we expect and we hope that you will reduce use of lead, cadmium, mercury, whatever these which are hazardous in our equipment. You will do R&D in such a manner. But I believe that I also understand that immediately will not be possible to phase out. So they have, but this rule was applicable from 1st April 2023. You have investigations demanded for some transition period, and I think that is reasonable demand, and we will certainly consider it, and I think we will take a favorable decision within 30 or 40 days. Very soon. No other way. The third issue was raised on import of medical devices. It is very important. We used medical devices. It is very tricky area actually. Import of used medical devices is very facilitates the industry, facilitates poor people. For example, MRI machine which cost 10 crores here, or in 1 crore in good working condition in Europe. So you can import. It seems very easy and seems very lucrative. But there are issues. It may be hazardous. There may be some chemical or some contaminant on that machine which we are importing. So Ministry of Environment is very careful about that. So we will not allow to import critical medical equipment. But we have made amendments to allow other medical equipments to use refurbished medical equipment in India. But they should be in working condition. They cannot be brought in. मतलब ऐसा नहीं कोई चीज उठा के आए and refurbished here. No, we will not allow refurbished in India. It should come in working condition. And it should have some residual life of 5-7 years at least. And it should be serviceable. It should not have been phased out by the OEM. This also. So some conditions will be laid out. So I think import of used medical devices is very serious issue, and we will take a final decision as and when. And we have high value. We have high value. We was thinking that the medical devices which are not manufactured in India, which are not really viable, and which are very costly, only those used medical equipment should be allowed to be imported. The third issue, last issue was the plastic packaging. कि प्लास्टिक पैकेजिंग of medical equipments and that has been mandated under EPR rules, plastic waste management rules. I don't think you have sought exemption for that. But we can't give a specific sector-wise exemption. If it is mandatory for other importers, it is mandatory for medical devices as well. If single-use plastic below a thickness, it is covered under EPR rules. And it is banned, and above that, it is covered under EPR rules. So if you are importing, you have to get it recycled. You cannot throw it away here and there. So this rule cannot be. It is considered decision. It cannot be negotiated. So this is the third issue. And the import issue, someone raised yesterday, that we will talk with the customs and we will request them that they will not create any hindrance. So I will request the industry that EPR they should take very seriously. If they are manufacturing or importing devices, importers are also producers for us. So please take responsibility of its end of life. It's a whole life cycle. After it is of no use, please get it recycled. It has materials, it is metals. And so it is your responsibility. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. And if any queries there, I will.
Thank you. I think we will have, after one round of discussions, we will have another round of questions if there are any follow-on queries. Once now we have heard and spoken about regulatory, I think the next important part is the standards. Setting the standards is one of the important steps in growing any specific area, growing specific sector within the country. We have here Sri Chandan Kumar, who is ITC and Deputy Director, Medical Equipment and Planning Department, Bureau of Indian Standards from BIS here. And I would like to ask him, how is BIS, what are the efforts of BIS in the medical technology sector, especially adapting the standards to the Indian conditions? What efforts are being done?
Thank you, sir. Respected Secretary, sir, and my esteemed fellow panelists and everyone in the audience, very good afternoon. I'm happy to see that there are, I see many faces who are members of our technical committees which develop the standards. So, I would just like, I would just like to give a brief background for those who are not aware and those who have never been part of a BIS process. So any technical standard, any national standard in any field, be it medical devices or any other field, it is developed by a technical committee in BIS, and that technical committee comprises of stakeholders from all the diverse backgrounds. We have experts from the ministries, we have experts from R&D institutes, from academia, from manufacturers. Industry is a very crucial part of our committees. So when we talk about the standard setting process and what is our focus area, so I would like to say that in our department, Medical Equipment and Hospital Planning Department, we have taken a very conscious call, and that is also the need of the hour to harmonize all our standards with the ISO and IC standards, the documents which are accepted globally. The reason for this is once we go for internationally harmonized standards, then it solves a lot of problems. It makes our manufacturers access the global markets also, because if we curate another set of requirements which we call national standards, which is different from the international standard, then any buyer in another country may not be able to purchase the locally manufactured device. So this has been a very focus area for us, and I am happy to share that for all the critical and high-end devices, most of our standards are already harmonized with the global requirements. And this is not that we are simply adopting the standards. We are members of the ISO and IC members of the ISO and IC technical committees which develop the standards. Our committee members are nominated as experts. They also contribute to the international standards formulation work. So that once we decide to adopt any standard, there should not be any problem. There should not be any problem. Adoption should be smooth. I hope that this answers the questions. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think there are a couple of follow-on points that I had in mind, but I think we'll circle back. The next question I had for Mr. Satish Kumar, business head, Precision Diagnosis and Connected Care, Philips India Limited. Mr. Kumar is a large MNC. How has the role of Philips evolved over time? There are two reasons why I'm asking this question. Number one is because I want the startups to take you from what it is. And second is that while Philips may be probably the well-established brand, Indian market has its own way of behaving. You have to fit the market, and the market doesn't. Sometimes market does fit to you, but mostly it goes the other way around. So that's the reason why I'm asking this question.
First and foremost, thank you for having me on this panel. And maybe I'll take a couple of minutes to really talk about the journey of Philips, especially over the last decade or so. First, Philips is actually a 1930 establishment in India. So it's a pre-independence. Even before got independent is where the company actually came to India. And most of us actually grew up knowing Philips transistors, television, all the two-in-ones, etc. The consumer electronics that we knew of that. What Philips which we knew 10 years back, till 10 years back actually, was the consumer electronic giant, audio, video, transistors, lighting, and a little bit of healthcare. Actually, the company has evolved completely in the last 10 years. We only do healthcare now. And many people actually think that the bulbs that you see are Philips bulbs. The company behind that is called Signify. And that's a separately listed entity, different from Royal Philips. So clearly, as a company, we have evolved and have put our stakes into probably the most complicated industry in the world, called healthcare. And we are putting our money and chips on that, saying that this is a place to be for the future. If I talk about India specifically, Philips has got a very significant presence in India. There are 9,000 plus employees in India alone. And less than 10% are actually on the commercial side. 90% plus people in India at Philips actually work either in the manufacturing of products that are made not just for India but for the globe, or doing research and development, which is the Philips Innovation Campus, close to 5,000 engineers, doctors, clinical scientists, data scientists actually working and making the latest and greatest software for the world. And specifically talking about Pune factory. Pune factory is actually a pride for a lot of us in India. It is one of the 6 global factories that we have, which has got a US FDA and C approved, producing products like ultrasound, parts of MRIs, cardiac cath labs, C-arms, etc. We are doing that. Over the last 6 years, we have almost doubled our manufacturing footprint in this country. And that's the way we see that when companies like Philips come up, it kind of gives a boost to the entire ecosystem in terms of the supplier base that we build it up in and around Pune, for people to be able to supply those parts, etc. for India, because that's how the whole ecosystem kind of develops. And that's the way that we see that Philips continuing in this journey, continuing to strengthen its manufacturing R&D base in India.
Just a quick question. So you mentioned about the supplier ecosystem developing. is there any action that you affirmative action that you do because at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, for you also it is helpful. For you also it is helpful. Something additional? Is there something additional efforts you so that they develop, or so that they develop, or it is an organic process? It is an organic process. The moment there is essentially the moment there is demand, they suddenly start growing. They suddenly start growing.
That's a great question, actually.
That's a great question, actually.
And this is a moment of pride as well.
This is a moment of pride as well because
when people talk about quality,
I
think they should feel proud.
I think they should feel proud.
Whenever it's possible, I would expect
some of the government officials to actually visit our factory in Pune. The MR coils
that we produce in India have a default rate
almost
90% lesser than what it was produced globally.
Okay.
And that's why we feel a lot of pride saying that no, India quality is not good.
No, India quality is very good.
And why did it happen is because
it's a very interesting one. We actually took a fresh
young
batch of
ITI
batch
of students
graduating out of that.
I would say like 90% plus were
actually
and they
women,
did that intricate
and
work
they did that
of
intricate
RF
work
manufacturing
of RF
in
manufacturing
Pune factory. We train them, we put them into a lab, we do that whole 6 months of studies for them, and say like, we will help them certify that. So
we will help them
that's a kind of a work and ecosystem that gets built up around that.
that gets built up around that.
I think that's a very that's a very it's a very proud. It's a very proud. I would say not just for a company, but not just for a company, but for us as an ecosystem and the country.
Only thing I say like irrespective of which company you're working for today.
So
we are all Indians, right? So we all still
all Indians, right? So we all still work for India.
Great, excellent, great, excellent. Thanks. That's great. Thanks. I'm going to now ask question to Mr. Gurmeet Singh, who is managing director Transluminal Therapeutics. Sir, I want to know. I mean, based on your experience, you have very vast experience. How do our startups go about raising working capital? There is a little bit of a difficulty there, partly because they don't have specific track record. Debt funding, banking is a difficulty for them. They don't want to dilute equity for working capital. So how is it? What's your advice for them to go about raising funding?
Thank you. So I think I'll answer this in two ways. Rather than saying what they should be doing, first I'll say what they should not be doing. So what they should not be doing is the one of these entertainment program called Shark Tanks. This is really confusing our young generation. And what is it doing is it is oversimplifying everything for them. So even my young daughters, they think that it's too easy. Have an idea, just go there, ask someone, I want to raise capital, create a valuation. Somebody would invest, and that's the end of the story. I think that's the beginning of the trouble, not the end of the story. The second thing which a startup, I think, should also not be doing is not holding the patents, exclusivity, IPR too close to their chest. Now, a couple of weeks back, I was in IIT Kanpur. I go to some of these institutes where you meet some young guys who are into School of Biodesigns and all, and you talk to them. And one thing they are sure is that when they pounce upon an idea and do a small, I would say a pilot success, they believe that on a scale of 100, they're at 70. And they feel very demotivated when I tell them that you are at 15, you're not at 70. Because the commercialization is brutal. It's not easy. Now I'll come to the part which I'll probably talk about a little part of my own journey. I started Translumina in 2010, and this year we will be $100 million US company. And everything same. I was out of a multinational company, and we were setting up. So I think the first lesson which I can tell people, youngsters who are now wanting to go into their own entrepreneurial journey and have a pilot scale with them, is to create strategic partnerships. I think we hold equity too close to ourselves. The point is, there are a lot of low leverage activities. I think the whole internet is filled with that, where you need to get money, you can get overdraft, you can get debt from the banks. Now there are people who are sourcing your raw material purchasing, they are sourcing your credits from your distributors or all the parties you sell to, and there's no rocket science in it. I think the real value and the real rocket science is that how you are able to convert all this funding which you need into some very smart strategic partnership. So living that journey, I'll tell you an example. I straight away went to a high-end medical device manufacturing. It required a lot of preclinical trials, a lot of R&D, a lot of clinical trials. And I wanted to be globally competitive. So I said, look, I'll not do these trials in India, I'll do these trials in Europe. So I went to Europe. I went to one of the best heart centers in Germany. And I said, look, I don't have money to pay you, but what if I give you an equity in my company? And they said, no, we are a university-driven hospital, will not be able to give you will not take equity. And the second thing I said is, why don't you take a royalty on the products? So you subsidize your R&D, you subsidize your preclinical trials, you subsidize your human trials, and your requirement for the funding goes lesser and lesser and lesser. So this is the first important thing, I think, which everybody needs to make a clear strategy as they move forward. Number two is, even if when you are sourcing the funding beyond the banks from any private investors or even some friends or families, please ensure that these are all strategic people who are also contributing to their business. Because when you are commercializing, the delay in commercializing or the delay in scaling adds to you paying interest on this money. So what happens is, if they are not the strategic investor, so I'm investing, there's a young guy from IT, has an excellent product for air purification, one of the world-class products. He came to me, we are discussing my investment in that company. And I said, who's your current investor? He said, for the last 3 years, I'm struggling. Somebody gave me 5 crore rupees. He's a garment exporter. Now he has that money, but the person cannot contribute any value to the business. So very clear, your first few strategic investors need to be the people who can also contribute to it, because they will also have an understanding if you are not able, if there's a delay in commercialization. The third part is your initial core team, because what we also need to understand is that your journey to commercialization, your main money is not required on scale 1, it is required in scale 2 and 3, because when you are very small, you have very limited expenses. But when you start going big, so plan ahead, plan 3 years ahead, 4 years ahead, and so that you are very clear that how much money you must be having in your kitty in terms of when you are sourcing this partnership, so that you don't go wrong. Because what people here solve out is only for the first 12 months. But the real challenge starts after those 12 months, and then nobody is ready to give you just because there's a delay in commercialization. And the fifth thing, again, I'm saying this is again not how I source it, but I'm saying how you control your financing. Be very, very specific about the target markets you want to address. Don't go very thin, very large together. So coming back to the point, just to scale, sum it up in 1 or 2 lines, I think the low leverage part, the money from various government bodies and on the other sources, I think everybody knows this. You go to the internet, you'll find it. There'll be 10 people but they'll not give it easy. I'm talking about high leverage activities, guys. Please, please, this is a great leverage you create when you subsidize your requirement by giving equity to people rather than paying them. That's a much predictable process, and that's a much enriching process.
Very interesting. I think I think we probably will take this discussion little offline as well, that the reluctance for shedding the equity despite getting the strategic inputs is something that we will have to, as a ecosystem, it has to be kind of percolated deep down. And that's something that we have worked with at least 350 plus startups. We are government supported initiative. And what we have seen is that we work on the deep tech innovation side. And somehow there is a reluctance. It's like, it's mine, that. And I think that slows down the journey. So I completely agree with you. I can see where you are coming. And mentors like you, advisors like you definitely would be helpful for our community. Next, I'm going to ask Mr. Rajiv Nath, who is Managing Director, Hindustan Syringes and Medical Equipment. again, vast experience. He has also worked with the community medical devices as well as the manufacturer community as well. So he has a experience both in terms of his own industrial experience, but also to shepherding the community as well. Sir, any thoughts on how should our startups go on scaling up once they have the design for manufacturing? It's still not very easy to scale up the manufacturing, putting up the lines, getting the set of people, assuring the quality. It's not very easy. Especially, I'm asking from the context that the pandemic, we all know that suddenly we had to start increasing our capacities. And given your experience, you probably might would have done that reasonably well, but our startups will not be able to do it that easily. So please, any thoughts, any experiences that you can share?
Before I answer that question, I would like to know from the audience, if you can raise your hands, how many of you are startups here? About 10, 15. And how many of you are MSME entrepreneurs with say turnover of less than 50 crore rupees? Still quite a few hands. So let me try to address your needs over here, the startups and the mid-sized entrepreneurs, because that's what the topic is all about. Because the experts that we have on this dais over here are way beyond that stage. Some of us are MNC level, some are listed on the IPO, but pretty much everybody over here is more than 500 crore rupees turnover over here. So we may not be in that stage what you are right now, of that early stage, and we may have crossed that stage decades back or years back. For somebody like you, I'll try to answer it in two manners, from their perspective and then our perspective, which is actually not late stage perspective. So as I normally get calls from people coming in, and especially with the regulations coming on, the complete regulatory landscape is being a new experience for everybody, whether you are a new entrepreneur or an old entrepreneur. If you are making medical electronics before 1st of April this year, you may have or may not have a CE mark, you may or may not have an ISO 13485, you may or may not have an ISC Med certification. So that is something that is still questionable. But clearly you were not under regulations. So you were able to market the product without any regulatory discipline or any regulatory barriers. Now from 1st of April this year, you have to treat very carefully a regulatory pathway. So you have to follow a very disciplined landscape, which you had an unfettered access before. So as a new entrepreneur, what will come to you first? And this is the type of questions which come to me from typical engineers from IIT or startups over there. Where do I need to do an HTA? Shall I do an HTA first or shall I do a test license first? For making a prototype, do I need a test license? Or for making a prototype, do I need to apply for a manufacturing license? Now, I've applied for manufacturing license, but the state authorities are saying I need a test license. They're saying I need to do clinical trials, but this is a Me Too product. Do I need to do clinical trials? Can't I just do clinical evaluation? But they're insisting I need to do clinical investigation. So where do I go for clinical investigation? Who will support me? Which hospital will support me? Which ethical committee shall I refer to? Will DHR help me? Will ICMR help me? Who will help me? How will IMED help me? Then the next question comes, okay, I need to go for clinical testing, animal testing. There is no large animal testing facility in India. What do I do? Can you refer me to somebody outside of India? Where do we get our product tested? These are the typical challenges any startup engineer is facing, and the cloudiness, because the regulatory pathways have not been still clearly defined to him. We have defined in the MDR many things, but that book, even though it is much more separate now from the Drug Act and drug rules, it was made by us experts and experienced experts who were schooled from the Drug Act system, and we had again graduated from the Drug Act system or the CE system. And because of that vast experience, we made it slightly complex for new entrepreneurs still. So the book still does not speak by itself. And ideally, regulations, a law book or a rule book should speak by itself. So engineer who picks it up should understand the regulatory pathways clearly. The other issue comes is regarding standards. Which standard shall I follow? BIS doesn't have a standard, so how do I go on launching a product without a BIS standard? Can I propose our own standard to BIS? How long will it take for them to make it into a national standard? Which committee, whom do I approach in BIS? Okay, I want to do exports. And I want to export to Brazil and to Europe later on. I've got a customer in Brazil who is very interested in my product. But he wants us to have the MTSAP audit. That's very expensive, 40 lakh rupees I was told by a consultant. I can't spend that kind of money. My turnover is not 40 lakh rupees. How do we go on doing this? CE marking I will do later on because I'm not interested in Europe right now. That's another 30 lakh rupees. But I want to do exports, and the buyer is very interested. He's really excited about the quality and the potential of the product in his market. I've heard about ICMET certification. What's it about? Does it qualify for global standards? Because BIS does not. I was showing him the BIS details. He was not excited by that. He's talking about MDSAP. So what do we have? Something that will satisfy him, because I cannot do MDSAP overnight. Now, these are the kind of typical challenges which a young engineer or startup is going to be facing, which is going to be very different from somebody who is already having an established factory, making say 20, 30 crore rupees, and dealing with SLA inspectors and stuff like that. And again, it will be a different challenge for somebody like us, running multiple plants with established staff who are regulatory experts or technical experts, and divided responsibilities and delegation over there. So the scale-up thing is completely different. In my case, I was a lucky son born with a syringe in my mouth. So my qualification was only BCom. I'm not an engineer. I wanted to go to IIT, but I failed in the entrance exam for doing that, and I had to switch lines and become a commercial graduate. But then I realized as a commercial graduate, I could still aspire. I could always hire engineers and scientists under me, and ambitions were always there. So if you are ambitious, you can achieve anything. The difference in my experience in terms of a scale-up compared to what Gurmeet just mentioned, and I think Mr. Sardana will be coming in later on. As my company, Hindustan Syringes, was the third company in India to go for private equity. After Pateja's Bharat Forging, we were the third company to go for private equity, I think way back in 1995, when private equities were completely a new word. We wanted to fight the large MNCs going to the international market, buy the best technologies, buy the best machines, to do real scale-up of technologies. I knew we could not do that with Taiwanese or Korean technology. Who was the best Japanese? Who was the best Swedish? The best Swiss? Best German? I was very ambitious. But you needed big, deep pockets for that. So to finance a big jump on capital investment over there, to have the quality to fight with the people like BD or with Bibron next door to me, we had to invest in that level of technology which Terumo, BD, Bibron were using. And for doing that, money was required. So private equity was what was explained to us is the way forward. We did go for it. And the people who came in told us we are strategic investors. We're not going to interfere in management. And that's when we started realizing after 2 years or 3 years that their thinking process and our thinking process is very different. We are looking at in terms of affordability, market share. Our success parameters are different from their success parameters. They're pushing me, you've got 70-80% market share as Dispovan. You can charge 10% higher price. Even if you lose 5% market share, what does it make to you? That chase of money, that chase of profit and profiteering was something abhorrent to us, to my father and to me. So we realized that we have to move away from this game. And we were fortunate that we were able to borrow money because we had no personal wealth. We had to borrow money personally. But foreign banks came into the country. So foreign banks were more flexible than Indian banks. They gave us money to us on an individual basis so that we could buy back the equity which we had sold to these private equity players. And then we made up our mind, we will not go for private equity. We will not go to public. We may think small, but we will own our own company 100%, but we'll have a good night's sleep. And we'll do things the way we want it, because when you try to scale up, you get so much money. On today's date, you do not know what to do with the money. So you get distracted. You will put that money into another person's company. The money cannot be kept idle. So you'll buy 2-3 companies, products which you're not even making. And then you get distracted from your own project, your own product. And you have to be distracted and start focusing upon other things. And then you have to build a management team for doing that because you are too small for doing that. And then you find that you're not inept for doing that. So you hire a CEO and a CEO for doing that. And suddenly start finding that you are a small voice in your own company. Now, that may be a growth pattern you may want to look for. And that may be a growth pattern which may be a challenge for people like Mr. Gurmeet going forward, or for involution. And people who've done that, I say hats off to them. Because it's not easy, you can't have a good night's sleep doing that. But when you are trying to scale up as a startup, these are the things which will always be there as hurdles, so be prepared and plan for them. I would say from my side, don't plan to shoot up too fast, go slow and steady. Slow and steady always wins the race. Thank you. A bit too long, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah. Mr. Nath is also associated with many of the associations. I think IMED is one of them. It's also one of the supporting organizations here. You will find him in many fora, and please do connect with him. A plethora of experience that he brings while working with many stakeholders across the community. Moving on to Mr. Arvind Vishwanathan, CEO, TransAsia Biomedicals. Mr. Vishwanathan, the pandemic taught us a big lesson that indigenous manufacturing of diagnostics, we absolutely have to be we have to go there. In fact, at CCAMP, we had a large program for indigenization of diagnostics. In our own innovation way, we supported that. But point here is that the indigenous manufacturing of diagnostics. Where are the opportunities? Where are the challenges? What does the future tell us? Where is it heading?
Right. No, I think very fair. I think COVID was a game changer or a leveler in whatever way you look at it for most businesses. Even 3 years down after COVID, we are still not back to the levels or what we were doing before COVID. Before COVID, I would say forecasting, things like forecasting, trending and all were skill sets that were looked for. But COVID has taught us after that there is no point in forecasting. You can't forecast because you don't have so much of time. We used to ask 6 months forecast, 3 months forecast, 12 months forecast. That didn't work. We didn't know what we had to do the next day. So I think ability to be very agile, be nimble, think on the feet, and build a very nimble, agile, fast business where you don't need too much of time to do many things. I think that is what has taught us in general. But coming to diagnostics,
I'm not sure many people know, but we know our population. The latest statistics is only about 23% of India's population has ever given blood as a sample for testing, which means you have more than 1 billion people still never having even done a single blood test. And 70 to 80% of these people are not in metros or tier 1 or tier 2. They are in the real India, which by far has still a lot to evolve in terms of healthcare infrastructure. So if we have to take healthcare, provide access in an affordable way to the masses in the real India, I think indigenous manufacturing is absolutely required, from ability to scale, ability to give it at an affordable cost. And it is in these areas probably a lot of, you don't have large setups or large hospitals. So a lot of big companies may not be able to really enter these markets. So how do you really be in a rural India? So if you pick up a map on India and say that anywhere in India, if we need to build 20 healthcare centers or primary health centers, which is probably the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister as well, where all the primary health centers must become caregivers for everything basic, be it diagnostics, be it basic healthcare, be it basic ECG machine, everything should be done. So if this needs, we need lakhs and lakhs of primary health centers, maybe somewhere about 5-6 lakh primary health centers in this country. And if these need to be catered to, you have to give something which works in extreme conditions, maybe heat, maybe rain, maybe winters, extreme conditions, in a very frugal cost, and ability to maintain a very nimble supply chain. So if all of these needs to be met to serve the real India, I think understanding the needs is only understood best by a lot of Indian companies or companies that are there in emerging markets. So like us, maybe there are many countries, Indonesia, Brazil. All these countries have similar topography like what India is. So countries successful in these, companies successful in these markets are what will succeed, and indigenous manufacturing is the way to go. And you're looking at probably a headroom of another 70-80% more than what it is today for most companies to scale up. So that is what I would say.
Thank you. I mean, I definitely agree. Diagnostics is the crossroads for planning the treatment. It really can change the scenario, not just in terms of diagnosing the disease or the condition itself, but also the complete healthcare cost. So it's an important aspect. Thank you for those remarks. Next, I'm going to go to Mr. Aditya Banerjee, who is MD B. Brown Medical, India. Mr. Banerjee, we have covered many diverse topics. I quickly wanted to ask you one of the most important and the crucial questions now here, as far as the startups are concerned. If they want to be in the race with the big brands, innovation is the key for them. That's the best they will bring on the table. So in the medtech sector, where do you see the opportunities for them? What should they be looking at?
So I work for B. Brown, and just to carry further from what my friend Mr. Rajiv Nath said, we are a 170-year-old company, still family-owned, not a single dollar or euro of public money, private equity, still completely family-owned. So not only can you do well, but you can also survive for 170 years. But that only happens with innovation. So I'll talk a little bit about that later. But I think in India, we have the advantage that we can move into any sector. MedTech is a very, very diverse space. We know medical devices can range from very, very simple, consumable, disposable products to very high-end diagnostic equipment. Of course, the opportunity in a country like ours with a very huge population is much more in the disposable and consumables. But I think many of the panelists will agree that most of these products are commoditized. That does not mean that there is no potential. If you innovate, there is potential also in this space. And the great thing about medical devices is that unlike pharmaceuticals, you can continuously innovate. It's a process of continuous innovation. So even B. Braun made products which were made 100 years back. They're still innovating those products. Okay, so I think this is one thing which is important, that it does not matter which space you get into as long as you do something which adds value. The second comment I wanted to make was that don't innovate for cost. Cost will automatically come, it'll come down if you have the volumes. Innovate always for value. I think the entire healthcare system is moving more towards value. And the innovation possibility when you go for value is almost limitless. But in terms of cost, you will hit a border at a lower limit at some time. You can't go below a certain point. So please innovate for value. These are the two things which I think are important. As long as there is innovation, I think every medical device segment is attractive, especially in a market like ours.
Yeah, I think definitely this is something that resonates well. Earlier in the day, I think Secretary DOP or one of the other members, they made this remark that how do we move from cost competitive to value competitive. That's definitely is the point here. Innovation is the key. Again, this has been resonating since morning. I'm now moving to Mr. Manish Sardana, President Poly Medicure. Government has been doing a lot, and I at least individually I have been the witness for last 12 years, but I'm in the biotech Department of Biotechnology ecosystem, which again, all of this goes up to the same route, which is Government of India. There has been at least 2 decades of work that has been going on, and similarly in other ministries and departments, the same is happening. Good amount of stimulus is being given. You have been the beneficiary of production-linked incentive scheme. Would you like to share some of your experience with our audience?
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me here. So allow me to use this platform for 30 seconds, taking a cue out of what happened in the CEO discussion. Government is here, and my GA colleagues are here, and also all the associations are here. So probably the narrative for a multinational and an Indian, that needs to start changing, right? And I bring it at every platform. I operate in 120 countries. I have a direct subsidiary in US. I have a direct subsidiary in Europe. So when I go to Europe, in Germany, B. Braun is a domestic company. I'm a multinational. Right? When I go to US, Medtronic is a local company. I'm a multinational. Right? So I think that unless and until we change that narrative, I'm very happy being said as Indian, American, German, etc. But let's change that. Thank you very much. While we talked to a startup, there were many startups and MSME sector people around here. Please be very clear. What are you wanting? Are you wanting a consultant? Are you wanting an equity partner? Or are you wanting a partner who can help you commercialize? There are 3 different things, right? So please be very clear what do you want, and then you can move ahead. Last but not the least, while we all are, Rajiv ji said that we are all 500,000 crore plus entities, but trust me, all of us are still hustling on a daily basis like a startup. Right, so it doesn't make, even if I may be 1,000 crore company, but I still need to hustle on a daily basis. So we are still a startup by nature. Okay, PLI. Let me redefine PLI. PLI is normally called as production link incentive, but if you see the actually details of that, it is not a production link incentive. It's an incentive on the revenue which you generate if you make in India. So revenue is very, very critical. Just by making it in India, producing in India doesn't mean the government starts paying you incentive. There is a threshold of revenue to be generated. Right? If you are not able to generate that threshold of revenue, you will not be getting any incentives. So please be very clear in your head, just by investing 2 CR, 10 CR, 5 CR, doesn't mean government will start paying you incentive on that investment. We have a very good experience with PLI. In phase 1 of PLI, we invested in renal. That's a dialysis space. So in fact, allow me to use this platform. Okay. So last of the series, so I'll need to complete fast. So while we look at, we invested in renal, and how does PLI help us? It helped us to come out with the first truly made in India dialysis machine. So within a 2 months time, we'll come out with a dialysis machine with almost 60% local value add, which has never happened in India. That's where PLI has helped us. Yes, PLI has also helped us in it also helped me internally to make my board agree that I can make this CAPEX. Right? Because they said, okay, you make a CAPEX, whatever incentive you earn on the sale, we invest it back, and that helps me save the OPEX. So that's what we utilize the PLI for. When it comes to startup, there is no threshold on investments, how much you are investing as a CAPEX, but there is a threshold on the revenue which you need to generate every year to be eligible for that incentive. Now, while an organization like mine or everybody sitting here, the revenue of 60-70 crores annually may not be a big task. We will be able to do that. But when it comes to startup, so that's where my request probably to the government could be that when you look at that PLI scheme, if you want to have a PLI for startup, let the threshold for revenue be or maybe there may not be a threshold, because it's more of to encourage them to start making it. So probably don't put a threshold or keep it very low. But I'm around. If you want anybody, if you want to talk to me, I'm very happy to talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we are slightly running out of time here. So thank you very much to all the panel members. We had a very exciting discussion. There are a few threads of thoughts that are still kind of remaining. I also wanted to discuss going global. What are the challenges? There are also in terms of acquisitions, I think there are, especially for the startups, first-time entrepreneurs, acquisitions are very important exits, and what are the tips you would like to do, because it's a big negotiation, they have no experience. I think those are the set of points that I wanted to discuss, but nonetheless, I think we had...
If anybody of them want to talk to us, or maybe me, at least on the GTM, how to go to the market, how to set up everything, I'm around and very happy to assist. Thanks.
So my suggestion is that the panel members will be here around for some more time. If you want to reach out to the organizers and route your questions through them to us, as a moderator, I take the complete kind of onus and responsibility of ensuring that you will get back the answers. So I think with that, let me thank all the panel members, also thank the session chair, Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh, Secretary DPIIT, for chairing the session, and let me conclude this session here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And I would request you, sir, to kindly present memento as a token of gratitude and appreciation to our session chair, Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh ji. Requesting our moderator, Dr. Joshi, to do the honors. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for sparing your valuable time and being here with us. Thank you, Mr. Joshi, for doing the honors. May I request all the panelists to kindly step forward for a group photograph. Thank you very much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, I would request everybody to kindly remain seated. We'll just take a few minutes to change the top table for the next session. Thank you for all those valuable inputs we had from all the eminent panelists. And ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain seated. We will be back in just 2 minutes as we just change the talk table for the next session. Thank you. The next session is Propelling the Innovation and R&D Growth, Efficiency Quality Management in MedTech. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session. Which is on propelling the innovation and R&D growth, efficient quality management in MedTech. So I have the proud privilege in inviting for the next session, our distinguished session chair, Dr. N. Yuvaraj, Joint Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome on stage our session chair, Dr. N. Yuvaraj. He is Joint Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals. I invite our session moderator, Mr. Girish Raghavan, Vice President, Digital Platforms, India Technology Center, GE Healthcare South Asia. A very warm welcome. Inviting the government panelist, Dr. Anita Thampi, Director Technical and Operations, HLL Life Care Limited. Invite Professor Naresh Bhatnagar, HOD, Center for Biomedical Engineering, IIT Delhi. Warm welcome. I invite from the industry the panelists, Mr. Atul Grover, Managing Director, Beckton and Dickinson, India and South Asia. Mr. Sumit Agarwal, Associate Director, R&D, Boston Scientific. Dr. Pramod Kumar Minocha, Director Technical, Merrill Life Sciences. Dr. Pramod Devang, Head Regulatory Affairs and Business Assurance, Tata MD. And Mr. Mudit Dandwate, CEO and co-founder, Dozy. And ladies and gentlemen, once again we welcome Dr. N. Yuvaraj, Joint Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, our distinguished session chair for this session. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome all our eminent panelists on the stage for the session on propelling the innovation and R&D growth, efficient quality management in medtech. The time duration for this session, ladies and gentlemen, would be approximately 1 hour 15 minutes, which includes the opening and closing remarks by the session chair and moderated panel discussion, which will be moderated by our session moderator. So before I hand over to the moderator, I have the proud privilege in inviting our session chair, Dr. N. Yuvaraj, Joint Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, to kindly present his opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Okay, so happy to meet you again all. Some of you inside the hall, some of you outside the hall. Anyway, they will also come and join. And thanks for the panelists for joining here. This topic has more relevant not only for today, for the years to come. And the previous session flows from this topic only. If you see, this topic has flown out of the experiences of the people who are there on the panelist. So everybody tells us to stay relevant in the industry. What is more important is an innovation. To achieve innovation, what you require is an R&D. So now that is a coin, everybody knows it. So now this particular session is going to also, it has a topic in it, also the quality. So the efficient quality management also, is another topic also covered in this particular topic. With respect to this, I wanted to put forward 2-3 views from the department side as well as from the government side. One, you are aware that the National Medical Device Policy has been approved by Cabinet and it is launched formally today, and the blue draft and the entire draft and other things are available in the public domain, which you have saw. And it has a separate strategy for R&D and innovation fully. It has 4 components where it is going to work toward the directions. It involves like creating an innovation hub, center of excellences, and also to create an ecosystem also, and to leverage the available resources from various departments particularly for the R&D in medical device sectors. The second thing is also this policy also envisages about the proposed new R&D policy for pharma and medtech sector, which Honorable Minister also highlighted in his address, and in the CEO's roundtable also it has been told that it is in the advanced stage. And today we heard from Professor Ajay Su sir, the Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, that the Empowered Technical Committee has appraised it yesterday. And he also told that the Empowered Technical Group also appraised the scheme, R&D scheme, announced in the budget. It is announced in the budget towards R&D support for the various industry. It is like what you call, previously we were calling about the RLI scheme, like PLI scheme, RLI scheme. So that to give an incentive to the R&D investments, the another scheme has been also appraised yesterday. Now to underline the gaps in the R&D ecosystem, and the important will be again in the regulatory side only, not on the commercial, it's the regulatory side only, because in the previous session also people were discussed about most of the people who are coming newly, like startups also may not be doing what are the regulatory requirements, and also on the R&D side also what are the various regulatory requirements, because the devices are under various categories and various usages, and how to go about the clinical investigations and the clinical performance studies, various studies also may not be another important ecosystem. For the companies who are already investing and doing R&D in India, there will be another challenges, whether because I am investing, putting money here, whether I will be able to get the enough market here, or whether I have an liberty to fix the price, or what will be my market size, whether I'll be able to get back the money, whether this particular approval of new product in the market, like developing market like India, will be able to open up market in export market, whether it is advisable to launch the product in elsewhere instead of using launching here and again coming back here. So what will be the better approaches? What about the patent issue? All other issues also will be coming to the discussion for the issue, because this is also related with the R&D ecosystem, whether I'll be able to do it or not. The fourth thing is, which is a like a constitution has a fundamental rights. The fundamental principles which has to be clarified, whatever interventions the industry takes, is about what drives the policy as well as market in India, whether it is innovation, whether it is affordability, whether it is the share market size of 1.4 billion people, what drives it? What should be my fundamental questions when I am going to consider about the R&D issues? So all these things will be able to be deliberated here, and I hope that we will have a good deliberations. And medtech sector, as we told, that it is highly diversified, and anything ranging from mask to MRI machine is a medical device only as per the legal definition. But at the same time, the academic and industry collaborations to steer this R&D, whether it is enough maturity is there, or whether we require more and more support, or how to go about it, is also another issue which has to be discussed today in this session. I hope that we'll be able to get very good inputs from these panelists, and with your inputs, there will be enough leverage available for the department to make enough changes in the guidelines or to bring new schemes. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. I would now hand over to our moderator, Mr. Girish Raghavan, to kindly carry forward the proceedings. Over to you, sir.
Firstly, thank you, Dr. Yuvraj, for the brief keynote speech to all of us. And it's a pleasure and privilege to be part of this panel on a topic which is extremely important, right? Especially about the medtech sector and how it is going to make a transformation in the years ahead. As some of you might be knowing, right, medical technology or medical devices sector is a sunrise sector, growing at a very fast pace. And the market size of this segment is around 12.5 billion in India, and we have around 1.5% of the market share globally. Even within Asia, we are the fourth largest market after Japan, China, and South Korea, and we are among the top 20 medical devices markets in the world today. So obviously, this is a huge market, and a lot of work going behind on research and development to make sure we are able to leverage the potential of this place, both for domestic consumption as well as for the export. And for export specifically, if you look at today, for the fiscal year 2022, India stood at around 2.9 billion was the export what has been done from the medical device sector, with the potential to grow to 10 billion by 2025 and 30 billion by 2030. So amazing potential in front of us. And as Dr. Yuvraj mentioned, the government of India has been taking a lot of initiatives towards supporting and accelerating the R&D investment in the space through multiple things like the R&D policy mentioned about the setting up of medical device parks across the country to provide a vibrant ecosystem where people can come together and leverage the medical device ecosystem what we have, including the PLA schemes what we're referring to. So today, it's a very, we've got an amazing set of panelists today in front of us. It gives me a pleasure to introduce all of them to you. One is Dr. Anita Thampi. She's a director of HLL Life Care, one of the oldest and largest medical companies, government companies in the country today. Then we have Professor Naresh Bhatnagar, who's who's the HOD of Biomedical Department from IIT Delhi. Then we have Atul Grover, who's the MD of Becton Dickinson India. We have Sumit Agarwal from Boston Scientific, and we have Pramod Mincho from Merrill Life Sciences, Pramod Diwang from Tata Medical. And finally, we have Mudit Dandwate from Dozy. Okay. So a pleasure to have you all here, and we look forward to some extremely interesting inputs from each of you. So I will start with Dr. Anita Thampi. So she is the technical director for a 55-year-old large technical company which is owned by the government, with a lot of experience in technology development. So, ma'am, to you the question would be, we'd like to know your inputs on what it takes to set up R&D centers in the country. What are your inputs to folks who are trying to set up R&D capabilities in the country? And when you look from the government perspective, what are the top priorities, what the governments are going after?
Thank you, Girish, dignitaries on the dais and in the audience. Let me begin by thanking and congratulating the Department of Pharmaceuticals and FICCI for organizing such an event, bringing together actors from, across the field, from different domains, which is essentially what the policy is envisaging. I'm not going into a description of HLL because we are short of time. How much I wish I could, but I'm not doing it. So before I come to the specific response to the question posed to me, I would like to touch upon two larger points briefly, which I think we need to keep in mind while discussing R&D ecosystem. One is that innovation, any innovation for that matter, and R&D that enables innovation happen to be as much an art as it is a science. It's a creative endeavor in its essence. Therefore, we should be prepared to address and deal with the deviations and uncertainties and even the eccentricities involved in the process of innovation. We should be patient and we should be loving. In the inaugural session, Dr. Reddy actually briefly touched upon this subject. Secondly, respected Yuvraj ji brushed on this point I'm going to tell. Before we discuss the policy, the act, the rules, and the institutional mechanisms and processes that make it happen, we need to think about the larger philosophy behind what we are doing, under which only all these things can actually function and, an outcome we will get. Is it going to be a way of life for us? Do we intend to nurture it through generations? Or do we just run around and pick it up in bits and pieces, as and when we need? No. So what does profit mean in R&D? Beyond the ROI and, beyond immediate monetary gains, what does it really mean? What is it really going to bring to us? Having said that, I will come to the question. There are known and obvious enabling factors which are written down, which have been discussed during the day, like the regulatory framework which must support innovation rather than confining to controls alone, such as safety and efficacy, much as they are important in themselves, but still. Appropriate infrastructure, institutional mechanisms, capacity building, funding, all these things. But of these, I'll pick some specific aspects I think are important. One is encouraging linkages and collaborations, which has been discussed, but we know any R&D will not work on a standalone model. It's important to bring together all actors and potential actors together, not only the mainstream academic research industry actors, but also all professional bodies, new entrepreneurs, individuals, and end users. Because in innovation, nothing is unimportant. Rigid, formal, institutional structure could hinder potential innovators. The US federal policy we know that it enables universities, non-profit organizations, small businesses, etc. on patent and commercialize inventions under federally funded program. Then strengthening of infrastructure where more of innovation hubs and clusters and centers of excellence, not only physical but also virtual or hybrid to take maximum advantage of the network. That is how we learn and build, because I happen to talk to a person who is working on structural corrective devices of the heart. He said he gets an idea, he vets it, evaluates it, and once it is accepted, he is scanning the world to find who has the expertise to, properly make it and give it to him. So I think we should also be doing this exercise so that we acquire and in the process we learn to build as well. And in my company, in HLL, we developed blood bags, we developed shunt systems, we developed IUDs. All these products we developed with collaborations of institutes like Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute, then IITs, medical colleges, technology institutes. Only because we could bring together and associate, we were able to create and produce. Next point is pulling up of resources. Lots of institutions all over the country, academic research institutions, industrial R&D, so many over different domains, huge investments are already done. It is done. But many are thoroughly underutilized, especially in the government sector. For example, HLL has a corporate research and development center which is capable of housing a team of 100 people, a team of 100 scientific people, but we are utilizing only 50% of it at the moment. And I know at least a dozen institutes elsewhere in the country where the same scenario is there. So what I'm telling is to pull together our capacities and maximize the utilization along with investing more, investing to create more infrastructure. Let us utilize what we have. And the priority areas, again, it's a challenge. It's a sea where every drop matters. We talk about, our primary focus is to provide affordable, sustainable, safe care to all our people. At the same time, the focus is, on one side, the focus is on welfare, quality, welfare, equity, and on the other side, economic prosperity, business. This has to go together in balance. Now, thinking about priority, I think we should start from our exports and imports. As we said, around 80% of our medical devices are getting imported. I think we should start from indigenizing. That will be the priority. Like to indigenizing the equipments. As of now, 80% of equipments which are imported are on electronic equipments and consumables and disposables, which we should prioritize. We will be prioritizing to indigenize. And it is not only to make these equipments available to the people, but it also for market price control. We have the example of heart valve, which happened in the 90s. The heart valve, the hydrocephalus shunts, all these things, and also even the IUDs, which we were talking, sir, before the session. Once we started making it in the country, the prices dropped below 1/3 of the market prices before we made it, which is a very important when we talk about accessibility and affordability. So indigenization will be the first priority. And secondly, focus on high-end devices. We are talking about high-end devices, futuristic technologies, AI, 3D printing, big data analysis, nanotechnology. Yes, everything is important, but we also need simpler systems or jugaads, as we really call them. I'm telling it from my experience. While talking to medical practitioners, we have come to understand that there is a dearth of simple devices on the ground that could have made the lives of patients and doctors easier. Doctors currently resort to makeshift arrangements to manage such situations. A good example, I'm winding up, giving you an example. A good example of this is a product that we have worked on successfully and we have developed successfully. It's a cervical spacer. It's a very simple, if you look at it, it's so simple. But what it does is when you radiate for cervical cancer, when you radiate, you need to protect the surrounding organs from the source of radiation. Usually, doctors use gauze, cotton gauze. It's a very painful and difficult for the patient. But we have developed a natural rubber latex-based device which can be inserted and then blown up from outside, so that the distance between the source and the organ is increased and it's protected. Simple device. Then the uterine balloons, urinary catheters, menstrual cups, immobilizers for radiation therapy. Simple devices that can be game changers for people. We have time constraint, so I'm just stopping here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anita, for your very valuable insights. Now we'll switch to Mudit. So Mudit is actually the talk in town, I would say. Somebody who, two IIT graduates come out of college and they start something which is truly phenomenal. They're trying to solve a problem of patient monitoring, bedside patient monitoring, using a new technology. It actually saves the nursing time by 2.5 hours per day. accessibility has been largely increased, contactless, amazing innovation. So Mudit, I would like to ask you to share your journey as you started this whole R&D journey and how you went about doing it, what challenges you faced, and what are your insights you would share with people in this group who are a lot of entrepreneurs here who would want to also take your path. So over to you.
Sure, sure. Thanks a lot, Girish sir. And it was a pleasure listening to you, Anita ma'am, and Yuvraj sir for giving me this opportunity as well, Yuvraj sir. Thanks a lot for that. Talking about innovation, I think one of the things that ma'am mentioned was very important, indigenization, right? I think that is something that we took up as a challenge. Before this, my background is into race car engineering. I don't come from a medical industry background. Before this, I used to make sensors for race car. One day I had a realization that the sensors that we are using for cars probably can do even more wonders if we use it for human health. Right? And that is how the journey started almost 8 years back. And we got on a journey of making contactless remote patient monitoring. The reason for contactless was very simple. Our idea was that right now patient monitoring is restricted just to ICU beds. What will it take to bring to every bed, right? And why only bed? Everything that we are touching and moving, right now we are in an age of data and AI, right? I think more sensors, technologies which are there, more data points we can collect for AI. I think that's how better we can do the prognosis, predictions, and so on. That is a rule of the industry. And a patient spends maximum amount of their time where? On the bed. So that's why we created a technology, a thin sheet of sensor that simply goes under the mattress. Without even touching the human body, it monitors vibration. The science is called ballistocardiography. And then using AI, we convert that into different biomarkers to monitor person's heart rate, respiration, even blood pressure as well. In fact, we are world's first contactless clinical grade blood pressure device. We also received our US FDA as well. So we are not just following the innovation curve, but it is also following the global standard curve as well, which is the topic of today's session as well. But the journey that you asked, right, was very challenging. And it was not challenging just because we were making a new technology, we were making a new science altogether, right? And that required a lot of R&D, and we didn't have any funds. We didn't have any resource and even expertise as well to start with. Took us a grueling about 4 years. We worked with places like AIMS, we worked with NIMHANS, we worked with Jaydeva Institute of Cardiology to perfect this technology and make sure that although it is contactless, it is still, clinical grade. So we compared it against ICU equipment and ensured that, although contactless, it is 99% accurate, right before we launched it into the market. The next challenge was also market acceptance, because now again, something like this doesn't exist, and then creating a whole new market altogether. And at that time, in COVID, we played a big role in that, both with public institutions as well as private. Our narrative was that we convert any bed into a step-down ICU within minutes at a fraction of a cost. And that did wonders. We worked with almost 200 hospitals, more than 10,000 beds were upgraded to ICU beds using DOSI, and including some of, so we worked with army, state governments, everyone, and that really gave us the scale where DOSI could prove a value. In fact, one of the quotes that I actually got was from Lieutenant General Madhuri Kanetkar, who was in charge of the SVBP COVID center, which was in Delhi only. And she mentioned that the only reason why my staff could sleep was because DOSI was there, because it was creating that much of a difference. And now in post-COVID scenario as well, now we have taken it up for not COVID alone, right? Why not in every cardiovascular, in post-cardiac surgery, every neurology bed, every pulmonology bed. So that's what we are on. Right now we are in close to about 380 institutions across the country. Still a very small number compared to the scale that India is. But we are on that journey, and idea is that every patient bed should be a monitored bed, so that we are not losing any human life, right, to lack of monitoring. At least that's what our aim, ambition, and vision is. And Government of India also played a big role in supporting our journey so far. In fact, we are backed by BIRAC in our early part of our journey. Then we also got brilliant support from VC infrastructure of the country as well. And now our ambitions are global. So I think one more theme which I would like to add is also the role of R&D is not just, and sir did mention that India also has a huge export potential. Because when जब India innovate करता है तो सिर्फ वो India के लिए नहीं करता है. That it innovates for the entire bottom and middle of the pyramid. I think we are done with the times there when we were just following the Western and Japanese and Korean innovations. I think this age is of Indian innovations, and that's what every one of us on this panel today is very excited about. Or medical devices, that one field which has huge gap and one field where we can create a huge dent also. So very excited about the times which are going to come and looking forward to learn more from this panel. Thanks a lot.
So, so Mudit, I have one follow-on question.
Sure.
So, see, definitely you are an aspiration for thousands of maybe more than that, entrepreneurs across the country, right? So, I'd like to understand from you, what would be your recommendation to young innovators, right? Especially in the space of medical devices.
So I think my advice, did you ask? So advice will be, one thing is that this industry has huge potential. I did mention that. Ma'am did mention 80% of the devices we import. So that's the kind of gap which is there for us to plug in. So huge gap. Although it takes a huge amount of commitment, challenge, because everything that we touch, be it pharma, be it medical devices, it is something which can be life critical also, right? So it requires a big amount of commitment. It's not just another thing that we can just start because it is a glamorous, it is not just a glamorous industry, right? It's something that requires a lot of passion, commitment, and decades of work, right, for it to come to age. We had been lucky that we actually got it in the market, proved our scale maybe earlier, but sometimes it takes years, right? And I think that would be my advice, that if someone has to start, please start, not just because you want quick way to fame. Start because you want to create a difference, because it requires a big amount of commitment. That's it.
Thank you, Mudit. I'll switch to Atul. So Atul, you have tremendous experience in multinational medical devices space. You have worked in countries like Singapore, India, and maybe other parts of the world as well, right? From your global experience, can you share how India stands in comparison with other countries in terms of R&D?
Hi, thank you. So I think maybe first I need to clarify that I'm the only non-R&D research person here, so I'll maybe give you a business context around it. But what I've seen across, I think India right now, if you see it globally, is not positioned as a R&D center for us, right? So it is, even if research is happening, it's primarily on the affordability part rather than technology. So I think from a medical device perspective, the positioning, we have started a journey, but we are not positioned there at this point in time. Typically, India is seen as an R&D setup, or most of the innovation that is happening on the software access part of it, rather than on the product side of it, technology per se. That's the general impression, if I may say, across. Now, many of the companies, including many companies are starting, MNCs are starting R&D centers here, as well as local setups have started. But as an infrastructure, I think lot needs to be done there. So what I've seen in many of the other countries and the environments which are there globally, which enable R&D, are a couple of things, right? One, I think it's an obvious, which you have been discussing, is the financial incentives part of it, right? Is R&D being promoted? But I think there have been experiences, if you see, that only financial incentives do not work long term. So the country has to decide and pick up positions, because medical technology as well as R&D is such a huge subject. So you have to pick up 10 or 15 areas. That's where we will specialize and become the best in the world. I think we meaning as a task force, as an industry, we have to make those choices and then proactively invest into that. Not at the cost of other innovation stopping, but those positions have to be taken that 5 years from now, 10 years from now, India as a geography will stand for that. And many other countries have done that, and they have picked it up. Linked with that is the capability part of it, right? So when you pick up those choices,
then the industry and, if I may say industry, we are talking here from a government perspective, as well as the academic institutions, then partner, right? So that it doesn't become, if I may say, academic research only, but what we call it nowadays, applied or translational R&D. So that becomes important. So I think that whole strategy has to be created. Many countries have done it, and they have started, picking up those positions. I think for India, that's what we have to do. We are doing a great job on Make in India right now. I think from the time I went outside and I've come back, exceptional progress. R&D also small steps, but maybe that's the next stage for us.
Thank you, Atul. I'll switch to Professor Naresh from IIT Delhi. I'm sure you have seen many such mudits in your last decade or so. So the question I have for you is, as a leading academic institution like IIT Delhi, right, where you have so many startups coming together, incubations, accelerators, and so on and so forth, what are the typical challenges faced by innovators who come to you? Because I'm sure you see a broad set of folks who come to you, and there are a few folks like Mudit who end up becoming stars, and there are a few who struggle to find their way through. So what has been your learning, and what are your recommendations to the government?
Okay, first of all, thank you and giving me an opportunity to be in front of all this August gathering of medical device community. First of all, let me just before answering your question, let me just introduce myself, because how I came into this. I am a mechanical engineer, and I was not knowing anything about biomedical engineering or implants as such. But one problem came in 2005 or 6. There is a program of CSIR known as NIMITLI, National Millennium Initiative for Technology Leadership. And in that they wanted that more than 90% of the implants are being imported, which goes into the human body. Why can't we start something to bring that down? So there were selected implants, and I was involved with 2 of them. One was the dental implant system. So at that point, 100% of the dental implants were being imported in India. So when it came to IIT Delhi, in collaboration with Maulana Azad, we started working on it. 2 years, we designed it, we patented it, and there were a lot of students who came along in the design phase. Then we started looking into the manufacturing phase, and that's where my expertise came into being, apart from design, that we had to establish a 10-axis CNC machine to manufacture those precise dental implants, because it required accuracy of 1 plus minus 2-3 microns, because 1 micron inside a mouth is equal to 1 mile. Looking at that precision, we understood that that's why Indian industry is not there, because that sort of a understanding, designing, precision, and then surface modification, which requires osseointegration, is a challenging task for anybody else who is there from the trading into the manufacturing. So it becomes a real challenge, and then we started looking into the animal trials, the clinical trials, and then we transfer the technology to the Indian industry. And now that Indian industry is not only serving India, but also exporting that, which has been developed at IIT Delhi as a first product. So there is a journey, and there are different valleys of death in this medtech sector. The first death which happens is very early, just after the ideation at TRL level 2 or 3 from the lab making a prototype. So unless you have an infrastructure to make a prototype, you cannot go further. So first of all, that has to be overcome, and for that, the government has to spend a lot of infrastructure capability building effort. Once it is done, then it goes into either the animal trial or in vitro trials before animal. And there is also one more thing which I can tell you, that ex vivo trials can also be done to hasten this large animal trials. So another example which I can take is of a bioresorbable cardiac stent. Maybe I think some of the panelists are also expert in that domain, so I can explain about that also. But to answer your question, there are students who are coming to us, maybe at a BTech level, MTech level, or PhD level. Once they are at a PhD level, they learn the entire process and they become very useful medtech innovators in future. If they are coming at the master's level, they will know something, but they will be helping other industries. Maybe some of the MNCs, R&D, if they are coming, they become the ready material for them to be picked up. I think Atul will have an example to share little later. And then if there are BTech in medical device, which is very rare, they are not into the medical device per se, but into biomedical engineering or some of the equipment manufacturing. But the domain what we are shifting now at IIT Delhi is also to have BTech in biomedical engineering and also to have joint PhDs with All India Institute of Medical Sciences, and also to have a master's program where we would like doctors to come to IIT Delhi to do research and innovate and make products which they can very well connect with their specialization. So this is how we are moving forward.
Very interesting. So let me switch to one of the most dreaded topics, regulatory affairs. Dr. Pramod from Data Medical. Uh, so, I think you have been in the regulatory space for several years now, and you have seen this whole space very closely. You have seen Indian regulations, you have seen US, you have seen pretty much all of Europe. So, would like to hear from you. What are the challenges you are facing in India, especially from an R&D perspective, and what would be your advice, recommendation, both to folks here who would want to go down this path on medical devices, plus to Dr. Yuvraj as a government representation, any recommendations you would have to simplify OTU?
So thank you, Girishji. Coming to regulatory challenges related to R&D of medical devices, there are many. So I will list only 5 most important ones, because if we talk, the day will not be sufficient. Okay. So number one thing, the complex regulatory pathways. So whenever a innovation or an innovator starts working on an R&D project on developing a new product, he will not have any knowledge on the regulatory pathways. One more thing is there should be a clear understanding on the target markets, because the regulatory pathways are not going to be the same when you want to take the product into different markets. The regulatory pathway in India is different from the Europe, is different in Africa, and then it is different in other countries. So lack of these complex regulatory pathways make it much more challenging for an innovator to understand the regulatory framework and try to get the approval for the medical device. The second thing is lack of clarity in regulations. Most of the research personnel who are involved in the research or the development of new product development of medical devices, they do not have understanding of the regulations. And they are so involved in the research that they start reading literature, references, publications. It's very difficult for them to understand the regulations, because most of the regulatory documents are like legal documents, refer to chapter 6, clause this, clause subclass this, and other thing. It's very difficult for a researcher to understand the regulations in detail. Now, when he starts, if he tries to understand, it takes a lot of energy, then he will stop doing research and his profile will switch to regulatory. I myself is an example. I started my research in the molecular biology 20 years back. I am from CCMB, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. I was a scientist basically. First 10 years, developed so many products, launched many products from US for the international companies. Then as soon as I started understanding the difficulties in the regulations, tried to excel in that, now my profile has changed to regulatory. So I stopped doing research and now I am into the regulatory. So now what I do is to avoid these kind of mistakes. I try to collaborate with research people, try to make them understand whenever a new product development happens, so that they have a clarity in regulations. They don't spend much time in understanding the regulation, because reading and understanding is very difficult. You need to simplify and make them understand the regulations. And that's the reason Tata MD was able to launch almost or get the approvals for 45 products in the last 2 years, almost half of them being the high-risk devices. Now coming to the third most important thing, inconsistency in classification. Lot of new products when we bring, there is no idea or clarity on the classification of the medical device. Now the classification is not going to be the same in different markets also. If you see before MDR and IVDR has came into effect in Europe, there were only 2 classes, and that too in the descending order. Whereas India has 4 classes, US has 3 classes, then UAE has again 4 classes. Now the TGA has 4 classes, again in the class 2 and class 3 they are subclasses. So inconsistency in classification makes it very difficult for an innovator or researcher or any organization involving in research to understand all these regulations. So that makes it more complex. Now, apart from that, while we know that regulators are working, they are keep consistently saying that we are harmonizing the standards and other things, but still there are a lot of things to do, because if that is the case, why US FDA is accepted in most of the countries, whereas we have very good regulatory process in India, proper guidance documents and other things, but can we take the product which is CDSA approved at least into 5 countries with these approvals? No. Then can we call that harmonization is effective? Then coming to harmonization of standards. Every country, every innovator tries to develop the product based upon certain standards. Now we in India also have certain standards, Bureau of Indian Standards, where we try to match and then try to get the approval. But when we take these products outside, they demand for their own standards against which you have to match to get the approval in those geographies. So inconsistency in classification, not having harmonization on regulations, not having harmonization on standards, acceptability of the standards globally, every time, this is a pain for every manufacturer in fact. It's not one company, or even whether it is a global company or an Indian company, this is a very big pain. Now the fourth one is lack of adequate facilities. When we say facilities, it's not just what you call equipment or anything, but we do not have rigorous protocols or a proper protocols for a new product. When we try to bring a new product, we don't have samples, we don't have subjects, then we don't have expertise. So all these things make it very difficult. If it is a routine Me Too product where there is a predicate device available already globally, then the approval becomes little bit okay, easy to get the approval. But if it is a new product, then it is very difficult because you don't have a predicate device, so you have to convince the regulator. Then you do not know whom to approach to get, because it is only known to you how to operate that equipment or device or anything. So lack of adequate facilities, protocols makes it very much complicated. Now the fifth most important point is post-market surveillance. Now post-market surveillance was never there in India. Just from 2017-18 we have introduced post-market surveillance in India after Europe has made it mandatory. So we are working on the post-market surveillance. Now post-market surveillance requires that you need to be vigilant continuously about your product. But if you see the research in India, research may be done by the manufacturer or the institution, or it is done by some academia, or done by some small company where there is an exchange of technology transfer, or there is a collaboration research and other things. Well, the product is validated, got approved, we have released the product, but after that, there is a continuous post-market surveillance where a product needs to be continuously updated based upon the feedbacks and other things. In that case, by the time we try to reach out to the original inventor or the whoever has made it, then that person no longer exists or he has already moved somewhere. Because it's all about collaboration, the technology is taken from somewhere. So long-term engagement is not there. So in that case, it becomes very difficult to have a perfect post-market surveillance in this kind of setup. So these are the 5 most important challenges which I have experienced when it comes to new product development or new product commercialization in case of medical devices, whether it is medical device or an IVD.
Thank you, Dr. Pramod, for sharing really a lot of insights. I would like next switch on to Dr. Minocha. who has actually seen it, done it, been there, 30 years of Merrill Life existence, been the director of technical at Merrill Life, making class 3 devices in the US terminology, right from valves for heart, for TAVI procedures to implants, right, to catheters, to stents, is amazing, right? I was really inspired hearing you talk about the journey, what you've gone through just before the session. So I'd like to understand from you more the skilling side, because skill development is one of our biggest challenges. To run a technology center like what you have in a very cutting edge, highly technical, sensitive area, how do you go about building the skill set required for a company of your size to thrive? And can you give some recommendations on what we should do to make sure this is sustainable over a period of time and something which all of us can replicate as well?
Thank you, Grish, and all the people in the dais. This is a good question. It's talking about the journey, the innovation, and the skills, and how we go together. It's very important for any industry that, especially in medical device, the research, what does it make difference? It changes the life of patient in terms of better cure, in terms of a better treatment, and in terms of simplification. See, there may be certain things available today. It's a dynamic device research requirement. I can simply say that this is, especially when medical device we are working, you have to interact with the surgeons and cardiologists. Without that, probably you may not really know what actually they are looking for. What are the unmet needs of the surgeons? So unless you interact with them, and I can tell you that they give a lot of insights for us to develop. They say that they are helpless. Then we also look at, yes, this is something. Now I give you one or two examples, which can also give you the journey, how it goes. Everybody knows about the stents, correct? 20 years before this has been started manufacturing in India, right? Yes, it's true. But then when we started interacting with the surgeons and cardiologists, they say, this stents, this is so bulky. You have such a large thickness in the stent. Why can't you make it a design which should be not occupying that much space in the artery? Artery is very small, So then idea comes, then in any case you need a lot of R&D work, and finally you go to the lab, such a design where you don't compromise the strength, you don't compromise the mechanicals, but then you come out with lower strength thickness. Now that was the first thing which started, but the journey does not finish. Now from there, then, when you go to the cardiologist, then scattered plaque, scattered stenosis. Now, you people make these tubular stents, that too of 20-25 mm at the most, and that was the time. But then they say that artery is not like a tube. It is wide in one side and narrow in another side. Then tapered stent came into that, right? Why not it can be tapered? So you can say 45 mm stent today, and then where you require 2 stents, now you require 1 stent. Things are not over. Then say the arteries are not single straight, they are bifurcated. They are connected with second artery. So you should have a bifurcated stent. Why not? So journey is still not finished. Then, cardiologists started saying to us that nowadays this heart attack is coming to the people, then after 20 years or 25 years, right? And such a big period, he may again get plaque at the same place. What would you do after that? That means you should stents. So we introduce even that also. Correct? We of course have patents only on those kind of new developments, whether it's a tapered or whether it's a 1 or 2 years after that gets disappeared. So maybe for the young people talking, why do we need stents? Yeah, certain papers, certain articles, they are talking that you can do some laser burning of the stenosis. Maybe its heart is continuously working and we're talking laser burning. It's not something simple. But in any case, whatever has been possible, and no wonder that without having a stent, we'll be treating arteries. So these are the ways. This is something why I spoke about something, a device, right? Maybe one more example I give you, really, perhaps person can understand more easily. I will talk about, let's say, the implants, especially joint replacement implants. Very important thing, right? To come from abroad, only MNCs were there at that time talking that this is the implants have a lot of limitations. I said, tell me what? He told me, can you attend one surgery? I want to show surgeon to remain present. I really got feeling that yes, this surgical operation is almost like carpentry, where the bone you have to cut because you have a given size. So you have to cut, you have to match, you have to navigate. It's something we are perhaps little leaner. So their sizes are different, our sizes are different. This is not the one thing. See, when they have a lifestyle where they really don't need to sit in the floor, while in pray God while putting feet on the. So we thought we created high flex person has an implanted knee. And again, I said, journey is not finished because there is a unmet need even after that. When I attended that surgery, you know what surgery? 200 kg, 6 number of trays of instrumentations to do one surgery of knee, which has power tools for drilling. There are several sizing instruments he used. I said, this is something which I don't know how to do it because you are a surgeon. By that time, we started thinking that the robotic surgery are getting popular, so we thought we are such, correct? So but if you really say challenges, basically it's up to you. अगर आप मान लो तो challenge है, ठान लो तो opportunity. So we decided we'll do something. Predetermined sizes. Now you create a robotic arm in such a way with the help of our IT engineers from India. Our IT engineer, when we employed certain IT engineers, the robot ultimately has to have certain data. So data is based on our own implants. And to tell you the truth, today, more than 50 robots are already there in the market. Less blood loss, no navigation, surgery. And not only that, more important, that today, when I say that the journey is not over, ultimately it operates. See, there again, the instrument 200 with 2 or 3 knobs, you can do it, fine. But as I said, journey is not over. What we are dreaming more. We have not yet developed, to be honest, but we are dreaming. There's no harm dreaming, correct? Robot ultimately, some keyboards, some voice commands, all of you know that even in US, here to do the surgery. We can do the surgery of US patient sitting in the India. Assistance is required in the hospital. We will give the voice command. We will give it the research and innovation means. This is how the journey, as human suffering is there, the journey will continue. Now you talked about how this ecosystem. One thing I would like to talk about ecosystem. This was talked by exist in India, better than India. See, during the COVID time, everybody talked about vaccine. Yes, fine, everybody knows it. First, I would like to say it was a could develop. Let me tell you, developed countries, given the results which were found later on not up to the mark, while Indian regulators have given us the result, they ultimately performed. You know what ecosystem I talk about? Integration with Cisco and development. People talk about 2 years, 1 year, I don't know. Time given was few weeks and few months. It was never on years. And we were diagnostic tests. So RT-PCR tests were all important. I mean, I can tell you the coordination from regulation and from ICMR. The samples of infected of different variants were provided in 48 hours. It was never days, 48 hours, all in 1 or 5 or 10 laboratory indigenous immunoanalyzers. And when I say our quality, and in Merrill, we have a very simple slogan, unmet need, global standards, Indian pure winner. And this is what is proven so fast, never less than, I mean, any time there was an incident where they had followed us. When is your kit is getting ready? Believe this. Only thing I would like to say, okay, this was a pandemic, this is a very difficult system, but this ecosystem exists in India. This, we have the talent. In fact, even the Honorable Minister has mentioned that we have talent. A lot of people are there, a lot of engineers are there. Only thing, we should have a passion. In R&D, yes, I will say that it's a passion. It's a little long journey because you have to go for, first prototype building, and finally you have to go for the mechanical testing, then you have to go clinical trials, you have to, yes. But then it's okay. This is a journey. I think this is done with the Indian people, with Indian medical, you can say, professionals, with the help of professionals, biomedical engineers, biotechnologies.
I would next switch to Mr. Sumit about doing that. What are the challenges you are facing when you set up a new R?
Sure. Thank you very much. Firstly, thank you for having me in 2022. So that's our second R&D center. And we started our R&D 350 plus engineers, all in India. And this is Boston Scientific's biggest R&D presence OUS. So outside United States, this is the biggest R&D center in India combined, Gurgaon and Pune combined, which we have. And what do we do? How do we go about? But if you have to tailor it to the local needs, it is in India for patients around the world. In years of our journey, we have delivered 6+ products which are fully designed and developed by engineers in India, and they are in market today. We have delivered 6+ software softwares which are medical devices. Oh, okay. 6+ software which are medical devices delivered globally. And then we have worked upon almost 20+ for further development. So that being said, that innovation word which I use in our mission is very important. Some of these products, they are breakthrough innovations like localized drug delivery to treat the cancer. And some of them are, or I would say that 50% of them are actually incremental innovation. We have not changed, in certain cases, we have not even changed the way therapy is delivered, right? The clinical outcome stays the same. But for example, our team in India, we took to a smart box where the software updates can be pushed over the web, right? And just imagine the impact of that previously a clinical rep has to travel to each center. They have to kind of use a USB to update the software on it, and they have to go district across district, states across state. They are in a single given time, you can go and update the software across, right? So again, the role of incremental innovation is also very important in addition to the breakthrough innovation which we do. Now, about how do we go about doing this, right? So again, I think a lot of panelists have talked about it. Dr. Yuvraj has talked about it. It's all about the ecosystem. So to start with, it's with the talent, right? So when we started the R&D center, a lot of us, so for example, myself, I learned med device development, not in India, but I have learned it outside, right? So I was in US, then I moved back to India. So when we started the R&D center, a lot of the engineers were trained in US in med device development, but now what we have done is in last 7 years, we have about 350+ engineers who are doing some of the aerospace sector, and they are learning Medinity ecosystem, right? So I was talking to Dr. Naresh Bhatnagar, my team, right? So I think this is the early stage of just developing that ecosystem within India. So talent, the talent pool, creating the talent pool for the country, that's one important step of the ecosystem. Preclinical studies, initially we were doing a lot of preclinical studies outside India. And now from last 2 to 3 years, we have started doing the ex vivo labs and the preclinical studies within India. So again, that's a big step forward in just develop early stage prototyping, low volume prototyping. We have to go out of the country. And now at least 70 to 80% of our prototyping and early stage development work is done within the country. And that's given that we work on not just one domain, right? So my team works upon intervention cardiology, peripheral intervention, endoscopy, urology, neuromodulation. So across all these domains, if you are able to achieve the early stage development within country, 70 to 80% of it, I think that's, to develop that ecosystem, I think that's a big step forward. And then we are also collaborating a lot with academic institutions like IIT Delhi's IIT Roper to develop the customized coursework, right? So initially we worked with IIT Delhi on extrusion trainings. Now we are working with IIT Roper for customized courseworks on device development. So again, that's also part of creating that ecosystem. That being said, the last but not the least, when in initial days, for early stage of development or during the device development, we were mostly consulting with physicians outside India. But now with our current projects, we have started forming panels with physicians in India. So that means our physician community is contributing to the device development during the development stage itself, right? So that's also happening within India. So I would say that overall, to sum it up, that the ecosystem which we create, that's what will enable us to take the med device development to next step in India. Thanks, Girish.
Thank you, Sumit. I'll switch to Professor Naresh on a very interesting topic, which is about industry academic collaboration. It is actually told it is one of the best opportunities we have in the country. At the same time, for some reason, we always seem to have challenges. For some reason, academic and industries don't always converge with the same line of thought. So we'd like to know from Professor Naresh, what are his thoughts and what we should do differently as we go forward.
Okay, so in this medical device sector, one of the major challenge which the industry sees in front of them is the complete classification and the development of the documentation for getting the DCGI or CDSCO approval. For that, there are several tests which are required to be done. These tests may be initially a mechanical type test or a strength or modulus type of estimation of the materials, material characterization, then their in vitro test, a cell culture test, the hemolysis test, and other tests. And then finally, it will go to the animal trials, or in between ex vivo trials can also be done. So now, to get this test done, we are not having a very unified strategy. Now, in the last 1 decade or so, we are developing that. And I'm happy to share that IIT Delhi has developed ICMR-sponsored M-Pragati, which is a fast catalyzing activity where in one shop, from idea to reality can be done, and it will become clinically ready product or a device. So this will be an NABL accredited lab within the IIT campus, where any prototype can be developed from a design stage, complete testing can be done. For example, if it is a plastic product, injection molding or some other extrusion part can be done. If it is a metallic, it may be a 3D printing metal part, or it may be a polymer or a rubber, elastomer part. Or if there is a machining requirement, it can be done on any of the 5-axis, 7-axis, 10-axis machines. Even including the femtosecond laser machining, which may be used for stent manufacturing or valve manufacturing. So all these facilities have been developed at IIT Delhi, and we are ready to help the industry come to us with an idea, with an initial design, get their product qualified for all the tests, because this is NABL, going to be NABL accredited, and then directly be ready for the clinical trials. So the entire time frame of developing 3 to 4 years of a product can be squeezed to 1.5 years. So this becomes an acceleration or a catalyst which will help the Indian industry. So this is a model, and this model can be replicated all over the India, all over the country, so that all the industries can get benefited with interaction with the academia. Another important thing is that now the industry has to realize, particularly in the medtech sector, that they have to invest in R&D. They cannot sit and say that we will do only manufacturing and marketing and not R&D. If they remain in that frame, they will never be a leader. They have to spend at least, according to me, minimum 5% of their annual turnover into R&D to be a leader. If that is not coming, they'll be lacking behind. Then other competitors will take on and move forward. So this is where it is my personal view, but there may be difference of opinion in terms of the percentage of investment on R&D. So on the mindset has to change.
Thank you, Professor Naresh. We are running out of time, so before we conclude, I would request each of the panelists to give one message, just one message in 60 seconds to the group over here. So we'll start with Mudit. So what is one message to the group? If there's one thing you want to ask or one recommendation you have, what would that be?
So I think more than recommendation, I think it's a huge sir का I think I would echo that कि अगर मान ले तो challenge है, ठान ले तो opportunity. It's a huge opportunity and also opportunity to create a big difference, and not just for India. I will just repeat myself again. मतलब world looks at India to also innovate. I think West caters to top one third. India should cater to the rest 2/3, right? Is how I look at it. तो वो opportunity है हमारे पास.
Yeah. I would suggest that we form a research consortium where people from different backgrounds, like academicians, researchers, healthcare professionals, and technology people come together to address the needs. Then only the research will prosper in the right direction. That's what is my opinion.
Thank you.
I will just say that we really need one basic things. Today, if we want to boost R&D, then the R&D based products should be indigenized, but then they should be used. They should be consumed in India, and then we can go to, of course, export. But first stage, I will say, we are talking $11-12 billion company. 6 billion worth of medical devices are manufactured in India. They are approved by regulatory system. But still, I don't say that they should not be imported. But then gradually, when we are talking about self-reliance, then we should really take a pledge as a matter of fact. We should create a campaign in the hospital. It should have ratings. This hospital uses indigenized devices. Or maybe, let's say, some government hospitals and all other places, indigenous use, unless we begin, R&D will not get boosted. And subsequently, we should make, like in pharma, as a pharmacy industry.
50 seconds.
Yeah. I, my experience as I was sitting here, I was thinking, listening to all of you, skills in the country, in the sense that especially when we are talking about concept to market kind of research, I have often, the biggest challenge I have often faced is that expect the researchers to function as managers. So, and this research management skill is multidisciplinary, and it requires multiple skills like you people were telling, and then communication skills, then understanding of regulatory matters, and institutional skills, people skills, everything. So this is an impossibility to building up that aspects as well to enable.
60 seconds. What's the top of your mind?
See, the age of India has come. Like pharmacy, drug, we are one of the pharmacy of the world. Why can't we be the medical device manufacturer of the world?
Thank you. Sumit?
In India now, we are doing Innovate in India. We really need to continue that effort because innovation is precursor to manufacturing. So if we, what Dr. Naresh mentioned, that if you really want an ecosystem, it is of your turnover. And at the same time, it will also boost manufacturing. So they are not supplementary, they are complementary to each other. That's what I would say.
Thank you. Atul?
Of the industry, first of all, right? So it's a lot of implants, it's highly technical, product life cycle is small. So I think for the startups and local companies, I think we need a separate policy, and we will excel in 5 to 10 years, take that position and be the best in the world and create a framework for that.
So I would like to thank all the panelists for sharing their valuable insights, stories, and their insights, and also any closing comments.
Of experiences and also from the point that the passion is more important in R&D is being repeated by everybody else, and also that's the only thing which shows by Mr. Mudit also as well as by Dr. Minocha also, that it is the one that drives the sector. But one more aspect I also want to bring to this August gatherings, that we in India, we have a perception of quality. It's only a perception. I told that it's a perception of quality, that it is a imported are goods and domestically manufactured are not so good. And so we have that perception. It is there in the common people. It is also there in the professionals who advises us the treatment also. So that is the one big barrier, or we can call one big factor to be considered while you are going to address or going to innovate the products. Because at the end of the day, the product has to reach to the masses, and there is no direct way of reaching to the masses because we have a doctors who has to prescribe the treatment course or a diagnostic or whatever it may be. So there we have an issue. So now there is a parallel education of these healthcare providers on the various innovations happening in the medical device sector is equally important. Because most of the time the high-end equipments are being managed by the technicians, not by the doctors. Okay, even you have a radiologist certificate, but actually the equipment will be managed by a technician only. So you have more dependence here in high-end cases, whereas in point of care, even a public can use it because you have a. But at the end of the day, a confidence should come that whatever manufactured from Indian companies are of quality product and it is of international quality Western countries, that fact, that particular impression should be spread across the country. Unless otherwise we do that one, there is no much incentive of putting a huge amount in. Also will be slowly good when you have more and more players here in domestically, then you have the same issues that mine is more superior than yours. So how to evaluate? And the second thing is, again, I'll take 2 minutes extra, sorry. Okay. One is, for example, if I am producing a product, what is the basic thing it has to, basic regulatory that crashes into 90%. Whether I have any advantages? Today, no. Okay, whether we can go for a quality mark in the maybe this product is of 90%. So that gives a preference that I have 3 stars, the other product is 2 star, and that also given only by the same regulator sitting who is going to evaluate it. So that gives an edge to the innovator that my product when compared to other product is having an edge and that is recognized by the regulator. So now I have a better market price also because it is recognized by a regulator, not by the anybody else. Cost of R&D and somebody will make it. So there ends an issue. Today because we are not, how do you resolve it? You want to resolve only through the, how to arrive at a solution much earlier.
Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, let our panel to kindly step away, move to the next panel. Thank you. We had, and we now move to the next academia integration. Kindly give us a few minutes. In the evening, post this cultural evening and the dinner to follow. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the next session. Thank you. Murthy, Secretary Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India, to kindly grace the stage with his esteemed presence. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome him. I also invite our eminent session moderator, Mr. Lalit Mistry, partner and co-head, Healthcare, KPMG, India. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Healthcare Sector Skill Council, HSSC. Warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Professor Amitabha Bandyopadhyay. Inviting Mr. Gautam Bhattacharya, CEO, Life Sciences Sector Skill Development Council. Warm welcome. And from the Instex Limited, warm welcome. Dr. Jitendra Sharma, Managing Director and CEO, Andhra MedTech Zone Limited. Mr. Shashi Kumar V, Managing Director, Phoenix Medical Systems Private Limited. Mr. GVS Manyam, Managing Director, Penikia Medical Technologies Private Limited, and Mr. Ambut Chaturvedi, Head of Professional Education, Johnson & Johnson MedTech India. So, ladies and gentlemen, the topic for the panel is capacity and skill building in MedTech industry, academia, integration. The time duration for the session is approximately 1 hour 15 minutes, and the session will be discussing on mapping the gaps and building a future-ready workforce, industry, government and academia, collaboration for the skill development programs, policy interventions for industry-led skilling programs and certification, and will also discuss the designing of courses for product development and product cycle management. Ladies and gentlemen, the session includes the opening and closing remarks by the session chair, and the moderated session thereafter moderated by our session moderator, Mr. Lalit Mistry. Over to you, sir.
On the capacity and skill building in medtech industry, academic and industry integration. I welcome, sir, for this session, and before the healthcare sectors and emerging need for capacity building and scaling. We all have witnessed in the last few decades the change that healthcare sector has gone, cutting across the healthcare delivery chain, medical devices, pharma, technology in various areas. What we have seen post-COVID, the pace at which the healthcare sector has been growing and the entire ecosystem, it is expanding, and also the opportunities that have emerged and the reforms that have happened at a significant pace. This also has highlighted further some of the key priorities and the challenges that healthcare sector has been witnessing for a long time. And one of the top priority is on the healthcare human resource. And it is not only about the doctors, nurses, allied healthcare workforce, but the entire ecosystem has expanded, and the need for the talent, the capacity building and the skill requirement has expanded significantly. Deep tech industries, AI and ML, and data analytics, the health informatics, a lot of other things that have emerged over a period of time. So the pace at which in this space has significantly increased. The innovation in the medical device sector has significantly undergone through an innovations, platforms as a medical device and various other things. Now, this leads to a need for a larger collaboration between the industry, larger pool of healthcare workforce and talented workforce that is required for driving the growth of this sector. Before the Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India. So for your opening remark for this session that will happen.
Thank you, Mr. Mishri, distinguished panelists here, and the organizers, Ministry of we are discussing today, especially in the context of what has been announced in the budget, where the Finance Minister had made a clarion call for it between all the three verticals of industry, academia, and policymakers. I will, as you all know, we have come out with the National Education Policy 2020, which univocally talks about multidisciplinary education, the capabilities of students or towards lifelong learning. Now, this has opened up a space so much for our academic institute. The architecture behind the national education experiences is captured is under the national curriculum framework, which gives entire pathway from first standard right up to the PhD level, what type of credits you can take, what are the opportunities you get to creditize the experience that you may gain both in the industry or in an academic institution. Now, this type of stuff can happen only if courses that are there where people of varied interests of across the levels can take these courses on. Having said that, we have an academic bank of credit which then can over his life cycle or is during his tenure of education or during his experience in a particular industry. Now, can with the click of a button look at those credits or the transcripts of which a student has obtained over that period of time. Now, this is both beneficial for both the student, he is able to articulate the skill sets that he has obtained. It's there in a digital format which the employer can see. Industry, METI, led a group of individuals who were in the same caliber as all of you. Both were part of that industry panel, which was created by METI, which then mapped out the entire requirements of the semiconductor sector. Curriculum that is required, what is the skill sets, that entire thing was mapped out in association with the industry. Now, after that was done, that was formally approved and then given to AICT and all our universities across the board. Now, it is up to these institutions now to build upon those base document that has been created in consultation with the industry to include it in the relevant courses, curriculum of each academic institution. Now, this same syllabus or curriculum which has been prepared and adopted in each of these universities is going to get creditized. So once in that transcript of that university, when that student passes out, going forward, those particular skill sets or courses that that student has taken will start appearing in those transcripts, which the industry can also see. So adoption of the latest requirement of industry this is one model which has been shown, proved and adopted in the semiconductor space. The second one was pertaining to the entire national program of the launch after Gati Shakti. We have our institution in Niti, Mumbai, which is a premium management institution and ranked 9th in the NIRF rankings. That has been made a nodal organization for preparing job-oriented or capacity enhancement courses across the field in different sectors of the logistics sector. Now, this in association with many academic institutions, I have launched these courses for the benefit of practitioners as well as students who are there in these management institutions. Having given these two examples, I'm sure we can expect from the panel here how we can engineer a model, or the regulators of the IITs or the NITs to see that it gets adopted and spreads across, wherein 40% of the credits is delivered through a platform called Swayam, delivered by IIT Madras, and it's an online course recommended by this panel. Can find mention in those courses. It opens up opportunities for many individuals to sit in their own institutions and take those credits. Like, if you could give your suggestions, I think it will be quite beneficial for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your valuable insight for this session and sector, but cutting across the various ministries and industry and academia collaboration. With the launch of National Medical Devices Policy 2023, regulating few areas of priority, which included creating a repository of the skill sets that are required for the industry in medical devices sector, which is changing dynamic between the industry and the academia and the policy makers that will drive this sector. Let me open this session by inviting Mr. Ashish Jain. Question on it, that what is the changing requirement of a medtech workforce and what are the efforts and initiatives undertaken by HSS in this space?
Thank you. I think first of all, good evening to everyone. I know this is the last session and probably the difficult session for all of you to stay awake for some time. So I think we'll try and keep you awake with the discussion. I think it started with Murthy sir already. I think there's already some thoughts he has given us to see, instigate what we could do and what we should be looking at, which is going to, which will largely depend your future in terms of how your companies will behave, what will happen to your companies and organizations. Probably future will depend on that. As we see human resources, normally, we talk about human resources so much, but it finds place at the end of the session, but well said and done. Because I think you already spoken about commercialization, you already spoken about innovation, so now comes the most important resource, which is the human resource, and you need that for any of things what you've discussed since morning today. Without this human capital, probably you will not be able to move a step forward. So I think this is most important area for us to focus. And coming to what he asked me, MedTech has seen a lot of changes, over the period of time, and with the advent of the policy now, I think we see a lot of changes to come very soon. We have been looking at the medical devices being imported from across the globe in the country, but largely 70 to 80% comes from outside, or maybe even more. So I think the thing is how we can change this scenario to say that how do we build capacity in-house to create more and more medical devices in our country, which will of course generate a lot of job opportunities for our youth in the country as well. Also, it will also help us reduce our burden in terms of the foreign exchange which goes out because of this. There's already a government scheme which has included medical devices under the PLI now, which will incentivize manufacturing of medical devices in the country, which will again require a lot of human resource, manpower. How do we look at, in terms of manufacturing, people, which is, say, for example, in terms of the manufacturing, in terms of validation, in terms of testing. So many workforce will be required, which we may not be prepared today. So we all have to put together hands and minds to see how we prepare, how we actually, be prepared for that kind of human resource which is required. So what we could do is we could actually look at three categories, which is again the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister as well. We would definitely need some new people who will have to come into the force, which is that we have to skill new people who can come into the medical devices, which is not happening till now. We need to reskill so many people which are already working in the ecosystem, and some need to be upskilled to see that we meet the requirement what is coming in with the new technology, new devices coming in. And as Lalit mentioned initially, even the platforms are being categorized into devices today. So how do we actually meet those requirements? So we need to reskill and upskill existing people also into those areas so that they are abreast to the new technology which is coming in. So we need to focus on all three aspects, which is skilling, reskilling, upskilling of the people across country. And I'm sure there's an entire ecosystem which is available today. So it's not that good part is under the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, under the Skill India mission, there is an entire ecosystem for skilling is created across country, where you have training facilities across country which can come up very, very quickly. Training facilities will come up in medtech parks also, which are being, coming up. Let's say one very near to this place in Noida somewhere. One can come up in Haryana as well. We are trying to see how that can happen. So probably there are a lot of requirements which can be done across here, and we will require many human resources. So what we are doing to see that this human resource is created and is made available to the industry. As Murthy sir just mentioned, that we need to work very, very effectively and collaboratively with industry and academia together. Probably industry alone would not be able to produce, so would be academia would not be able to produce, because they need to be updated in terms of the requirements of the industry. Because we normally hear this out for our normal engineers that they are not employable today because they are not as per the requirement of the industry. So idea is to, I think this is a good beginning that we are starting with a collaboration with industry, academia and the policy makers, so that we do not go through the same phase which a lot of engineers have gone through, that they've completed their engineering and still there are no jobs. I think we as in the Healthcare Sector Skill Council under the Skill India mission play a role of a nodal body where we'll bring all three of them together as the policy makers, industry, academia. We already have partnerships and collaborations with industry directly. Few of you are sitting here today where we already signed MOUs with you to work on these areas. We had partnership with IIT. Sir mentioned about IIT Madras. We already had an MOU with IIT Madras to see how we work in the latest technological areas, going beyond. So that MOU has also been done with them. So we're trying to see how we bring the best of the minds together and give that platform. I think we need one organization to bring all of them on, on one platform. So we are thinking, we are committed to play that role of a nodal body to bring all of them on one platform and create those curriculums, create those, which are required. And it need not be the curriculum which will be, of a 1 year duration or 3 year duration, sir. It could be, smart modules which can be required for upskilling existing workforce, which could be, envisaging from 3 months to 6 months, maybe a few days if required. So it depends on the requirement, the skill set. We can create different curriculums, and we are looking at, we already had a committee of medtech companies now we are working with associations also, medtech associations today, to see what is to get the inputs from the industry first, and then envisaging and then bringing in the academia also together to see how those can be developed. I think sir, what you mentioned is a very good point which we have missed earlier, but we can always utilize the courses which is on the SWIM, which can definitely be brought in and be gelled with the entire curriculum which is there, and the ready content is there, so which can always be brought in and can be worked out. So idea is to see how we create this. We had already created a technical group within our organization. We already had a subsector created for medical tech and med tech and medical devices now, which will be, which will see all the committee members, as you also gave the example of MIT. So which will have all the members from academia, industry, and policymakers together to see that we create that what is required by the nation today and provide that workforce at the scale and the speed which is desired. You have mentioned about NEP, sir. I think we are also trying to work with the universities now, how we can embed the skill programs related to medtech now with the, let's say, the program which is run for biomedical engineers and so forth, how it can go with other programs which are being running in the country today. So because the requirement is huge, and if we need to meet that requirement, we need to use all possible resources to see that come into play at the earliest possible. We are looking at partnerships, because one single organization, be it academia, industry, or us, would not be able to reach out to the entire country. What is the requirement? So we would be looking for more collaboration, partnerships, which is guided by DOP, Ministry of Higher Education and Education as well, because all have to play an integral role to see that we bring those skilled workforce which is required by our medical tech, medtech sector today, especially medical devices. I think a lot of manufacturing is going to come in here. So we need a lot of requirement in terms of, a skill set for manufacturing talent as well. So we are working on all those of things. I think I can speak a lot on this, but I'll restrict right now on these areas, and we'll be happy to speak more later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish, and for providing us an insight of what Healthcare Sector Skill Council is doing. And good to understand that you're not only working in the healthcare delivery space, but also across the medical devices and pharma. And some of the examples that you mentioned around collaborations, I think we have some of the panelists here who would share their experience during this panel discussion about how this industry and academia collaboration has really helped up in creating a skilled workforce and also the innovations around it. Let me go to Professor Amitabh Bandyopadhyay. So you've been working in medical school at IIT Kanpur. You've been part of that. A lot of innovations has been happening at your place with setting up of engineering, medical devices, and especially around innovation, but also that has led to a larger scaling and the innovation that has happened. Now, I wanted to understand from you your experience at how IIT Kanpur has worked in the medical devices space in terms of innovations, collaborating with the academic and the industry, and also creating the skilled workforce that is required.
First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Yuvraj and the Pharma Ministry officials for giving me this platform, and thank you for your question. I would like to start with a story, because just to make you understand that at least I don't think that you can plan to innovate, it happens. So when there was this COVID crisis, it is now well known that every academic institution, many other entities, they were all trying to develop a ventilator because there was a call for it. IIT Kanpur did it slightly differently. How did we do it? We took a startup company we had confidence in that company. We created a mentor task force, like some of the very well-known names, some of you will know, Dr. Saurabh Srivastav, Dr. Ajay Chaudhary, that caliber of mentor task force. And we knew what we will be needing. During the COVID time, the biggest challenge was the supply chain. So the head of supply chain of HCL was part of the task force. So the idea was that the startup, which is a technical team, they will not do anything other than product development. Everything else, fundraising, regulatory affairs, how to create the distribution network, everything was done by this mentor task force. Okay, that is the reason why from the conception to installation in a hospital was achieved in 90 days, okay, during the first wave of the COVID pandemic. Then in the second wave, when there was this acute shortage of oxygen, then I think we are the only academic institute, and perhaps other than DRDO, we were the only entity to have been able to build and install oxygen plants. We deployed the same formula again. Only this time the advisory force was international, because the main technical person was in Canada. But then what we realized that the reason this formula is working, see, like if you give me a professor a project, I will think quite philosophically about it. I'll ensure that there is no mistake. It is the best thing that can be done. It will take 10 years, okay, and I will publish a few papers along the way. If you ask the startup to do it, often they will not have either the technological depth that is needed to create a top-of-the-line product, or they will not be able to hire the kind of technical manpower mentor that you want. So can we combine the two? So now we are developing this artificial heart. So we have simply learned from these two, and we are using it here. What are we doing? So we have a panel of doctors, like who is who of cardiac surgery, from Dr. Naresh Trehan to Dr. Devi Shetty to Dr. Panda in Asian Heart. Whoever you can think of is part of the clinical mentor team. Okay, we go to them to ask about clinical issues. Then we have a technical mentor team. That is, every medical device is basically a highly interdisciplinary product. You will need mechanical engineering input, you will need electrical engineering input, you will need chemical engineering input. So we have this technical, these are all professors, okay? And then we have, at IITs you have the alumni, okay? The global R&D head of Stryker Corporation is our alumnus, right? Yasdeep Kumar. We have 2 IIT Kharagpur alumnus also on the team. They have all developed and sold medical products. So the techno-commercial input comes from them. Then this team, the mentor team, actually chose and selected 8 fellows from all sorts of disciplines that we need for developing the artificial heart. Then they were given access to the entire infrastructure of IIT Kanpur, funding from alumni mostly, and this mentorship. And they were told that the IP of this product, the intellectual property, will belong to the fellows. They will have the first right to refuse commercialization of the product. So what it actually means means that, see, IIT, we cannot pay them an exorbitant salary because we don't have that kind of money. But you cannot get the top quality manpower by, BTech plus 4 years is equal to 40,000 rupees, then you will not get that quality manpower. So what effectively is happening is these kids, they are developing their company's first product entirely subsidized by IIT Kanpur, alumni, government, corporate, CSR, etc. and getting access to the best technical, business, clinical advice that they can possibly get. And I think the project is going quite well. I would invite any and all of you to come to the campus and see how it is going. We are now doing the same thing with, ICMR reached out to us, asked us, can we, for the elimination of TB by 2025, they need handheld X-ray machine. This is very expensive. The imported one from Korea costs around 20 lakh rupees. So they want us to develop it at a much lower cost. They gave us 1 year's time. So we did again the same thing. We took a startup. IITs are just equipped for this. If you want to develop an X-ray, you need a high energy physics guy. You get one high energy physics guy. A handheld X-ray, so you need to generate 50 kilovolt from a battery. So you need a power electronics guy. You get a power electronics guy. You get a bio guy. And you create a mentored team. And again, the same thing is happening. And I think we will be able to give ICMR the product before 1 year is complete. Okay. So this is one thing that we are doing, and I think we are seeing a change from the past, okay, in terms of product development time and product quality. The other thing that we are doing, I think, which is slightly different from other institutions, is that, and which actually has been told to me by senior people from other IITs, is that we have created a MedTech Fabrication Center. Okay? So we call it MedTech Center. It's from BIDAC grant. But then what we have decided is that every equipment that will be procured by any individual which will have medical device fabrication application will go to this one MedTech facility. So we will not have several islands of facilities. Rather, we will have one very large, very well-equipped facility so that you can get end-to-end done in one place. You do not have to deal with multiple offices. So these are two things we are trying to do differently. And of course, IIT Madras, IISc, and IIT Kanpur, we are all setting up our medical schools. So the explicit purpose is to closely interact with the doctors. We do not develop products that no doctor needs. We get the need statement directly from horse's mouth and develop it. So that's the overall, development that is happening in the campus. And I think that if we can collaborate with agencies like you and Mr. Bhattacharya spearheading. I was talking to some of the colleagues from the industry. If we can do it right, I think we will be able to create at the same time a very high quality manpower, and product development will also happen now. We don't have to wait. So that's all.
Thank you, Professor Amitabh. We always grew up understanding that you can either become an engineer or a doctor. Until I met IIT Kanpur team, understanding about their school, medical school, and setting up a hospital, super specialty hospital at Kanpur campus. And I realized what they were trying to do is create a hybrid doctors or hybrid engineers. It was a very interesting thing what they've been working. And I think that's how the future is moving. You cannot look at medical science and engineering in isolation. There's a larger collaborations and synergies being developed. There's a fusion. There will be time where you will see doctors getting into data analytics and innovations, and you will see biomedical engineers working towards very close to the patient bedsides in helping and devising a very innovative medical devices, pharma, drug regimes, and various other things. I think that's a very interesting thing that's going to happen in coming time. Let me go to Mr. Gautam Bhattacharya, Chief Executive Officer, Life Sciences Sector, Skill Development Council. Mr. Gautam, I wanted to understand, how do you view the role of government policy and regulatory bodies in facilitating the effective collaboration between the industry and academia, and also would be great to understand your efforts in this space with recent announcement of national medical device policy, how you see the role for you in this entire space.
Okay. So thank you, Lalit. And Murthy sir, thank you very much. Pleasure to hear you talk about NEP and the credit framework policy. I think this would be one of the game changers in terms of bringing the academia closer to the industry. And I'll explain why. At the heart of it, when we talk about any sector, the first thing that we should look at is availability of skilled manpower. Ashish mentioned just now that without this availability of skilled manpower, we will not be able to achieve what we are actually looking forward to. And let's put this up straight on the table that we need to have a very, very skilled manpower to compete within ourselves and also globally. Now, how do we do that? So the supply side is academia, and the requirement is for the industry. Both of them will have to come together to create a very, very clear precision skill gap, understanding that these are the skilling which are required for the industry, and this is the gap, and this is where we need to skill. So I think this understanding has to be very, very clear. Once we have that, and the students, they undergo some vocational training along with their regular curriculum, getting credits on the vocational training that they do will help them and encourage them to take up these vocational courses. From the Sector Skill Council, during the course of the day, I was around, and a couple of the participants here or the couple of attendees here asked a question. What is Sector Skill Council, right? So, Ashish, with your permission, Sector Skill Council, both healthcare and life sciences and 36 others, we are mandated to provide industry a stream of skilled manpower so that industry fulfill its objective. That's one liner of it. How do we do it is far more complex. Now we create curriculums, we create qualifications, we take approval from the regulatory authorities in this space, and then we run these vocational training courses to the deserving candidates in terms of fresh skilling of candidates, in terms of reskilling of those who have skilled themselves already, or upskilling of the employees who are already working. In the medtech sector, and I've had good opportunity of working with US multinational company in India, at that time also we recognized that availability of skilled manpower is going to be critical. If you find out, a successful organization, a medtech organization, and organization who's wanting to become more successful, the key differentiation is going to be the skilled manpower. Any amount of technology you have, any amount of investments that you do, any amount of automation that you do, you will still need skilled manpower. So at this forum, I would request all of you to please create that one group which can specifically work on development of skilled manpower, and we as a Sector Skill Council are geared up for this. We as a Sector Skill Council have a mandate to do this, and we will join all our forces together to bring this skilled manpower identified gap to be fulfilled with our vocational skilling and with our vocational trainings that we can do. Association with industry, association with industry associations, medtech associations, with the colleges, with the universities, academia, with colleges of eminence, universities of eminence, academia of eminence, that we are all doing and we will continue to do. But then it would need a little more effort to bring all of these together in one forum. And once we achieve that, I'm sure you will see a multiplier effect in terms of the growth. So with this, I would just stop. I can go on in terms of what is a medical device and what is other policies doing. But then I don't want to let it take away time from all the other panelists. Just that my final word would be that we have a policy which is very, very futuristic, policy which has been unveiled just now. We have education policy which is aligned. All this has to come together and get executed. So we as a Sector Skill Council are all prepared to do this, to work along. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gautam. And it was really good to have Life Sciences Sector Council lead and Healthcare Sector Council lead here, and understand from them the efforts that they're making towards the healthcare sector, creating a skilling workforce. Let me go to Mr. Bhaskar Maladi. You've been working with the academia and creating skill initiatives. It will be great to understand your experience, especially around the diagnostics and the IVD segment, and especially some of the courses and initiatives that you have witnessed in your area.
So thank you so much. So I come from IVD industry, and the requirements of the skill sets in this particular industry is really different, largely different. And one of the reasons, what are the challenges if you look at the current, this industry employs graduates, engineers, doctors, okay? In general, the curriculum at this, what we had was not sufficient to cover what is required for the industry. But I guess with the new national, would take at least another 3-4 years because just started implementing now. But having said that, this policy would improve overall the quality of the students coming out from the colleges. Students learned a lot of theory, but when come into the industry, they found wanting in terms of how they would apply this theory to the real requirements in an industry situation, right? And as all of you know, industry would require, so far, for example, the company which I represent had a lot of R&D people, and our observation is something that takes about at least 12 to 15 months, they will start doing something. That means the adaptation cycle. And this industry, for example, is employing a lot of, opportunities. For example, 100,000 laboratories are there on the services side, a couple of hundred companies, at least 200 to 300 companies in the IVD, to a large extent, to meet the requirements of the industry, right? Now, what is that we are doing actually for this? So we as an organization identified about a year and a half back, what can we skill sets, and we decided, we created a program called PG Diploma in Applied Medical Diagnostics, right? And this is a very specialized 6 months program, which is just going to be launched on Monday. And what is required for this course to be very effective. So we are a commercial organization. So therefore, we tied up with one of the engineering schools in Kochi, and they would be able to impart this training. But this training, before lives up to the the intended purpose of this course. That means these students, after 6 months, spending something like about 800 hours, which is more practical, and also bring a lot of industry experts, telling them how the industry works. So many times, this is the biggest challenge when the students gets into this, and adaptation becomes a bigger challenge. In order to overcome that, we will bring a lot of experts on a weekly basis. They will address the classes, right, these students, and we are planning to start with something like 40 students, open to everybody from graduates to engineering students, and comes with a very, very small amount of fees. And we believe that with this program, we would be able to, those 40 students would be easily be adapted by any of the industry players without any hesitation. And because they come with a lot of skill sets for the 6 months course, and certainly this would be something which we are trying to do, and probably we will be able to bring about 100 students. But this is a very small effort. But I guess what is required for our overall skill development is, I think we have to create a lot of internship programs, right? I think if everybody in all the areas creates an internship programs, whether a summer internship, yeah, an engineering graduate will go through at least 2 or 3 summer internship. I think that would add tremendous benefit to the students, because then they would be able to get into the industry and how the industry is working, right? Culture of the industry, all that would be very well aware before they're getting into the placement, right? That's a very important step. I think if industry, all the industry, whether it's medtech or in pharma, everywhere, if we create that internship program, like many US companies does in US, right? So those kind of programs would certainly help a lot more in terms of getting practically into the industry when they are ready out of the college. So that is something which is probably would help. Another one which we should also think about is language skills, soft skills, right? In future, it's going to be very, very essential. Today, the logistics chains started moving from China to India, Vietnam, and sooner, some of the Chinese might come here and invest here and create manufacturing. At the end, we are looking at manufacturing is going to be the future, right? So the soft skills, whether it is having students learning foreign languages today, so that you would be able to adapt much more, even working in an MNC culture. So if you are a Japanese language or a Korean language, that's a very big advantage today. If students are able to learn that, of course we have many institutes which are working on that privately, but if it becomes a part of a curriculum, over a 4-year period, an engineering student would be able to manage, spoken skills or to some extent written skills. That would be a huge advantage for our country as a whole, for betterment of the students as well. So I think these are the 2-3 areas. If we as a country would be able to do it, then we would be able to manage it to a large extent of these gaps in the skills, right? So that's from my side.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Bhaskar. And let's not forget that the medical device and pharma sector is growing across the globe, and there will be a talent drain as well. So India is not only catering to the needs of the India's requirement, but some of your talent will be lost to the global requirement and moving out of it. And that definitely makes us that we should work towards putting these efforts together and creating a larger workforce that not only supply for India, but also has some part of the global requirement being met by us. Let me go to Mr. Dilip Kumar Chekori. He's the Chief Operating Officer, Medi Valley, Andhra MedTech Zone Limited, India's first MedTech zone, where we had an opportunity to be part of it since conception. Dilip, your view about how the scaling efforts is required with your experience of having so many industries in your medical tech park. What is the requirement that is emerging, and what are the efforts that we should be making towards scaling the existing workforce, and especially responding to the fast changing requirement of the industry, and what effort we should be making towards this? Your knowledge will be very helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Lalit. Namaskar, everyone. By training and by qualification, I am a biomedical engineer. I am an IIT Raipur graduate, and then I went to Scotland because there was not much scope in 2007, and I came back. I wanted to work for the country, and fortunately, I got opportunity in Ministry of Health in PMSSY. I am thankful to Joint Secretary Sri Sandeep Kumar Nayak, who actually needed a technical advisor, and that's how I joined his team. And in PMSSY, all the new aims which were coming up, and they need advice on the medical devices, commissioning, installation, and procurement agency was HLL. So that's how those things helped me to, understand what kind of, technical knowledge we need. But when you go back and see in my curriculum, those were not existing. So like, regulatory and standards is two different things. But many people now also, mix them up. But they are two different things. So if you can, introduce this specific course or in a credit-based, regulatory and standards for medical devices, so it will be very important. And also there are many other, manufacturing which are mixed engineering expertise is needed. So those were identified when, Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone, which is a complete ecosystem. When I really say ecosystem, it is actually existing there. So we have built a common scientific facilities which consist of notified body labs for manufacturers. They can access that and test their devices. Before it was not possible. They have to go to Europe and get tested. So we have TV Redline. They are the notified body that is globally accepted. So those common scientific facilities, as well as we have IBSC, Indian Biomedical Skill Consortium, I think in 2018, with the support of Quality Council of India and with collaboration of AMED, that was introduced in Indian Medical Device Forum in 2018 in Bangalore. So I have the numbers. So till now, we have trained 6,000 students who are from different backgrounds. Specifically, we take mechanical engineers, electrical, and biomedical engineers. So we have trained them. So this was found because specifically we had designed 12 curriculums, 12 courses, in which this has been covered. So this was done just to support our manufacturers who are present in the zone. Not only the manufacturers who are present, also, to the pan-India wherever they want to go. They were, taking these courses, they were industry ready. And also, we have KIST, which is Kalam Institute of Health Technology, which is a Government of India project and kind of a policy advisor to DOP, and where we have, made the base document PLI scheme as well as medical device pharma scheme. Being a biomedical engineer, I can understand them, and within a 2 months of time, with the support of DOP, we have exchanged and we have introduced that. DOP has introduced that. So this is possible when you understand the technicality of it. So you need those skilled persons. That's where today Aparnaji was mentioning, in the CEO roundtable. So they are putting a technical team who understand medical devices. So there is a medical device section, but they are putting a separate team who understand. So these are the skilled person, biomedical engineers who can understand and implement it. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Dilip, for sharing your thoughts and efforts that you've been making at AMTZ and also your experience across the industry. Let me go to Mr. Sashi Kumar V, Managing Director, Phoenix Medical Systems Private Limited. Sashi, your view around how the industry and academia should collaborate, especially around the courses being designed pretty old and in the old traditional ways. The courses get revised not very often, and at times the industry at the pace at which is, the changes are happening and the reforms are happening and the technology is changing, requirements are changing, often the courses become a bit of an outdated, yeah? So how do you see that efforts towards the entire value chain of research and development, capacity building, scaling, biomedical engineering and other areas?
Yeah, thank you, Lalit, and thank you to the organizers to call me for this session. Yeah, I would definitely say, we have a lot of biomedical engineers and quite a lot of engineers coming out, and we are putting them in the industry. Every time, as what Bhaskar was saying, it takes a long time for them to get to the level what we want. So what is that which is lacking? So one of the things what we are looking for, definitely it is not there in the students who are coming in. So how do we, match that? So we should definitely tell to the industry, to the academic people who are creating curriculum what we need. So one of the things which, today we are talking about, one of the very important things which sensitized, the entire India is sensitized about medical devices, quality system. Do any of our, colleagues in the academia put that as one of the courses in the, curriculum? No, it is. I mean, not even allowed to get inside. They just look at these instruments, understand the instruments and get out. No, you go there, understand the instrument, but then come up with something called as, gap analysis. Find out what is not there in that study. That way, we will be encouraging a lot of entrepreneurship there. A lot of ideas can come out. And this can, churn a lot of products coming out of this, these colleges and so on. This is another thing which I would say. Of course, when clinical trials, clinical trials is very, very important. None of these, academic courses expose anyone on clinical trials. Nobody knows how to do it. So it's all things which are very, very fresh. And it's therefore, they come to the industry, it takes 1 year, 2 years, 3 years for them to learn and come to that level. So these are things which I would definitely say should be part of, the curriculum which has to be brought in. And of course, industry-academia collaboration, if in case we are doing any collaboration, we should be brought in early on, not at the final stage where you have done a prototype, everything is over, and then bring it. As what Dr. Amitabh was saying, they brought the engineers in the beginning. Therefore, they could come out in, ventilator within 90 days. Fantastic. That's how we'll have to go. Yeah. Thank you. I think...
Thanks, Mr. Shashi. And I think it's a very important point that you made is when you're designing the course and during the duration of the course, it's important that you have industry collaboration, not only in designing of the courses, aligning to the industry need and the new trends that are there in the industry, but also it's very important that the students spend time with the industry, understanding their real problems and understanding the requirement and better fitment there. So that's a very valid point. Let me go to Mr. GVS Maniam, Managing Director, Panacea Medical Technologies Private Limited. I wanted to understand from you the ongoing industry transformation. There is significant requirement of new cadres of workforce is required in the industry, and it does not restrict only to the biomedical engineering and the healthcare traditional workforce, but also has expanded to data analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data analytics, and a lot of other aspects that has emerged. How do you see that the industry and the academia could work in this space to bridge this gap and also put up a roadmap for the future requirement?
Thank you, Lalit. Good evening, everyone. This is a question for everyone here. We all have actually assembled here to see that there's a great opportunity in medtech devices, and all of us want India to lead the medtech industry as we go forward. And we also heard many examples today about how India has fared very well during COVID. So why did we all buckle up and do very well during COVID? Because crisis brings a lot of innovation, brings people together on a common goal. But we can't have crisis on a daily basis. So we need to have people interested in doing things. If you go to a student level at class 10, class 12, and maybe an undergraduate level, people don't know what is a medical device. This is a sad state of our courses that we conduct on a daily basis. So this can be improved, and if you want India to become a number one medical device country, we are not going to only look at being contract manufacturing. There's nothing wrong with being a contract manufacturer, but again, during the COVID crisis, we have seen that lock, stock and barrel, everyone wants to shift out of China. China had been a contract manufacturer for the world, and many people want to change out of it. So if you want to continue to become only a contract manufacturer, then in some time, a situation which has come to China can also come to India. But what we all want is, we want to lead from the front. We want people to, our youngsters for the next 10 years want to lead the medical device industry and make India in the forefront of it. So for that, we need to bring interest in people. First is awareness, second is interest. Current curriculum does not have any of this anything about medical devices. All the curriculum courses that we have talked about, mechanical engineering, whatever, electronics engineering, all of that has come from automobiles, from white goods, and other allied industries. So all this curriculum is currently about 2 decades behind what is required for the industry today. So I would actually urge everyone to think on these lines on taking urgent action from the colleges to teach something which is interesting for the students, and therefore many more innovations come from these new generation people who will come into the industry. And also there's a small, not small, there's a large gap between supply and demand. There's a demand if we want to reach the numbers that we want to look at India leading the forefront of medical devices. Then there's a large demand which is unmet from India, and therefore we may not be able to achieve the goal of reaching the numbers as well. So for that, we have to bring in interest, we have to bring in specialization, starting from the undergraduate courses and the postgraduate courses, for people to actually think and not only make new products, but also make new processes in the evolution of the new medtech regime that India wants to embrace with. So we have to look at including in the course curriculum some things like what are the medical device standards. Like when you, just to give you a background, we make medical linear accelerator. It's fairly complex by all means, and to get someone to actually work on this, there is no curriculum which teaches people on any of the daily activities that people have to work at a company like Panacea. We have about 170 R&D engineers, as they themselves call them. All of them have been trained painstakingly by serious processes that we have brought in inside the company, because there is no way to look at skill set that you can expect from people to come for medical devices. There is no course which actually talks about the medical device standards. There's no course which talks about processes. There's also very little knowledge imparted about what medical device industry per se has for them to take that up as a career. Robotics is a fancy for a small child who's in maybe 5th class. Why? Because it's actually been interesting to them. The way that has been presented to them is so interesting that at such young age, people think, okay, I have to make a robo. And similarly, somebody wants to become a pilot. Why? Because you have kindled the interest in the student at a very early stage. But unfortunately, focusing on medical devices, there's no such course, there's no such curriculum. There's an urgent requirement for all of us to put together a curriculum which will actually kindle interest in the newer students to come in, and that can be done by very active collaboration with industry. Because what is the dire need of today's industry is something that can be known only when you discuss with the industry, and not make a curriculum in isolation without consulting. So this is the perspective that I want to bring in, where if we want India to become the leading medical device country, then we need to start with the people and catch them very young. They have to be caught at maybe at the 5th class for them to know what is a medical device and what are the career options that they can go. And once the interest is created, everyone will actually choose medical device as a career, and that is where the future for our country to become a leading medical device country can become. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maniam. I think you've made a very valid point on the, the academic being aligned to the industry requirement, but also very important point is a part of the course being aligned, being very dynamic, where 25% or 30% of the course is very dynamic, where you can choose subjects which are based on the latest trend, aligned to the industry, which are changing on annual basis in certain aspects, rather than having a fixed curriculum for next 4 years. By the time the student comes out of it, the entire technology has changed, the requirements have changed. So I think that's also an important thing that we can look into it. Let me go to Dr. Ambuj Chaturvedi, Head of Professional Education, Johnson & Johnson MedTech India. Dr. Ambuj, you are a doctor and also been part of a medical device industry. I think you will be a very good person for us to provide us an insight that how the industry is currently advancing and the new trends are shaping the requirement and the skill set in the coming time. And what is the best way the industry could respond to this changing requirement and at the pace at which is required with a larger collaboration across the value chain?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for inviting me for this forum. I was going through the entire set of discussions being presented all across multiple viewpoints, and yes, what I can actually do is I can present, so I'm a clinician who's half an engineer, half a business guy, and right now I head professional education for one of the finest medtech industry and organizations globally, Johnson & Johnson. And as a Johnsonian, as every Johnsonian would agree, the session on skilling and capacity building is especially close to the heart, because at J&J, there has been a legacy for setting up professional education programs for decades together. And one of the ways to establish and corroborate whether these programs have been successful is that they have been pretty well received by the entire healthcare practitioner community. And of course, they have been well adopted and well replicated by our dear industry friends as well. So that kind of tells you that J&J has definitely done something good within the professional education field. Now, coming to the question that you talked about. So you said, what are the advancements regarding in the industry, and how is it going to kind of shape the skills and capacities? Let me take you back to 2006, 2007. Now, this was a time when a Harvard professor named Dr. Christensen Clayton wrote a book on disruptive healthcare. He talked about disruptive innovations. And it's an interesting book because that was a time when I was actually making my switch from neurosurgery to MBA. And I wanted to understand what does he think. And one of the key things, he said this 17 years back. He said, healthcare practice will evolve by differential growth. So what will happen is, in any healthcare practice, there is an intuitive component and a skills-based component. And what you're going to see over the years is, a lot of these skills will be automated and technology will come into play, leaving the human practitioner to only focus on intuitive skills. So what it means is, when as a clinician, you manage a patient, right? When you're taking history, you're doing physical examination, all of that are skills which can be automated to an extent. You have variables, you have the entire set of technologies which makes this possible. But when you take a decision on what diagnostic tests need to be used, when you take a decision on provisional diagnosis, when you take a decision on what that final diagnosis is going to be and the therapeutic regime is going to be, those are intuitive skills. When you connect with the patient, when you counsel the patient, those are intuitive skills. And Christensen Clayton said that ultimately the realm of the human practitioner will be within the intuitive space. Skills will be automated. 17 years later, I can see that happening. I mean, just the other day, ChatGPT actually scored more than 50% on a USMLE examination, which means that technically it is as good as any doctor who is appearing for a USMLE, an MBBS who wants to go to US. So yeah, so technology is definitely reaching there. Has it reached there completely? No. And so therefore, one of the key things that you'll hear again and again is digitization. You'll happens here, digital medicine, digital healthcare, digitization, and what is it essentially? So what happens is, and there are multiple definitions for digital medicine, digital healthcare, but the one that I liked was one that I read in one of the papers coming in from Mayo Clinic, and they said, the way to look at digitalization of healthcare is that you convert analog data into digital data. You convert it into binary data. Why do you do it? So numbers are more precise than words. So when you want to communicate a message, numbers are more precise than words. And so what happens is the signal fidelity therefore is higher, which is important for a machine. And so when a machine wants to learn, and you give that data in numbers, when you digitize it, it is able to learn better. It's able to learn faster. And so that is how the entire concept of, and that's one way to look at digital healthcare. There are multiple other ways to look at it. Now, having said this, now in this context, when you have seen intuitive skills, there are more and more skills being automated, intuitive skills being left to the human practitioner, digitization coming in, machine learning coming in, what kind of skills and capacities would the industry lead? And so here, I had the interesting, I just bumped into one of my startup mentees, Dozy. Dozy is into contactless monitoring. And I'll give you a perspective there. One of the things that happens in digital healthcare is you require multidisciplinary talent. So it's not enough for you to be focused. It's not enough for you to be only trained as a doctor. You also need to get business education. You need to understand engineering. You need to understand the entire works. So there is multidisciplinary set of skills required. The second piece is you need to be a multitasker. So the industry requires multitaskers, folks who have competencies or skills to be at least in two different non-related areas. The third piece is multi-stagers. This is where you basically, so it's basically someone who's a systems thinker. So if you ask what the industry requires from a skills and capacities perspective, they require candidates who are multidisciplinary, multitaskers, and multi-stagers, which is systems thinkers. Why is it so? Because when you start looking at digital healthcare technologies or solutions being developed, there are two aspects in any industry body. The one is from the product development side, the other is business side. From a product development side, you will require all those systems thinking capacities being put in play. From a business side, you will need folks who have consultative selling skills. This is deep tech. And so this is not the typical device sell. In fact, the entire game right now, if you see, if for folks who are interested in digital technologies, you've heard about ONDC, the entire platform. You've heard about the backend protocol, which we are working on across with the government of India. You'll find that all of this tells you that the entire set of solutions are now more platform-based solutions rather than individual device or component-based solutions. And so therefore, the competencies and skill sets you required are folks who understand how to deal with this. Now, the final part, which is how does the academia help with this? So there are multiple ways in which the academia can help, but primarily it is in developing programs which are modular, which means that you don't need, so the traditional approach towards university education and beyond has been that, you have these graduation courses, post-graduation courses, and there are, and you could hear that from my fellow panelists as well, this is the 10-year-old approach, this is the 20-year-old approach. That approach has to change. It has to be modular, which means that you break down the entire courses. Today is the world for YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels. That's how Twitter. That's how the consumer consumes information, knowledge. And so therefore, if you have a generation that consumes information and knowledge in this form, you have to adapt to it, which means that you have more modular programs. The other pieces, they have to be interdisciplinary programs. And one of the interesting points here, or other initiatives, has been initially started by IIT Kharagpur, but now we have IIT Kanpur also following in the bandwagon. We've got Indian Institute of Science coming in. You have engineering institutions, research institutions running in parallel with medical colleges. Now what this will do is it will create a new cadre of healthcare professionals who will be trained not only on the clinical part, but also on the research part. You have a new cadre of clinical engineers coming in who will be more understanding because they've actually had a hospital in place, and so therefore they know they were immersed in those programs. As one of my fellow panelists told about, the problems don't lie in the industry, they lie in healthcare, right? So the solution therefore have to move onto that ground to be able to understand that better. And finally, these programs have to be translational, which means that this is not research work that has to be only put on publications, although a lot of professors would love to have that piece as well. But they have to translate into solutions. So again, the three-pronged expectation from the industry or from the academia would be modular programs, interdisciplinary programs, and translational programs. If we get all this together, I think we have a solid base for the future. I do have a lot of hope that we will be able to achieve this with the partnerships across from the entire ecosystem. Those would be my views. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Ambuja, and it's a very valid point, and I think the efforts that we have in the National Medical Devices Policy, articulating that there is a need to create a database for the emerging skill sets that are required, driving by the needs of the industry and creating national repository and database that will help us, the academia, and foster the collaboration between the academia and the industry. Let me invite our session chair, Shri K. Sanjay Murthy sir, for closing remarks on your behalf, and before we can take a few questions from the audience. Okay, I think we can take few questions from the audience, but maximum we have 2 or 3, considering the time that we have. Please. Can we have the mic in the audience, please? Thank you.
Yeah, so what my view is that so far we have been only talking about the engineering graduates. Now, if you look at the medical device, it starts from R&D, then you go for a quality regulatory, go for a manufacturing, sales and service. So it's a big gamut. I think it starts from IIT to ITI. We have to go in a very wide spectrum. That's one area which I think. And similarly, some MBA institutes. Now look at why engineering graduates are not very attractive today. Because this industry is only $2.5, $3 billion industry. Local industry, out of $11 billion, we are talking of only Indian products about $3 billion. So the moment it scales up, we will automatically see a lot of traction happening. But we need to also identify diploma institutes, ITIs, where similar courses like, we do biomed at the engineering colleges needs to be done. Like I am setting up a factory now at BPL in Bangalore, and we need nearly 100 people to run the shop floor. Finding it very difficult. We have recruited about 60, 65, but a great difficulty. So this is where I thought, we should do. But your idea, sir, on the internship, I mean, we are doing it for last 8, 9 years. We go to institutes, take internship, and see them a couple of months, 4 or 5 months they are with us, summer internship. And out of that, some show interest to come to a specific department. If we like it, we give them that offer. So that's a very, very valid point in my mind. And clinical trials, when we talk, engineers are not very good. We should look at paramedics or doctors. That's the area. Yeah, pharmaceuticals. Thank you.
I think that, thank you. Yes.
As a developing nation, we have to develop devices for the entire developing world. Okay? See, the industry and academia is vital. See, why not Agape and Abbott and maybe BD, Institute HR, even last year we mentioned about this. Come and sit in the industry, academia, you can fund. Then you can develop, nurture your own graduates. This is what the US, they do. Okay? Then you can bring interns, and interns can come to your industry. That is how I think we need more NIPers, and we need more chairs from rather than talk, people you act, invest our ideas with funding of chairs. That will transform our industry, and the language is a lovely suggestion. All our School of Academic Higher Education, we should learn Japanese and Korean and Germany and everything. Only then we will spread the whole world. India will lift the whole world. This is what we did with the HIV. Now that post-pandemic preparedness, India should be prepared for the worst. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, I think congratulate wonderful panel. This is Dr. Hari Krishna Maram. I did my Bachelor of Pharmacy way back 94, worked almost a decade in Novartis. What I see is after Novartis, I moved into different ball game, more into technology. But what I see in the last 2.5 or 3 decades, not much changes happening in the pharmacy education. Still in the last 20 years, the same textbooks, the same kind of a thing. But there is a huge, development when you look at engineering education, when you look at management education and other spectrums. I think definitely as part of pharma industry, definitely we should look into these and suggest the academic community what exactly the industry needs. Then only I think we can able to bring good initiatives from the academic institutes, and they will be relevant for the global market. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I think it was more of suggestions. Thank you for your inputs on this. And I think now we are nearing to the closure of the session. So let me invite our chair, Murthy sir, for your last words.
Thank you, Lalit. Thank you for the panelists for, highlighting the key issues facing the industry and what academic institutions need to do. I'll just touch upon some 3-4 points that came across. I think the sector sales councils were totally aligned to showcase that they need to work with the academia to design curricula, and that they're willing to offer their time to design courses, which is across the board, right from ITIs to the higher end ones. The point was that graduates or students need to know about the practical experience of the sectors that they're going into. They talked about internships. You'll know that we in the ministry have an internship portal from AICT. We have around 50,000 industries or companies who are on that portal. And there are more than 1.5 crore children registered in that. And we have been able to provide only 20 lakh internships. So you have a large number of students wanting to get that opportunity, but there are not enough industries who are offering those opportunities to them. And I think if this sector has to get trained people with that experience, with hands-on experience, I think there is a need for the industry to come forward and place these internships on that portal such that students of that choice can come. While this may be on the top tier level, companies do offer internships. I think it needs to percolate down to the other set of companies. Now the scale is going to be so high, and it's going to be precision, high precision, quality, high equipment, etc. You cannot have all students getting trained on such high value equipment. There is a concept of virtual labs. We have those developed by many of our IITs. And that provides a great learning experience to all the students in different segments. And there also I feel that it is industry's leadership that you could design, work with the academia to design these virtual labs wherein students can go and practice and discover this. The example that Professor Amitabha had mentioned to you about creating a facility right at one corner of the institution also is supplemented by another policy decision of the ministry to ensure that all such equipment is there for any student in the geography in the country to access at a very nominal fee. So if industry does develop or have such type of labs, it would be beneficial for them to also put these things on the same platform to ensure that students are able to access this at a reasonable fee at an optimal time at their level. We were told, and I really appreciate this input, that you talked about interdisciplinary, modular and translational. I mean, that is exactly what the NEP policy is articulated, and we are ensuring that these creditized systems that are to be brought forth for the students address that particular need. Amitabh had also mentioned about the startups. I think there is a massive interest in this segment. The ministry organizes a Smart India Hackathon every year. Problem statements of the ministries are put forth there. So you have a bunch of youngsters who come and address that. But it is this gap after they have given that, there needs to be a level, there needs to be some hand-holding, as you said, to take those ideas forward. And this is where, again, the industry does play a major role in working with the academic institutions to take that group of students forward. Having said that, there is this entire concept, next-gen design thinking is a concept that we are looking forward to now, wherein in all our IITs, in the Tier 1 and Tier 2 institutions especially, to handhold faculty to address how students are supposed to look at design thinking, how do you design equipments better. This entire focus is being done now, and I'm sure you will require the expertise of industry to play a big role in that aspect also. We have a policy called Professor of Practice. We hope that it was there in the IITs earlier, but now UGC has enabled that to other institutions also. We hope that many people from the industry would come and work and take the time off and come in the academic institutions and share their experiences and knowledge to ensure this can happen in a better fashion, to ensure translation of knowledge happens. Having said all that, I think we come back to the key point as to who is going to coordinate this entire effort. We in the Education Ministry are open to providing our institutions knowledge to add. You have IIT Kanpur here itself. There are many institutions who are doing this work, and we would gladly support the Ministry of DOPT to design this curriculum or framework that is required across the sector in this medical devices space, and we look forward to working with all of you towards that end. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you to all our panelists and to you all to be part of this session. Thank you all.
Thank you very much indeed. May I request Mr. Lalit Mistry to kindly present a small souvenir to our session chair, Shri K. Sanjay Murthy ji, Secretary Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India. Thank you very much indeed. And may I request the eminent panel to kindly step forward for a group photograph. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we now close the proceedings of this technical session. We would request everybody else to kindly stay back, as shortly we are going to have the cultural evening followed by dinner. We will just take some time to set up the stage for the cultural presentation. We have a very interesting ensemble presented before you in the cultural evening, which will be followed by dinner. I also take this opportunity to announce for tomorrow's agenda. Tomorrow we begin with the round table. The Pharma CEO roundtable from 9 a.m. onwards. The first session on regulators' interaction with industry for pharma and medical devices sector will commence at 11:30. We request you all to be in time for both these events. Thank you very much indeed. And please sit back, relax, and enjoy the culture. We will take some time to get back to you. We need to arrange the stage for the cultural presentation. Thank you.